Hello and welcome in. Thank you so much for tuning in to that YouTube Live. Thank you all so much for being here on this beautiful Sunday. At least it's beautiful out here in Grand Junction, Colorado. Hope it's beautiful wherever you're at. I'd also like to welcome in so far the 6.2 thousand people that have joined so far over on TikTok. Thank you all so much for being here as well. Now, if you've never been here before, then let me tell you what we do. We debate Trump supporters. Of course, we try to change their mind because Trump is the worst president of their life and yours. If you've ever watched my stream before or you're into politics at all, you should know this. I mean, he sucks. Every single day he does something that's unprecedentedly terrible. But of course, we'll hop into that here in a moment. Before we hop into the debates every day, we also like to go over the breaking news. And today's breaking news kind of has me feeling like, what's that guy? He's like, oh, Sandy Hook was a setup, and then he got sued for like $1 billion. Alex, what the fuck is his name? Somebody help me out here. Anyways, God, I mean, I don't watch him. He's a little bit before my generation. Alex Jones, there we go. Today's breaking news has me feeling a little bit like Alex Jones, and here's why. We found a memo surrounding the death or suicide of Jeffrey Epstein in the most recent release of the 3 million new Epstein files, but it was dated a day before it happened. Jeffrey Epstein died on August 10th of 2019. And what you see now on your screen, if you are watching over on YouTube, and now on your screen, if you are watching on TikTok, is a memo, quote unquote, for immediate release from the United States Attorney's Office, Southern District of New York, where the Manhattan U.S. Attorney General announces the death of Epstein. But this is dated on August 9th. Now, I want to point out, here's my thoughts. On one hand, if we all put our tinfoil hats on for a moment here, it looks like there's a possibility that the U.S. DOJ, ran by Trump at the time, because of course this was in 2019, knew that Epstein was going to die a day before it happened. But that's not the conclusion I would yield. I'm going to be honest here, folks. I'd say that this is likely a typo, okay? That this was likely drafted after Epstein died, and this was just a typo. But the fact that we have to say likely is what is really shocking, because this raises big questions. And I think that this will definitely fuel the fire of the conspiracies that we've been hearing for the last handful of years, furthered by the missing minutes in the video of Epstein's apparent suicide, or the fact that we heard that a warden walked into his cell beforehand, but on camera, the person who walked into his cell was wearing what looked like to be a orange prison jumpsuit. So there's the breaking news of the day. It's definitely a very interesting one. Has me feeling like Alex Jones whipping out the tinfoil hat. But it's interesting, to say the very least. Now, we are going to go ahead and hop into the debates with the Trump supporters at this moment in time. Just to let you know where to go if you are a Trump supporter. Hop inside of that queue over on the TikTok stream as long as you're 18 plus American and MAGA. And we're going to go ahead and start the conversation with the very first guest. We already have them loaded into the stream. I'm going to go and let you take it away. Before I started the live stream over on YouTube, this guy was kind of losing his shit. It was interesting, to say the least. He was telling me that he likes to work out so he doesn't, become a liberal soy boy like me, even though I work out. I don't know. But he was like telling us he's like actively debating while at the gym. So instead of popping iron, he's on his phones. But I don't know. It seems like a very interesting case of the MAGA mind virus not making him just a mere cult member susceptible to misinformation, but like also a pretty strange and brute person. But I mean, I'll let this individual speak for themselves. Feel free to unmute your mic and take it away. You're telling us something about the IRS tax cuts and the big beautiful bill. The mic and the floor.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to thank President Trump for bringing Jeffrey Epstein to justice. All around, it was his administration that really pursued these charges. So I think we've had some of the most transparency we've had in 20 years under his administration, just because he said he was going to release the files. He's done that. But now the victims that are in the files are suing Trump because they don't want it public information. but yet they're the ones partitioning for these files to be released. But yet it's Trump's fault for releasing them to the public. So now he has to go in there and he has to redact small details. But now apparently that's the end of the world to these women who are apparent victims, because 95%, I would say, have probably been, they've been battling for 20 something years now. So I don't really see I just want, thank you, President Trump, for the transparency and in these files.
I heard you in Johnny's live earlier. You said that you were the next
Were you
Charlie
there
Kirk.
when he ran? When he ran?
I tuned in for a moment, and I heard you say that you were the next Charlie Kirk. Is that true?
Oh, for sure. Everybody, follow me if you want to hear unbiased news from, just your working class American man.
Can I make a
But
recommendation?
yeah, I refuted his takes. We got higher
One moment.
standard
Can I make a
deductions.
recommendation?
Yeah.
Okay, here'd be my recommendation. If you want to label yourself as an unbiased news source that is reputable, that many people can rely on, just make sure that you know the baseline facts. Because the last statement that you made,
he tried to.
well, I'm speaking and you're listening. So the last statement that you made didn't cover the baseline facts. You said that, well, these apparent survivors, first and foremost, the use of the word apparent is very demeaning to the legitimacy of the claims of the survivors inside of the Epstein files. These are women who were abused, sex trafficked, raped, so on and so forth as children. To even use that word apparent survivors is just so totally disrespectful, not only to their lived experiences of being taken advantage of by Jeffrey Epstein and his associates, but it is disrespectful to survivors of all ages across the globe. Now, my second point here would be,
I agree.
You seem to not really understand why these survivors want to now to sue the Trump administration. And your takeaway was, well, because they are now attempting to sue the Trump administration for something to do with the release of the files, this is kind of contrary to the original push to have the files released. Let me help you understand.
Yeah, please help me.
Within the Epstein Files Transparency Act, there was a legal requirement to redact the identities of the survivors and the minors within the files. However, the Trump DOJ was incredibly brute and incredibly negligent, and there were files released with the full identity of the survivors and victims of Epstein and his associates, including multiple documents reported on by Aaron Parnas in the New York Times, files that were released showing the pictures of them as minors. Full face, full name, full everything. All right? So not only is there a very clear legal precedent for these survivors to be suing the DOJ on because they broke the law, they did not abide by their legal obligation to redact the information, names, and faces of the survivors in many circumstances, okay? But this is also a lawsuit that we could morally understand. I think that it morally and legally makes sense for the survivors to be sending their letters to the DOJ, telling them to redact their information and threatening lawsuits if they don't, because they're breaking the law. And morally speaking, I think that we could all agree, using our common sense here, that they should be redacting information surrounding the survivors, especially pictures of them as children and their full names. So anybody with a brain in their head should be siding with the survivors here.
Doesn't that interfere with the Transparency Act that was signed by 400 and something House legislators, that they said that if these files need to be public because we know the court system won't come forward about this. So we're in this case, the citizens are the judges, not the legal prosecutors, because we've seen the legal prosecutors not do anything over the last 20 years. Hillary Clinton is still on, not in jail. Bill Clinton is still not in jail. Bill Gates, these are just renowned Democrat, very powerful leader. Like Bill Gates is a known Democrat.
Leaders.
Jeffrey Epstein wasn't.
Not leaders. Leaders.
Yeah. And then we've seen the high power ups. Bill Gates is one of the richest mans in the world, and he's donated trillions of yeah, he's probably the richest man in the world. I mean, they were all talking on Gmail, which is a Bill Gates app. They were all talking on Gmail on the Bill Gates app. He created Gmail, and that's where a lot of the files have been introduced.
Bill Gates did not create Gmail. He created Outlook.
I think he created Google. I'm pretty sure he created Google.
He created Microsoft.
I might need to get fact checked on that, but I believe it was.
This is common sense. Bill Gates.
Bill Gates, Kevin
Bill
Gates.
I don't wait. Was it? No. It was Windows, right? I don't know. It was either Microsoft or Windows. Maybe somebody a little bit older than me could fact check me real quick. It's not Google though. Alphabet owns Google. Alphabet is an international company. Microsoft, yeah. There we go. I was right. Both? Yeah. And Microsoft. Windows is Microsoft. Yeah. Yes, it's Microsoft, thank you.
Windows is Microsoft, but they're also a part of that bigger IT corporation.
No,
And there are
Microsoft is separate from Alphabet that owns Google.
Yeah, but he's a co-founder of Microsoft, and Microsoft has
but
Windows
Microsoft
Outlook,
is separate than,
and Windows is Google.
No, Windows is not Google. Alphabet owns Google. Microsoft owns Windows.
Okay. Well, anyway, so like I was saying about how that interferes with the Transparency Act.
That's also wrong.
Now the citizens.
One second. That's also wrong.
Have to make their own jurisdiction.
No. The survivors wanting to sue the DOJ for releasing their names does not interfere with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. In fact, the Epstein Files Transparency Act would be their basis for the lawsuit, because the Epstein Files Transparency Act compels the DOJ to redact the names and faces of minors and victims.
Right, but then we wouldn't have proof without pictures, right?
Wait,
like
you're
big.
Wait, 1 second. You're saying, so you're affirming that act compels the DOJ to redact the names and faces of victims and minors.
Well, now
simultaneously
they have to,
that the
because they're being
survivors
sued.
acting the DOJ to redact the names and faces of the victims and minors somehow interferes with the act. So how would
now you have to
so I have a
redact
question.
these
How would the
names.
survivors asking the DOJ to abide by this act interfere with the act? That's nonsense.
Oh, because we're missing such a big piece of the picture if we don't have identities to connect these victims with. Because if they're unidentifiable, then it's going to stay in a civil court or in a behind closed doors situation, and we haven't seen enough sufficient evidence to be we want this to be on a piece of paper.
I think it's very fair for us all to agree that we shouldn't know the identities of the children that were trafficked. All we need to know is that there was children who were trafficked. And the reason why we shouldn't want to know the identities of the children that were trafficked is for the well-being, safety, and livelihoods of them. Okay? I think that is very fair. I think that makes sense. I think that both you and I, alongside anybody watching, could try our bests to imagine ourselves in such a terrible, terrible situation where we're being taken advantage of. And, the story of us being taken advantage of is, excuse me, I got to blow my nose real quick.
Yeah, you've been sick these last couple of days, bud.
Just allergies. I think that, we can imagine ourselves in such a terrible situation and then that story of said terrible situation is, the largest piece of international news, and us not wanting every human alive to know our identities.
Yes, sir. Can I ask you?
But also, this isn't, once again, it's not interfering with the act. You've repeated that 3 times now, that them asking the DOJ to redact their identities is somehow interfering with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. It does not interfere with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. Once again, for the 3rd time in repetition now, it's because the Epstein Files Transparency Act obligates and mandates the DOJ to redact their names. So do you concede prior to your contrary claims, to your prior claims, that no, the survivors asking the DOJ to redact their identities is not interfering with the Epstein Files Transparency Act?
No, I think a lot of them just want to kind of keep it in a civil court and not in the public eye. But as we've seen in the last 20 years, it's not happening like that.
You're not answering
Nobody's
my
getting
question.
justice. Nobody's going to jail
You're
for
not
it.
answering my question.
So
Please
it needs
answer
to
my
be in the
question.
public eye.
One second.
And that's what
answer my question.
This is what administration is trying to push
Answer
for.
my question, then we'll talk about that claim. Answer my question.
Well, what was the question again?
Do you concede that the survivors asking the DOJ to redact their identities is not interfering with the Epstein Files Transparency Act? Because in all reality, the Epstein Files Transparency Act actually legally mandates the DOJ to redact their identities. So they're not asking the DOJ to interfere with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. They're in all reality asking them to abide by the act.
No, it is violating it because the bill specifically states that and this is what they kind of wanted, because they wanted Congress to make a vote on this.
So how are the survivors asking the DOJ to redact their identities, violating the Epstein Files Transparency Act?
It says a full undisclosed, unredacted, and that is what was signed by the 400 different members of our government. So when that is clearly violating it.
Sorry, that claim. That
how is that wrong, Dean? That's not wrong, but
because the act compels them to release the files, full, unredacted, and undisclosed.
Redacted. And what are they partitioning for?
One moment.
Redaction.
One moment. With limited redactions for the identities of survivors and minors.
All unclassified records. No. And yeah, it is. Literally, that is what the bill says. It says releasing all unclassified records. So when there is an unclassified record,
but the classified records that they want to have stay classified would be the identities of minors and survivors.
But that's not what the bill says. The bill says it's all unclassified. So if we get it classified,
we had the person who made the bill on this stream less than 3 weeks ago talking about this.
But yeah, we don't need to spend all stream talking about this one subject.
I think that we just need to clear it up.
Yeah, and I think that we've seen. Did Trump deliver on his promise? Yes or no about releasing these files?
Before we talk about Trump, we need to finish this conversation about what this act allows for redactions of. Okay, you're attempting to do what Trump does. You're attempting to flood the zone and introduce more than one topic of conversation at one time. Before we move on to that, okay, we first need to finish our conversation surrounding the withstanding of the Epstein Files Transparency Act and what it included. So I actually have the act up here on my computer screen. It's HR 4405, Epstein Files Transparency Act. Could you please point me towards where inside of this bill, okay, it expressly says that all contents must be released with no redactions for the identities of minors and
that's
survivors.
Great. So it says prohibiting. What was it? Freak. I'm trying to read this off the top of my head. Prohibiting embarrassing and damning evidence towards the victims, so if it is embarrassing towards whoever, it still has to be released. And then,
that's for the people that were perpetuating the crimes against the survivors. Okay, right? Like they cannot make a redaction if that redaction is being made to protect the reputation of like one of the bad actors that engaged in crimes against the survivors. Wait. If I could show you the part of the act that expressly says to redact the identities of survivors, would you concede?
By who? Was this a signed executive order? Or was this just like an article that you pulled up?
This guy knows nothing about. It's not an executive order. It's a bill passed through Congress. I'm saying if I could show you the part of the bill. In fact, I'll just go ahead and do that now, and then we'll get your concession. And keep in mind, guys,
prohibiting releasing.
This is the next Charlie Kirk, by the way. All right, so what you see open on your phone screen right now, the text is a little bit too small to show on YouTube.
Yeah, dude, no one can read that. That is like the worst kind of.
Just give me a moment here, real quick. So the text that you see open up on your screen right now, if you happen to be watching on TikTok, is going to be the text of the Epstein Files Transparency Act. I'm just going to scroll up here for a moment to show you guys exactly what you're looking at on your phone screen right now. Let's go up to the top here. This would be HR 4405, Epstein Files Transparency Act on Congress.gov. So just to clarify, can you agree that this is the text of the Epstein Files Transparency Act? Guessed?
I'm reading it. Hold on.
One second. Don't start to read it yet. I'm just asking you. Can you agree that this is the Epstein Files Transparency Act?
What website is this though?
This is Congress.gov.
All right, Congress.gov.
I'll show you that too. Could you see the Congress.gov? Come back.
That's different from the Department of Justice. That's
Yeah,
different from the Department of Justice.
it is.
That
Yes.
they're not.
Yes.
It's completely different than what the Department of Justice.
Yes, that is true. Congress is different than the Department of Justice. Aaron?
Yeah, it's complete. You're comparing two different articles that are not even really related to the justice system, because one justice system has to be one has to prosecute while the other can build a full disclosure for the public.
I have a question.
Yeah, it's the Department of Justice who's doing the investigation, not Congress. So
have a
come
question.
again. Thank you. Have a great day, sir.
I don't really know if
Get
this guy
clocked.
I don't know if this
Get
guy
cl-
understands the basics here. So you do understand that it is Congress who passes law that the DOJ then has to abide by. So when we're talking about the DOJ being forced to release the Epstein files, that is because Congress passed the Epstein Files Transparency Act that the DOJ then legally has to abide by. So when I'm showing you the Epstein Files Transparency Act on congress.gov, I'm showing you the new federal law that the DOJ has had to abide by, legally speaking, that has led to the release of these files that include the identities of victims. So now, inside of the Epstein Files Transparency Bill, let's take a look at it on the screen right now. If we scroll down to this section 139 STAT.656, we could read here, it says, 1, permitted withholdings. The Attorney General may withhold or redact the segregatable portions of records that A, contain personally identifiable information of victims or victims' personal and medical files and similar files, the disclosure of which would constitute a clearly unwarranted invasion of their personal privacy. So earlier you were making the claim that the Epstein Files Transparency Act does not allow for any redactions, including the identity of victims. We have now literally read the Epstein Files Transparency Act, and I let you see, like on your phone screen, the portion of the bill that allows for redactions to be made of the identities of victims.
So that's not true, though, because you said the Attorney General may. So the Attorney General can't specifically say this has to be redacted. He has the right to do that if he thinks it warrants enough evidence, like personal addresses, personal names, personal emails, all that stuff. He may, but he's also, it says may for a reason, right? Not he has to, or there has to be 100%. If he thinks it's enough evidence to be put traceable links to an individual, that may be permissible, or the victim has the right to redact themselves for that. But it's also not, it's tied into the non-full transparency that ties into the whole case.
This guy's just saying words. Okay.
You think
so
that's just words, though? Because he says may.
Can we agree that somebody's name would be identifiable information that traces back to them?
Yes and no, because there's also, people have the same names. People in the world have the same names. Like there's people with the same names out there. But I think it's...
Okay, people also have the same eye color, skin color, hair color, height, birth dates, and names. So you're telling me that Dean Withers, 5'9" white guy, born on September 1st, 2004, with blonde hair and blue eyes, would not be personally identifiable information about me, because there's other people out there who share the name Dean, last name Withers. There's other people out there that are 5'9". There's other people that were born on September 1st, 2004, and there's other people with blue eyes and blonde hair. Also, I don't understand why you're attempting to like just fight so hard against the survivors here. Like by the way, this is a bipartisan issue. This isn't something that is like rejected by like the Republican Party, for instance. This is something that's being rejected by you because you're dumb and ill. If you want my best explanation, we obviously should be redacting the identities of the victims. We should be redacting the identities of the survivors because it is the case that we do not want them to have their identities blasted, okay, internationally in front of billions of people. That's what we've heard from them.
I don't know the bill.
I think that we should respect and honor their wishes. And by the way, earlier you were saying that this bill doesn't have anything to do with what the DOJ has to abide by because it's from Congress and not the DOJ. Do you now understand the basic functions of our federal government and how Congress passes law that the DOJ then has to abide by?
with this act, you're allowing now politicians to be able to redact themselves, because now if you're allowing the victims to redact themselves, you're now getting legal ground for these politicians to redact their names, because it has to go to court, and court has to decide on who's guilty and who's the accuser. So it allows there to be a legal ground fault rather than clear fault evidence between the two connections from a victim and from a trafficker, if that makes sense.
Explain to me how we're somehow protecting rapists by redacting the personally identifying information of those who were raped.
Well, the bill prohibits a redaction of embarrassing and politically motivated accusations. So the bill states that nothing can be redacted, and we're not getting the full transparency which these congressmen and women have
that claim
decided
that
to
you
vote
just
on.
made, the bill states nothing can be redacted is false.
But I mean, what?
One second. Can you admit that you were wrong? Can you admit that you were wrong?
The bill saying that nothing can be redacted, yet things are being redacted?
No. You just said that the bill says that nothing can be redacted. Can you admit that that is false?
Redactions is forbidden for embarrassment and personal assortments.
Yeah.
And that is from the DOJ. That's what the DOJ is
So just to clarify, you are standing by your claim that the bill says nothing can be redacted, right? You're standing by that claim? Come back to the line.
Sorry, I lost connection.
So are you standing by that claim that you believe that the bill says nothing can be redacted? And you're not losing connection. You're going on pause, which is
well,
fine.
The DOJ is the one holding is the one holding this prosecution, right? So if the DOJ
I'm so sorry,
says
you're not answering my
nothing
question.
can be redacted,
just yes or no. Are you standing by that claim that the bill says that nothing can be redacted?
Yes, nothing can be redacted according to the Department of Justice. Prohibits anything
How much
embarrassment.
would you like to bet?
And everybody spamming the children stuff is so weird to me. I follow 7 people.
If there's any evidence, feel free to submit it in a Discord ticket. Now, how much?
I need to sue for defamation right there. That I can take each and one of your people.
It's defamation. Now, how much would you like to bet?
And I want you to bring Wild of the Wolf up here or something.
Quickly, how much would you like to bet?
I'm reading you the Department of Justice, what they said it prohibits embarrassment.
So then this should be a pretty easy bet for you to win.
I don't know why you're defending redactions. I don't know why you're defending redacting the files.
1 second. How much do you want to bet that you are correct?
Wild of the wrong.
That the bill does not allow for any redactions.
The Department of Justice says prohibits embarrassment, politically motivated, and all sorts of that. So there's I'm not going to bet you my sanity and my sanctity for your amusement.
Okay, well, I'm not
I don't make deals with the devil.
I'm asking you to bet money.
Dean, we all know I have more money than you. So what do you want to bet? A Lamborghini Ferrari? Like I said, I'm the next
a Lamborghini Ferrari? So Lamborghinis and Ferraris are two different makes of vehicles. Those are two different companies. There's no such thing as a Lamborghini Ferrari. Because you have your Ferraris, like your Ferrari F40, and then you have your Lamborghinis, like your Lamborghini, like Aventador, or Sesto Elemento, 6 Element. That's a really fucking sick car, by the way. Full carbon. There's 7 in the world. Love it. All right? Saying that, like, you want to bet a Lamborghini Ferrari is like saying that you want to bet a Volkswagen BMW. You have one of what?
I have a Lamborghini Ferrari. It's 101. It's a collab.
Okay. So I feel like you've just reduced down into trolling because you've lost a debate. Because I know that, like, I know that this guy, by the way, for everyone watching, I know that this guy is like actually a Trump supporter. Okay, there's no doubt about it. I was listening to him on Johnny's live earlier today, and he was like trying to like drill in points about the big beautiful bill and tax cuts. And like, you know, I think I'm maybe drilling him a little bit harder than, you know, Johnny was drilling him earlier this morning. Maybe that's because he picked a little bit more of a stupid topic to run against me. And because I'm just like getting him to a point where I'm proving him wrong with Congress.gov, he's like now starting to troll in an attempt to circumnavigate, right, around getting absolutely destroyed. But I'm just going to go ahead and absolutely destroy you nonetheless. So once again, your last claim was to state that this bill, the Epstein Files Transparency Act, does not allow for any redactions to be made. You then justified this claim that this bill does not allow for any redactions to be made by reading the following text: prohibited grounds for withholding. No record shall be withheld, delayed, or redacted on the basis of embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity, including to any government figure, public figure, or foreign dignitary. But see, the thing that you're forgetting here that makes your claim wrong is, yes, that is subsection B under 9 of the Epstein Files Transparency Bill that specifies what can't be redacted. However, the very next subsection 9C, okay, following 9B, says permitted withholdings. The Attorney General may withhold or redact the segregatable portions of records that contain personally identifiable information of victims or victims' personal and medical files or similar files, and the disclosure of what would constitute a clearly unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. And don't believe me, just believe Congress.gov. On your phone screen right now, if you open your eyes, you could actually see Section 9, subsection B, prohibited grounds for withholdings. Once again, no record shall be withheld, ... And then subsection C, permitted withholdings. The Attorney General may withhold, ... personally identifiable information of victims. All right? So now we understand the full encompassed view of why the argument in which you're making here is wrong. I will ask you to concede. And by the way, in your next breath, I'd really appreciate it if you didn't try to change the topic of conversation. I'd appreciate it if you didn't attempt to balloon the scope of the conversation that we're having to quietly pivot or deflect away. I honestly just want a direct concession saying, Dean, I was wrong, okay, when I told you that the bill allows for 0 redactions, because you were misinterpreting the text of the bill by only reading Section 9, subsection B, but not reading Section 9, subsection C.
So does that section that you just mentioned negate the rest of the other sections? The Section 9C? So yeah, they work together, right? So there's there has to be identifiable proof for the judge to be like, yeah, we can't have these in the files. The only thing that they can really withhold is CP images and stuff along those lines.
Bro, okay, I'm gonna have you read this for us. Read Section 9, subsection C, point 1A. I'll highlight it for you. Read that. Out loud. Read it out loud.
So victims' personal medical files and
how about wait, look at this button. There's actually a button that I could just hit right here to say, listen.
No, okay, it says personal medical files.
Federal Register, publication, classified information, summaries. Permitted withholdings 1. The Attorney General may withhold or redact the segregable portions of records that a. contain personally identifiable information of victims or victims' personal and medical files and similar files, the disclosure of which would constitute a clearly unwarranted invasion of personal privacy.
There's a button that I can hit
that
to say
says
read.
medical files and not names, though. So their names,
dude.
It says medical files. It does not say personal names.
You can't be this dense. It says and medical files.
Yeah, it says and medical files, but it says personal persons or medical files.
Exactly.
So that's not saying
not or medical files. It says and medical files. One second. Let's ask the bot to play this word. Listen very closely.
Contain personally identifiable information of victims or victims' personal and medical files.
And medical files. So I've now put the text up on the screen for you to read personally, and then I've actually had this bot on Congress.gov read it out loud to you twice. So if you still don't comprehend this, it reduces down to like a comprehension issue on your end.
It's just different because you're reading from the Congress and not the Department of Justice. The Department of Justice is a completely separate branch, and I'd hope you would know that from Congress, that it's two different personal roads on a story, which the Department of Justice is the one that can hold these claims accountable and actually prosecute somebody. If it goes through the DOJ,
Donald Trump loves
it goes through
the
it goes
The
through the
DOJ
DOJ
is
and then it
not
gets
a branch
forwarded
of
up to
government.
Congress.
1 second.
Or the
DOJ
attorney general.
The DOJ is not a branch of government. Okay, there's 3 branches of the federal government: the legislative branch, the judicial branch, and the executive branch. The DOJ is just a department of the federal government that works with all 3 branches. Now, next question. What branch of government passes law?
Executive? Legislative.
Legislative.
Yeah, exactly. Executive.
What is
signs
another
it?
word to refer to the legislative branch of government?
Another word. Sorry, I didn't really hear you. What'd you say?
What's another word to refer to the legislative branch of government? He's Googling it. It's fine. Let him Google it real quick.
I don't know. Can you inform me?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
Congress.
go ahead.
Congress.
Congress. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's
So
just all
Congress
of them.
is no. Congress doesn't refer to all of the branches of government. No, Congress refers to the legislative branch of government. Okay? Congress is the Senate and the House of Representatives. So, when I'm showing you this bill on congress.gov and you're telling me, "Well, that's different than the DOJ." So, I'm going to trust my suppositions of what the DOJ is saying compared to what Congress is saying. Well, it's a legislative branch. It's Congress, the House and the Senate, that pass that law that the DOJ has to act in accordance with. Because what's the function of the Department of Justice? Do you know?
To prosecute? Or
What's a more holistic, wide body view of what their function is? It's to uphold the law. Okay? The function of the DOJ is to uphold the law that Congress passes. Right? So,
yeah.
of course, I'm going to show you the Epstein Files Transparency Bill that was passed by Congress on congress.gov because that's the law that the DOJ has to uphold. So when the law passed by Congress says that you have to redact the identities of victims, that's telling the DOJ that you have to redact the identities of victims. That's telling you that
But the
you're
Department
wrong
of Justice
when-
is saying they can't withhold any embarrassment or public harassment.
True. But that's not about
So that
the
doesn't
victims.
debunk my claim, though.
That's not
from
about
saying that they can't.
It is. That does. Because the claim that I debunked was your claim that they're not allowed to redact anything. Okay? They can't redact anything surrounding the perpetuators of these crimes or the associates of Epstein. Okay? They can't. Which is why the Trump DOJ is making a really big mess right now by redacting the identities of his associates. True. All right?
Okay, so who's in the executive branch? Let me ask you that. Who's in the executive branch? Name one person.
In the executive
Oh,
branch?
too long. It's called the President of the United States. So you didn't even know who was in one of these branches, but yet you have the acknowledgeable to speak on it.
Okay, I'm gonna
This guy,
name.
I got you with the gotcha. You couldn't even name the
Okay, let's expand on that. Gotcha. I'm gonna name 3 other people in the executive branch, and then I want you to name 3 other people right after me: Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, and Kristi Noem. Your turn. Come back on the live, buddy. Name 3
JD
other
Vance.
people.
JD
Okay,
Vance.
Name 2 other people.
JD Vance. You said Kash Patel, right?
Mm-hmm.
Kash Patel, Pam Bondi.
You have 2 more.
Who was the other one? God, I can't forget.
Oh, one second.
It's
Too
not
long.
Hakeem Jeffries, is it?
Oh, one
It's
second.
not.
Hakeem
It's not
Jeffries,
Hakeem-
bro, is in Congress. Too long. You don't know what you're talking about.
You didn't even
you're talking about the executive branch of government without knowing anyone in it. Oh, too long. All right, let's do it again. Come back to live. Okay, how many Supreme Court justices are there?
How many Supreme Court justices? Isn't it like 200 something?
There's 9. Oh,
There's 9.
you don't know what the hell you're talking about. How many senators are there? No, come back to live. Come back to the live.
200 something?
No, there's 100 senators, 2 from each state. Oh, too long. Too fucking long, dude. Look at you. So do you regret trying that like terrible gotcha about Dean, name one person in the executive branch of government?
Okay, so we've talked about the Department of Justice saying that they can't redact any of the names in the files.
No.
And
That's
claimed
wrong.
that they can because they have higher power.
That's not what the DOJ says either. The DOJ likely is repeating and echoing exactly what the law passed by Congress said because they have to. Okay, but when you look to read what the DOJ was saying about the redactions, you just read Section 9, point A, not Section 9, point B. Okay, because earlier you're saying that the DOJ can't redact the identities of the victims because of this part right here.
B. Prohibited grounds for withholding 1. No record shall be withheld, delayed, or redacted on the basis of embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity, including to any government official, public figure, or foreign dignitary.
Right. That's what you read off of the DOJ website. And then because you read that off of the DOJ website, you said they can't redact anything. But then you didn't read this next part that says C, permitted withholdings. They may redact the personally identifiable information of the victims.
The Department of Justice says they cannot, though.
No. That's not true. Remember,
Due to embarrassment?
I can't believe this. That's 9 subsection B saying you can't remove anything due to embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity. But the 9 subsection C says you can redact the personally identifiable information of the victims. So I understand where you're coming from here because you're saying if the DOJ says that you can't redact anything because of embarrassment, then maybe we couldn't redact the identities of victims.
So you're
because they may
for
feel
redaction, yes?
But that's why the bill explicitly clarifies, okay, that you can redact the identities of the victims. Okay, are you an absolute fucking moron, or do you have like enough brain cells to rub together to understand why you're wrong?
I mean, I'm not really for redacting the files because that gives politicians power to
One second. No. We don't care. We don't care what you're for or what you're against. Right now, all that we're talking about is what the law says the DOJ has to do. So we don't care what the fuck you think.
The Department
all that we care is what the law says.
They cannot withhold.
Oh my God, we're stuck in the same circle. Okay, it says that we cannot withhold on the basis of reputational harm, embarrassment, or political sensitivity. I agree. That is what the Department of Justice says, because once again, that is Section 9, subsection B of the bill that describes the prohibited grounds for withholding. But for the 12th fucking time now, Section 9, subsection C, the very next words say that you can redact things on the basis of personally identifiable information. Like, I feel like you're just now repeating yourself because I got you stun-locked in a corner where you're losing this debate.
Is that for victims?
I'm going to ask you yes, that is for victims. Yes, buddy. Here, how about this? I'm going to have you sit down and shut up, and I'm going to have you just listen to what the bill says. I'm going to ask this robot on the congress.gov website to read off subsection B and subsection C. We're going to listen to this all together, buddy. Okay? Listen to what I'm about to play you.
B. Prohibited grounds for withholding 1. No record shall be withheld, delayed, or redacted on the basis of embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity, including to any government official, public figure, or foreign dignitary. C. Federal Register, publication. Classified information. Summaries. Permitted withholdings 1. The Attorney General may withhold or redact the segregable portions of records that a. contain personally identifiable information of victims or victims' personal and medical files and similar files, the disclosure of which would constitute a clearly unwarranted invasion of personal privacy.
Do you get it now?
But the FOIA says it's the freedom Information Act. So if we're not getting information, if the public is not getting the right information, now we have the grounds to say this is violating the Transparency Act. Would you agree with that, yes or no? Because
No.
you wouldn't, so you're for them being able to redact the files and protect.
Listen, I'll
Yes or
repeat this
no?
one last time. Before we even talk about what our personal opinions are, we first have to be able to agree on what the law says.
We both
Because
agree
you're
it's wrong.
saying that the law says something different than what than what the law actually says. So before we talk about our own opinions, we're just going to talk about the law. So no, okay, classified redactions do not, okay, infringe on the Freedom of Information Act. Because the Freedom of Information Act says that any governmental body, okay, possesses the obligation to freely release information that is public. However, the Freedom of Information Act actually allows for the government to not release information given that that information is sensitive and classified. All right? And by the way, even if you were right about the FOIA, the Freedom of Information Act, that was a federal law that was passed years ago, and the Epstein Files Transparency Act was passed last month. So even if they did contradict one another, the Epstein Files Transparency Act would take precedence, okay, and overwrite what the Freedom of Information Act said. But they don't contradict one another.
But I think it clearly does, because it says that the DOJ cannot withhold public information, and if these files become public, that is public
DOJ
information.
Cannot
Yes or no?
withhold public information. They have to release
But
public
if that
information.
file is public information, they cannot withhold that.
But Section 9, subsection C of the Epstein Files Transparency Act says that the identities of victims are not public information, and they are to continue to be classified information.
So these files aren't public information now?
Yeah, the
Yes or no?
identities of
Yes or
the
no?
victims in the files
Yes or no?
are classified information. They're not public.
So you think you're for redactions?
One second. Before we talk about what we're for, I am for these redactions, though. We just need to talk about what the law says. This guy is really stupid. Ant, appreciate you for the $20 over on Super Chat, who says, God forbid this guy's mom, sister, wife / girlfriend or daughter is SA, and he's okay with their name and story being blasted.
Wow.
Yeah,
Did
it's
he
it's
just-
fucking insane, Ant. I appreciate
Did
you so
you
much for the
just
$20.
say that?
Show some love to Ant down below in that comment section. Please show some love to Ant down below. Thank you for the $20, Ant. Dwayne, thank you for the $10.
This guy just hoped
I appreciate you so
my
much for
family
that
was
love.
SA.
Comprehension
That's
issue,
insane.
buddy. Comprehension issue.
That's
buddy.
insane.
Thank you so much for the $10, Dwayne. Show some love to Dwayne. Leah, thank you for the $10. She says, Dear MAGA, before you want to debate on a specific topic, you should learn about that topic. For example, read the EFTA, because this guest clearly hasn't. This guest clearly hasn't even read the Epstein Files Transparency Act because he's making false claims about it. Thank you for the $10. Accidental Academic, thank you for the 14 Canadian dollars, who says the act does not require redactions for anybody except victims, yet perpetrators were redacted and victims were identified. One survivor even had her driver's license released. Clear violation. Clear fucking violation. Once again, from Section 9, subsection C. Thank you for the 14 Canadian dollars. Tyler, thank you for the 10, who says, Dean, I don't know if I could continue to deal with these MAGA people anymore. They're just sickening, literally protecting PDF files. Yeah, and like really dumb. Like this guy probably has an IQ under like 70. Thank you so much for the $10. Show some love to our donors. We also have a handful of people to thank over on Venmo and PayPal. Thank you so much, Amy, for the $10, who says, I think this guest needs a hug. No, I don't think they need a hug. They need an education. Oscar, thank you for the $11 and the 11 cents, who says, I thought that you were debating Nick Shirley for a bit, but I guess all MAGA white boys just sound the same. I guess so, Oscar. Thank you for the $11. Then Michael, thank you so much for the $150 over on Venmo. Oh my God. Thank you so much, man. That is craziness. Yo, show some love to Michael down below in that chat from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much, bro. I'm trying to see 2,000 Michael W's. Holy shit. Thank you so much for the $150 $50 donation, man. Michael, the 150 says, ask him to name 3 people in the judicial branch. No, I'm not even going to ask him that. I asked him how many Supreme Court justices there were, and he said 200. He wouldn't have a fucking clue who Clarence Thomas is. You know what I mean? Thank you. Thank you so much for the $150, man. Then Mallory, thank you for the $10. Who says, me, a liberal lady, would be a better quote-unquote next Charlie Kirk than this clown. Dude, that rock on your front porch would be a better next Charlie Kirk than this clown. Thank you for the $10. Chelsea, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you so much for that love. Molly, thank you for another $15. Who says, let's go Pats and fuck Donald Trump and fuck Epstein. So base, bro. Thank you for the $15. And then Edith, thank you so much for the $50. I appreciate you so much for that love, Edith. Thank you. Thank you so much for that love. Please show some love to Edith down below. And Edith, I just read your message. Because of its nature, it is a little bit sensitive. I don't want to, like, trigger anybody in here. I'm just going to keep it to myself. But I appreciate you so much for that love. Show some love to Edith down below. Then Abigail, thank you for the $20. Who says, Dean, I was doing prank calls waiting for you to go live. How's your day been? Bro, my day's been good. I woke up, had some breakfast, and then hop on live. Thank you for the $20, Abigail. Let's just get 200 Abigail W's. And that was actually the first donation. Then just one more here. Gabriella, thank you for the $10. Who says, did you ever finish the Pluribus series? It kind of fell off in my opinion. I did finish the Pluribus series, and I'm not going to lie, I fucking loved it. Michael over on PayPal, thank you for the $25. Let's get 300 Michael W's. They didn't attach a message to the donation, just sent the love. Thank you so much, Michael. Corinne, thank you for the $5. Coley with the $5. Then M, thank you for the $24. Who says, have a nice evening. I certainly will. I'm going to a Super Bowl party later, so I'm going to enjoy that. I hope that you enjoy your evening as well, M. Thank you so much for supporting me in the stream. Show some love to M. And then Taylor, thank you for the $30 over on PayPal. And Cammy, thank you so much for the 25. Holy fuck, you guys. Cammy with the $25 says, happy Bad Buddy Day. Happy Bad Buddy Day to yourself, Cammy. Thank you so much for the $25. Taylor with the 30 says, love what you do, Dean. As a victim of SA, it always hurts to hear these people talk about the survivors like they aren't people who have sensitive stories. They're just such insensitive assholes, Taylor, and I'm sorry that you have to hear that, especially as a survivor. I completely understand why it would be triggering. Thank you for the love and support, and thank you for tuning in, and I'm so sorry that happened to you. Let's show some extra special love to Taylor down below. And then Holly, thank you for the $10, who says, paying my daily cult fee. Thank you for all that you do. Well, thank you for the cult fee. Then just one more here. Madison, thank you for the $5. And then Glenn, thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat, who says he is the last guy from last night claiming that racial stereotypes are accurate and justified. Are you?
No, that wasn't me, but I don't know where they're getting that from. I'm just fighting for a 100% transparency within these files.
1 second. How old are you?
25. Don't run now, dude. We're in a good debate. We're about to move topics
to
the Inflation Reduction Act that Trump passed.
The Inflation Reduction Act was passed by Biden.
Yeah, with the IRS.gov came out with a statistic that said the lower.
So, if you're 25, why do you follow somebody that's either 16 or 17 years old on TikTok?
I follow 7 people. And
no, you follow 9 people, and one of them is like a 17-year-old.
I don't really track who I follow. Really, like
how did you know exactly how many people you followed?
Like, I don't know if it's a bot or if it's not. Like, I don't know. I just probably hit follow back or something on a random Tuesday.
Okay, yeah, he's 25 and he follows somebody that's 16. It would be 15 to 16. So, and he only follows 9 people. Crazy shit. Yeah, we're gonna move on to the next guest, guys. Only opposite of that cue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Yo, Loki, that guy was like one of like the more stupid guests we've ever had up. He was really not too intelligent. All right, we got the next guest. I love Charlie Kirkro 6 loading in. Guys, please only join inside of that queue if you're following our rules and you're actually MAGA. Tucker, thank you so much for the $1 saying check Discord. He follows kids. Yeah, I appreciate you for sending that. I saw that and that's why I did check. Iris, thank you for the $10. Obviously, get out of here. Iris, thank you so much for the $10. Show some love to Iris down below. Iris with the 10 says, ask him if he knows at least 3 amendments. Well, if you didn't follow kids, I would have loved to ask him that question. Shayla, thank you for the $10, who says, this guy doesn't understand personally identifiable information means their names. Like, hello? Because he's dumb. Thank you for the $10. Then Michael, thank you for the $5, who says, why doesn't he want to protect victims? Well, now we might have a better idea of insofar as why. John, thank you for the $5. Diana, thank you for the $5. Then, yeah, looks like we're all caught up. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in here. If you're watching, you're like, hey, I like this Dean guy, and you like what I do, and you want to support me, and you want to support what I do, you could actually support me through Venmo and PayPal, found in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message on YouTube, and the handles at the top of the phone screen. And I appreciate y'all for all the love, and I hope that you enjoy the Super Bowl tonight if you're watching. Hello, Dallas. Do you support Trump?
I have a question for you. What happened to selling courses?
I just got to make sure first. Do you support Trump?
I do support Trump.
Okay, how do you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2004.
Okay, you'd actually be 21 minimum if you're born in 04. Moving on to the next guest, guys. We got Diego Trades loading up into the box, y'all. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. I'd really appreciate it if you try your best to follow the rules. I'd really appreciate it if you try your best to follow the rules. And, you know, I don't know. Be as good at math as maybe the average 6th grader. Hi, do you support Trump?
Dude, I'm going to be honest, brother. I did not even mean to join.
Man, you're good. Have a good rest of your day. Moving on to the next guest. Follow our rules, please. Follow our rules, please. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. And make sure that you are at least 18 years old as well. Moving on to the next guest right now. By the way, who do y'all got in the Super Bowl? I haven't really been tracking the NFL at all this year. Let me know. Hi, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I am 18, about to turn 19 years old.
What year were you born in?
2007.
Okay, and you do cheer?
I do.
Okay, I want to make sure that you're not lying about your age and you're not in high school. So do you do cheer at like a university?
It's recreational.
Recreational cheer. Do you work a job?
No, I do not actually.
Do you go to school?
I did.
Okay, so you're not working a job and you've graduated high school. I'm sorry, just because like, you know, the cheer in your bio, and like increasing the likelihood that you're in high school, which therefore increases the likelihood that you're lying about your age. And
Hey, do you still use the N-word behind closed doors?
no, do you?
Racist piece of shit.
I'm racist. Do you support Trump?
You're the only one on, proven to be saying the N-word.
Yo, check this out,
guy.
Brandon. I have a crystal ball in my hand that's telling me that you're about to leave as soon as I put any pressure against your view here. I'm going to dismantle it in like less than 30 seconds,
You're a
and then you're going
racist
to leave.
piece of shit. Have a
Yeah,
good day.
check this out, Brandon. So the issue with your argument is, A, you're attempting to identify the fact that when I was 14 years old, one of my white friends sent me a Fortnite edit, then I responded by saying hella good to my N-word, and then over the course of the next 7 fucking years, from the age of 14 to 21, not only was I able to hold myself accountable, change my values and moral ideals and worldly prospect, and now advocate for other people to do the same thing through these debates and apologize, but the reason
You're
why
racist.
you
Nice
ignore
trying
that
to
fact
cover
and then
up.
you continue to hone in on that claim that I am racist is because it is completely impossible for anyone who supports Trump to like identify the fact of reality that a 21-year-old white boy in TikTok is able to hold himself to a higher level of accountability than the president that you support. Get fucked on. Now, here's the question
like
that
the
truly
young, just like-
dismantles the view. The question is, how do I stop being racist? And for everybody at home watching, I'm going to have you pay attention to his response because he isn't going to respond. Because if he were to give a genuine response to the question, how do I stop being
underage girls,
racist?
just like-
Then,
Like underage girls.
okay, this guy's crashing out. 1 second. So if you were to give a genuine response to that question, which was, how do I stop being racist? Then you dismantle your own view. Because if you were to claim, Dean, you could stop being racist by like,
using the
A,
N-word.
holding yourself accountable for using the
stop
N-word when
using
you were
the
younger,
N-word.
and then changing your character by actively being anti-racist, then in accordance with that answer, I would no longer be racist. So he has to either
you are.
not answer or give a disingenuous answer, such as once a racist, always a racist, in order to maintain
Check your
consistency
Discord.
within his rage bait. So check this out. How do I stop being
Check your
racist?
Discord. Stop saying the N-word, bud.
Okay, so if I stop saying the
Probably a
N-word, then
little
I'm no longer racist. I stopped saying the N-word years ago, so therefore, in accordance with your view, I'm no longer racist.
Check your Discord.
Do you sell your wife?
It's all over. Fucking pedophiles.
I'm a pedophile?
Yes. Yes, you are. You and Harry Sisson.
Okay, why do you think I'm a pedophile?
Because y'all talk to girls under the age of 18.
Okay, what's evidence? What's the evidence that I talk to girls under the age of 18?
Check the Discord, dog.
What
Your shit's all
Discord?
over the place.
What Discord?
Your Discord. Look
My
in the
Discord?
comments.
There's evidence in my Discord that I talk to people under the age of 18? Where?
You know, just like Harry. Just like Harry was busted.
Okay, so where in my Discord can I
They're all
find
just
evidence
paid
that I was talking to
puppets.
people under the age of 18? And
They're
by the way,
all just paid
listen,
puppets.
Harry was never accosted for talking to minors. That's also not true. That's more misinformation. So where's the evidence inside of my Discord that there's that I talk to people under the age of 18? Where can I find that evidence? Feel free to unmute. I mean, just a bold claim. By the way, I'm definitely going to screenshot your profile here. Oh, no, he left. But don't worry, because I have his account. So, by the way, it is libelous and slander, okay, to knowingly call somebody a pedophile and accuse them of talking to people under the age of 18. All right? When you do that with malicious intent and reckless disregard to fact, okay, that is libelous and illegal, even against a public figure. So, like, I'm a public figure, meaning that it is a little bit harder for me to sue people when they make false claims about me compared to, like, the average American, like, probably the average viewer of this live stream. But what makes it harder is I have to meet these additional standards of the fact that there was, a reckless disregard of fact in doing so and malicious intent in doing so. But, like, obviously that guest demonstrated both of those two things, reckless disregard of fact and malicious intent, because he came up here and he didn't just make the claim that I'm a pedophile, but then he continued to repeat it by saying more specifically that I talk to minors. And then when I asked him for evidence that I talk to minors, he attempted to say, check the Discord. By the way, everyone in the Discord's going like, what the fuck? Why is he talking about us? All right. So if I wanted to, I could sue the fuck out of this guy. And on top of that, I have his TikTok account right here on my phone. It looks like I have his wife's name and his wife's information here on my phone. Yes, the 801 Queen. There's his wife, the 801 Queen. I have her Snapchat. So, I mean, it looks like if I wanted to, I could just pass these things over to a lawyer, and I could say, this person engaged in libelous slander, and I want to sue them. And then that lawyer would likely work with, let's see here. Like, what do they call themselves? Like bounty hunters, probably. I know that's not the official thing that bounty hunters do, but they have access to like OSINT tools to attempt to gain personal information about somebody with use of the input of their social medias. By the way, somebody on my Discord is saying, Dean, shut the fuck up. How about you shut the fuck up? Like, unironically, you are such a piece of shit if you're telling me in my stream to shut the fuck up. Meanwhile, I just had somebody come up here and falsely accost me to be a pedophile, arguing that I talk to underage girls. So their name is Nex, N-E-X. Nex, you are a piece of shit. I think that you automatically at once need to leave the Discord and have your account banned, because for you to go in that Discord and say, Dean, shut the fuck up, okay, as I'm up here talking about the reality of the situation, okay, that I could sue the fuck out of somebody for making that false claim, yeah, hell yeah, leave the Discord. Don't be saying, Dean, shut the fuck up. Just let the guy falsely label you as a pedophile. Don't say, Dean, shut the fuck up. Just let the guy falsely say that you talk to minors. Don't say, Dean, shut the fuck up. I don't think that it's proper for you to be telling the people watching the live stream that you could hold them liable for this claim. Dude, what an idiot. What an absolute idiot. What an absolute fucking idiot. Oh my God, they already left. Holy shit. Oh my God. Less than 5 seconds later, they're already gone. Less than 5 seconds later, they're already gone. All right, but anyways, let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. I'm gonna look into that. Everyone, do just give me a minute. We got justices for all joining right now. All right, they didn't join. Moving on to the next Trump supporter. Only op inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Also, somebody over on the YouTube chat just said, where did it say? Dean, crash out. Someone sounds guilty. No, I would honestly say if you don't get pissed off when somebody falsely labels you as a pedophile, then you sound guilty. Hey, thank you so much for the galaxy. Like, if you have somebody come up to you in front of a crowd of like over 20,000 people and they're like, oh, you're a fucking pedophile, you talk to kids. And they're like, just, okay, have a good day, bro. We're going to go to move on. That sounds fucking guilty. What's up? How old are you?
Hello, I don't support Trump.
All right, well, you have a good rest of your day, because we are just going to talk to individuals that are over the age of 18 and support Trump. Everyone just give us a moment here. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that's pro-Trump, y'all. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. We got Logan joining inside of the stream. By the way, guys, keep in mind that this is all a projection from the right. This is all a projection from the right, y'all. All right? This is all a projection from the right. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Hello? Oh, they left as well. Moving on to the next guest, y'all. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Here we go, y'all. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded in. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Okay, we got Tyrone Jackson too, loading up into the live. Hi, do you support Trump?
Hey, Dean. Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 30,
All right, sounds good, man. What year were you born in?
95. Nice to
All right,
see you.
sounds
I
good.
saw that you were on Jubilee, I think it was. Very cool that
Yeah.
you're getting those gigs.
Yeah, I've been on
Nice to talk
Jubilee
to you again.
a couple times. Here. I'm going to thank a couple people, and then we could hop into the debate. In the meantime, if you wouldn't mind going into maybe a little bit more like private, quiet area of your house, that'd be appreciated. Linda, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Linda says, I've never had such secondhand embarrassment as when I was listening to the quote-unquote self-professed next Charlie Kirk, LOL, struggle to understand the basic functions of the U.S. government. Most humiliating thing I've ever seen in a live. Yeah, I'm not going to lie. That guy was like very dumb, dude. Thank you so much for the $20, Linda, and the absolute truth nuke. Same thing to you, Kay. Thank you for the $20. She says, as a survivor fighting my own SA case, as well as a mother of a young man who really looks up to you. Thank you. Watching this in real time has been hard. I appreciate you. No, I absolutely understand why it'd be hard. We have a lot of crazy, shitty guys coming up here and saying really crazy, shitty shit. So I appreciate you for the $20, and I'm sorry to hear that. I'd also like to very quickly thank Jay. Thank you so much for the $100 donation on Venmo. Jay, thank you. Thank you so much for that love, Jay. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you so very much. Show some love to Jay down below in that comment section. Jay with $100 says, I generally don't comment on specific debates, but I sent out to all my friends your short on MAGA defending Trump's racist posts. I don't know how you, Santana, and Parker survived this horrifically stupidity. But my God, you guys are brilliant. Love as always. Jay, you already know. All the love in the world to you as well. Thank you so much for the $100 donation, and I appreciate you for being a good person. Let's get 1,000 JWs down below in that comment section. Also, show some love to, let's see here. Lucas, thank you for the $10. She says, greetings from Lithuania. Guys, please fix your country. We're so tired of seeing this shit on TV. Bro, it is crazy over here, Lucas. We do need to fix our country. Shout out to you and shout out to Lithuania. Then Leslie, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. She says, I hope definition lawsuit girl is watching and crashing the fuck out. Well, now she's saying what actually would constitute a lawsuit. I appreciate you so much for the $20, Leslie. Show some love to Leslie down below. Thank you. Thank you so much, Leslie. Then Hayes, thank you for the $5. Ada, thank you for the $3. And then Shaina, thank you so much for the $20. Who says, hey, I don't watch you as much as I like to, but your live streams and debates have helped me educate me a lot, and I wish that you could debate my parents. Well, Shaina, if you're ever with them, hop inside of the queue and I'd happily debate them. Thank you so much for the $20. Show some love to Shaina. And then, let's see here, Michael. Thank you so much for the $25 who didn't attach a message and just sent the love. I really appreciate you, Michael. And then I think we had two more over on Super Chat, one big one. Gentry, thank you. Thank you so much for the $100 Super Chat. Gentry, that is so fucking kind of you. Thank you from the very bottom of my heart. Thank you so much for your kindness. Thank you so much for the love. That is incredible. Gentry with the $100 over on Super Chat says, I hope you use this for Valentine's Day for your girlfriend. I'm glad that we have you on our side in these crazy times. Keep fighting the good fight. Much love from a blue dot in a red state. Gentry, I will absolutely use that towards a Valentine's gift a girlfriend. I'm going to do something really nice for her. At least I'm going to try my best. Thank you for the $100, Gentry. Let's get 1,000 Gentry W's down below in that chat. And then, of course, Angelina, thank you so much for the 28 Canadian dollars. She says, hey, Dean, I hope you're doing well today. Much love to you as well, Angelina. Thank you for the 28 Canadian dollars, and I hope that you're doing all right today as well. We are all caught up. If you're watching and you're like, hey, I like this Dean guy, I like what he does, and you want to support me, you can support me through the Venmo and the PayPal found in the link tree in my bio on my TikTok account. It is also in the pin message over on the YouTube live, and the handle's at the top of the phone screen. Now, at this point in time, if you'd like to go ahead and unmute and tell us why the hell you support Trump as president, the worst president in your life, you have my full eyes, ears, and all of my attention. Thank you, Rev, for the star map. Hello? Maybe he doesn't know how to mute. I just sent you an invite.
Oh, hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Here we go. Hey, yeah, follow-up question on that before I go ahead. Did you get paid for being in Jubilee videos?
Yeah, it's like rather like low compensation though. Like I think for my 1v20 surrounded video, I was paid like $25.
Badass still. It's on your resume.
Yeah. So why do you support Trump?
Yeah, for Conquest, I guess. Like, we already, apparently, I'm not over there, but Venezuela, we took them over, in how many weeks was that? So we got them. Canada is looking to join us legally with the paperwork and everything.
With the
And then
paperwork
we're
and
looking
everything,
at Greenland. Yeah, they got to get the referendum stuff,
yeah.
and they got to take votes. So,
So
I mean,
would you support
that's a
just
big deal.
like invading Greenland and like forcing them to be a part of America?
Why not?
Why not? Well, because of theft. Theft is wrong.
Okay. Fairly okay. So, would you say maybe, in your opinion, I know you know a lot about this stuff, political stuff,
But can you
diplomatic
tell me, like, would you support like stealing Greenland?
stealing? So, with my experience as an operational manager and in business and in my personal life, I know that if you're gonna do something that could get you in trouble, you probably don't want to get caught because there are going to be consequences. So, not necessarily, but it depends on exactly what you mean by stealing,
I mean taking
I guess.
forcefully, right? Which is conquest. You said that you support conquest. That's just forcefully taking.
Yeah, so if they were doing something weird over there, I wouldn't feel so bad about it, but we're not doing that. I saw that.
Can I just
there
get a
are
clear answer?
videos
Like, do you
posted.
support the conquest of Greenland? Yes or no?
Invasion, straight up invasion? No, not necessarily. If it's
Okay,
let's
all
use
right.
the example of Venezuela.
Then that's not going to be a good reason why you support
if
Trump as
they're-
president, because you're talking about Greenland, you're talking
Yeah.
about Canada and
If they're
Venezuela.
subtly
So why do you
attacking-
support Trump as president? I just want to get like a clear, coherent, cogent argument that I can rebuttal.
He does a job that I
Oh,
can
and by the
stand
way,
by.
I just also want to point this out. So, you know, like maybe here's another reason to stop supporting Trump. If you actually look at the chat right now, you'll see a bunch of Trump supporters spamming "Hail Hitler." I don't really think that we should be supporting political movements and which uphold and uplift bigotry to the extent of leading people to be mask-off neo-Nazis. Just saying. But like, what's your argument? Why do you support Trump? Yeah, like, look, I mean, they're all in the chat spamming Jew, Hail Hitler, Hail Hitler. Like, yeah, that's what MAGA's spamming in the chat right now. Yeah, I mean, we both see it, dude. Like, that's a really good reason to not support Trump.
Well, how old are you?
I'm
I
21.
wanted to ask. I'm just wondering.
I'm 21. Now,
21?
what is the
Okay.
argument insofar as why Trump is a good president?
Well, you in your personal life not understanding what these people are doing in the comments. Like, are they bots? Like,
No.
Are
Those are real people.
ignorant,
But
or
I'm going to
just,
give you one last. I appreciate you for the clarifying questions about
asking-
what's going on in the chat. I am going to give you like one last opportunity here. Can you give me an argument insofar as how Donald Trump is benefiting the United States of America, please?
I did already, and then you made a counterpoint.
Yes, and then you seem to concede on that counterpoint. So how about this? What is one way
Well,
that Donald Trump
well,
is like?
I'm
Does he have any
talking.
good domestic policy?
Domestic policy. We want more opportunities for us as Americans. So, like housing, for example, we have mentally ill people on the streets laying down, and a lot of people that doesn't come up in your normal lives while you're doing your job. But it's an actual problem if their choice is to go out on the street and sleep. And they're like ESE students, former ESE students. It's like, why are we not dealing with that before we're handing out protections and aid and whatever else to whoever? Example in
So
Gaza.
you're raising a good question. You're saying, why are we not doing more to like help those unhoused? But that's not an argument insofar
He
as
did
how
do
Donald
an
Trump is
executive
passing.
order about it
No,
already.
he didn't. What
for
executive
mentally ill
order?
people.
Yeah, what's the executive order?
For
Let's read it
homeless
together.
people, moving them off the streets and into like health institutions, I believe.
Okay, so what's
he
the
calls
executive
them.
order?
I don't know. I pay attention to the news, and I was watching all of these executive orders coming out. There's weed also. He was trying to get that done by the end of last month.
Wait, what did you
Something
say?
we all wanted. Weed.
I gotta ban you because you can't say the names of any DRUGS on TikTok Live, man. That was a really big stray, and I apologize that you caught it. Let's go to move on to the next guest. We got Jake Roberts loading up into the box, folks. Please make sure that if you find yourself inside of that queue, you're ready to come up here and have a conversation with me about why you're MAGA. Welcome into Sport Trump.
Yo. Yeah,
How old are you?
I'm 19,
What year were you born in?
2006.
Phil?
What?
Is this Phil?
Who?
Phil?
Who?
Phil.
I don't know who you're talking about.
Phil, what are you doing?
What are you talking about? Who is Phil? I'm kind of confused.
Why are you on a fucking burner account named Jake Roberts right now? What are you doing?
What? Can we debate? I don't know who you're calling Phil, bro. Like,
Dude, you accidentally just hit the Phil, bro. You just accidentally sold it.
no.
Yeah, the way that you say no, you sold it again.
What do you talk? Can we just debate? Like, I don't know what you're talking
so now you've just
about.
completely like folded, like you were like making your voice a little bit deeper.
No,
but
bro,
now you're like
my-
20 seconds in, and then now that whole like
my-
voice cover up is just gone.
That's not my name, bro. Like, dude, can we just debate? Are you just scared or like what? Like, cause you're calling me this guy who I don't even know who you're talking about.
All right, goodbye, Phil. We're going to move on to the next guest. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA, y'all. I'd really appreciate if you do your best to follow our rules, please. We got the next guest, too, fresh, loading up into the box. Make sure that you're only joining inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. I'd really appreciate it if you follow the rules to the best of your ability. How do you support Trump?
Yeah, I support Trump.
Echo.
I said yes, I support Trump.
Can you disconnect any Bluetooth devices you have connected to your phone? There's a lot of feedback. All right. While he's doing that, thank you so much for the 20 Canadian dollars over on YouTube Super Chat. Kate, that is Kate. Kate with the 20 Canadian dollars says there's a couple dozen maple MAGA bootlickers in Alberta thirsty to join the USA. The rest of Canada are not only not on board with joining the USA, but actively boycotting everything USA. Yeah, bro, Canada will never agree to become the 51st state. Thank you so much for the 20 Canadian dollars, Kate. There's a lot of feedback on this guest's mic. Are you driving?
No, I'm in a car though.
Why is there so much feedback through your mic? Is your like, can you pick your phone up maybe?
Yeah, my phone's right next to my face.
I don't know where that feedback is coming from. I'll try my best to deal with it. Why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because he's I don't know, I think he's the smartest president that we ever had, honestly. I think he's doing a lot of good for this country, the tariffs, the lifts, all that stuff. Like, I understand that you want to like liberalize and demonetize everything, bro, and try to liberate Biden and Kamala Harris and lift everything up to some weird conference future and shit, but I'm just not with all that.
So you're not with libertizing and lifting everything up to a weird conference future and shit?
Yeah, that you are. I just disagree with everything
Right.
that you're about.
Right. So
For
what is
sure.
it?
I'm not even.
So what does it mean to libertize everything and lift it up to a weird conference and future and shit?
Okay, so like, what Kamala and Biden was pressing on, like allowing, and I don't mind like immigrants and stuff coming over here and stuff like that if they're going to come here legally, and then like suppress that and give them aid when we don't even have aid for our own veterans or anything like that. I think that's like a sick-minded, twisted thing that we do, or that
So-
Democrats do in general.
Okay, first and foremost, could you turn your volume down by like 3 clicks? I want to see if that helps out the feedback. Okay, so you'd say that like not giving aid to veterans is libertizing
Or
everything
anyone.
and-
Like, we're helping other countries when we should be helping our country.
Okay,
Like with
so-
the tariffs.
so-
Like
so
so
when-
many countries
one
have been
moment.
taking from us, and we haven't been getting anything in return from
So
any
when-
country.
So when Donald Trump sent $40 billion to Argentina, was that an example of Donald Trump libertizing shit and lifting everything
What
up
about
to a
when
future
Biden
conference?
sent trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars of equipment to Ukraine and just left it there? And just literally left it there just to sit there and run.
Do you mean Afghanistan?
No, I mean Ukraine.
We only sent $100 billion to Ukraine under Biden.
We sent $100 billion in aid, not even counting the military equipment that we subsidized to them.
That
and
is
just
actually
left over.
counting the military equipment, yes.
I disagree with that, but
Okay, and what's your source?
Google.
So
What's your
Google's a
source,
search,
bro?
the Congressional Budget Office. So Google's a search engine, not a source.
No.
Next question.
Well, I'm just
Can you
saying-
recite the alphabet A to Z?
Can you do it backwards?
No, I cannot do it backwards. I'm just asking you to do it forwards, like A to Z.
Yeah, I'm not a monkey. I'm not gonna do that. But yeah, I can announce
Because you're not a
the
monkey?
alphabet from
I
A
don't
to
get
Z.
it. You want to do it because you're not a monkey? What does that mean?
You're wanting me to do it from sublimic things, bro. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna sit here and we're supposed to be debating about Trump and that. We're not gonna sit here and I'm not gonna go A to B.
Okay, so I hear that your car's moving. Are you in the driver's seat?
No, I'm in the passenger seat.
Could you have the driver say hi real quick?
Hi.
Wow! You're telling the truth. That's actually kind of crazy. I didn't expect that. Okay. All right, we can continue the debate now. Sounds good. So earlier you're saying that you don't support me because I libertize everything. What does it mean to libertize? I'm not familiar with that word.
Well, like, like when you was having the conversation about like us going over to Greenland and forcing that, like you act like it was like full blown genocide, like it was some Hitler shit. We're not going over there mass murdering people just because they're literally what Hitler was trying to do. He was trying to erase an entire race from existence and take over their country. That's literally what his plan and what he was trying to do.
So I never said
we're
that
not
Trump
doing-
was literally Hitler because he wanted to invade Greenland. I don't know where you're getting that from.
The last conversation with you when you had what you had with the last guy.
Yeah, I just said
Like
that
you
it was
said,
like
you
a
tried
bad
to put
idea
those both
to.
in the same concept.
So I said that it was a bad idea to invade Greenland because it would be theft. And theft is wrong, not to mention the international geopolitical fallouts of losing our allyships within NATO. The
So
EU,
like
so on
you,
and so
so
forth.
you'd rather countries do that to us and then us not do that to them? I mean,
So no,
it's like a two-way
I don't
thing.
want. I don't want like any country in NATO to invade America, but don't worry, they're not doing that.
Yeah, they won't do that.
Right.
They know
right.
better.
The same way that we should know better than invading Greenland.
But we're not invading if we're gonna do policies based on like buying. Just like we changed like his executive orders to change the Gulf of America or Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America, and
Well, so see, Donald Trump asked the military to draft a plan for a ground invasion of Greenland. That's not a proposition of just merely buying it from Denmark or the Danish kingdom. Not to mention that the Danish kingdom has made it clear they do not want to sell Greenland, and they're never going to give Greenland to us. Dude, the guests today are really smart. By the way, when you leave the TikTok app, I can't hear you.
oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, wait, also something else I wanted to go over. You said that Donald Trump was really smart.
Can you hear me a lot better now, bro?
Yeah. So you said that Donald Trump was like the smartest person ever?
Yeah, I think he's a genius.
He's a genius? Do genius typically think coal's clean?
Say that again.
Do genius typically think that coal is clean?
Santa Claus does. Santa Claus does. He
No,
goes
he
to the
thinks
chimney.
that, he thinks that I don't know why you just repeat whatever your dumbass friend said to you, because Santa Claus does not think that coal is clean. Santa Claus thinks that coal is dirty. That's why he gives it to kids on the naughty list. So
I mean, he goes to the chimney. Yeah. He is right. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. We're wrong.
I can't do it, bro. I'm sorry. You have a good rest of your day, dude. We're gonna move on to the next guest, man. I just can't fucking do it. I just can't fucking do it. I'm sure that there could have been, some clips there or whatever the fuck. I'm sorry. I just can't do it. I just can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. Fuck no. I can't do it. Oh my god, guys. Oh my god. So I feel like today's interesting. Rev, thank you for the league trophy. So I think that there's a lot more of like the really low IQ Trump supporters like online on the internet today because of the Super Bowls later. I think it's my best guess, and maybe that's why we're just getting like really dumb people up here. Do you support Trump?
You actually, yes, and I'm actually from South Africa.
Okay, do you support Trump?
I do.
Okay, are you like actively like South African immigrant in America or like in South Africa?
No, I'm full on South African. I live in South Africa.
Okay, I usually only debate people like in America. I could consider making an exception for you, just because I'm curious. Why do you support Trump?
Dude, if you kind of think about it, what Trump has actually done for your country and what Trump is trying to do for other countries. Like, for example, how Trump has involved himself in South Africa, trying to make South Africa a better place because we're kind of living in a shit country. And he has created jobs and stuff on your side.
Okay, wrong. So last month, January of 2026, we actually got our worst January jobs report since 2009 during the Great Recession.
Okay.
So he's not creating jobs, and that was incorrect.
Okay, so how many of your
Bad
people
start.
actually have jobs?
Um,
Like in the States compared to South Africa?
See, we're not going to compare anything to South Africa, and that's usually why I don't like allow international guests to join the live, because I'm not here to talk about South Africa. I'm here to talk about America.
No, I understand that, dude. But if, like I'm saying, if
Hey, I have a
you
question. I actually want to ask you this
understand
question. Maybe this is like a good way this conversation to go. Okay, I don't really know too much about the government of South Africa. Does South Africa have a president, a
shit.
prime minister?
No, we have a president and he's shit.
Okay, I have a question. Do you think that that president would like get kicked out of the presidency if he raped someone?
No, he wouldn't because it's South Africa.
But would you support him getting kicked out of the presidency if it was found out that he raped someone?
Yes, I would.
Would you support Trump getting kicked out of the presidency in America if it was found out that he raped someone?
I would, yes.
Okay, so
Because
Trump did rape someone.
that is
That's
no
something
need.
that a court determined 2 years ago. So in
Is there any
2023,
proof
3
of
years.
it, though?
Yeah, and that's why a court found him guilty.
Okay, but yet everybody in your country still elected him as your president.
Yeah, the same way everyone in your country elected this guy as your president, but you said that you no longer support this president and want to be
dude,
kicked
most
out
of us
if it was
did
found out that he
not
raped someone.
elect this dude as our president.
Okay, just like most of Americans didn't vote for Trump at the 2024 election, I was just trying to be nice.
Yeah, there's no need to be nice.
Okay, but I think that the parallel here is clear. You said that you wouldn't support Trump as president in America if it was found out that he raped someone. We did agree that that is something a court determined 3 years ago.
Okay.
So you no longer support him, right? I've changed your mind?
No, I still do support him, dude, because
Okay,
I
so
do
then you're a
think he
hypocrite
can
with no
do
spine
better
and
for
no
a
moral
country.
principles.
No, there is moral principles on certain things, dude.
Okay, but
Do
then why
you
is there not moral
support a guy
principles on rape?
that's job is killing a person, but it's his job?
No, I'm not in all scenarios. I only support that person if it's their job, if they're justifiably killing people.
How?
How? Self-defense? Like, I think that there's
No,
some
dude, I'm not
scenarios
talking about
where,
that,
like,
dude.
law
I'm
enforcement
talking about
officers are, like,
with the death
justified in
penalty.
killing people in reference to self-defense. In reference to the death penalty, I actually think that we should abolish the death penalty. Not only because the exoneration rate of people on death row is around 5 to 7%, meaning that there's a percentage of people that we're killing on death row that are in all reality innocent. Not to mention that it actually costs significantly less to just keep them in solitary confinement for the rest of their lives. And for those that are truly guilty, I actually think that lifelong solitary confinement is worse than the death penalty.
I agree there, because I also feel the death penalty is not an option.
Okay, so then why wasn't an option for Alex Preddy, the man who was gunned down and murdered by state agents of the state in the streets of Minneapolis, Minnesota, here at home in the United States of America, who was then defended by the Trump administration? In fact, the innocent citizen who was murdered was labeled as a domestic terrorist and assassin, and then the murderer, the agent of the state, the ICE agent that murdered him, was labeled a patriot, somebody that we should stand by. In fact, J.D. Vance, Trump's VP, said that these people should have criminal immunity.
I don't agree with that.
Okay, so we've now gone over the fact that you said that you'd stop supporting Trump if he was a rapist. I proved to you that he was. You just kind of walked that back, said that you still support him. Now I'm bringing up how he's defending murder. You don't agree with that. Okay, so a rapist defending murder probably shouldn't be president, right?
Look, we both have our different opinions. I have a different
But is
opinion
it fair to
on
say
what he
rapists that
does
defend
for a
murder shouldn't be
country.
president? Is it fair to say that rapists who
that
defend murder
doesn't
that were best
mean-
friends with pedophiles shouldn't be president?
That doesn't mean that I
actually-
can't still
I'm
support
not
him in
actually with you
certain
that.
ways.
Okay, I might honestly, like, this might be, like, the new thing for me. Okay, rapists who are best friends with pedophiles that defend murder shouldn't be president. Yes or no?
In a certain matter, no. And in a certain matter, yes.
So in what situation should rapists whose best friends are pedophiles that defend murder be president?
Not in that way. I mean in a way that what he does for a country is he builds a country up.
Oh, so the rapist that was best friends
There's
best
not
friends
a
with a
problem
pedophile that
there.
defends murder builds this country up. How so?
That's not a problem.
What?
Building
What?
a country up is not a problem.
Wait, what's not a problem?
Breaking a country
Clarify.
down is a
1
problem.
second. We need. Whoa. Wow. We need some clarification. What exactly, be clear, is not a problem? Because it kind of sounded like you're saying there. Oh my God. It kind of sounded like you're saying there that being a whoa my God. Wow. One moment, please. I'm going to take a drink of water. It kind of sounded like you were saying that. It kind of sounded like you were saying there that being a rapist who's best friends with a pedophile that defends murder isn't a problem.
No, that is a problem.
Okay.
I'm saying what is not a problem is a man trying to build up a country. A man trying his best to rectify his mistakes. That is not a problem. The rest, yes, that is an issue. But yet,
Trump never tries
it
his best to
and
rectify his
still
mistakes.
elected him.
There's nobody more like afraid of accountability than the Orange Man. Like, in response to a court determining that he raped Jean Carroll, he didn't say sorry. He in fact argued that she should be thrown in jail.
Okay, that was wrong on his part.
Okay, so how's he trying to build this country up?
But
exactly?
that does not mean that he's
Right.
incapable of running a country.
I actually think it does. Because it's the man who passes the policy. The position of the presidency is necessarily a role of public service where you have to care about your constituents in order to seek and advocate for a better quality of life for them. I think that rapists are apathetic. I think that rapists do not have the ability to care for others. And I think that's proven via the lack of the foundational moral virtues required to rape someone. So therefore, because he is, it is impossible for him, due to the lack of those necessary foundational moral virtues, to fulfill this position of public service. He would be unqualified for the role of the presidency. But I want to ask you here, how is he building America up? How's he building America up? Please tell us.
Well, the last time I checked, was he not creating jobs for everybody and trying to get the foreigners out so that there is more job creation for and more place for people in the States?
Well, no. We already went over this. January, last month, 2026. Worst month job report since the Great Recession in 2009. Last year, 2025. Worst annualized job report, ignoring recession, since 2003. Highest unemployment since the pandemic. Most layoffs since the pandemic. You know what that means? Less jobs.
Well, it's basically the same this side.
In South Africa?
Yes. There is so
Yeah.
much unemployment. It's not even funny.
Yeah, and I assume
If-
that's like one of the reasons why you said that you don't support your current president.
Yes, exactly.
So then why wouldn't this be
Like,
one of the reasons why you wouldn't support Trump?
I basically on that one, I support Trump for what he's trying to do in our country as well, by taking on our president, by saying to him, listen, look at the faults that the country is making by having farm murders, and you are not realizing it.
Okay, so not realizing murder.
So he is
Didn't
basically
we
stating you
just go
you need
over,
to also get
didn't
your
we like just
country
go
in
over how
order.
he's defending murder here?
You said he's defending murder on your side.
Yeah, but he's not defending murder in South Africa.
No, you more said he had a problem with the fact that our
Yeah.
president doesn't notice that there are farm murders.
Okay. And has your president done anything about
That's
those
why.
murders?
That
quote,
is
unquote?
why, for the G20,
Has your president
which
done
was
anything about
in
those
South
murders?
Africa. Say again.
Has your president done anything about those murders?
No, he has not. He says to
Oh,
everybody.
so
there
Trump
is
hasn't made him
nothing
do
like that,
shit.
yeah.
So Trump hasn't made him do shit.
Because our president is fucking stubborn.
Oh, but I thought that Donald Trump was just such a geopolitical powerhouse that could get anybody to bend the knee and do whatever they want.
Well, our president isn't bending for him.
Yeah. Well, I think that we kind of saw a natural into that conversation because it just kind of played out until we kind of got to this point where going to defend anything he's doing in America. So we're going to move on to the next guest, guys. Only hop inside of the queue of your MAGA. We have James Smith loading up. We have a couple people to thank as well. Oh my God, you guys are being very kind today. Daydream. Thank you so much for the $50 donation over on YouTube. Dude, that is craziness. I'm trying to see 500 big ass Daydream W's. down below in that comment section for the 50. Daydream with a 50 says, big news. Around 3-ish hours ago, the FBI concluded that Epstein wasn't running a trafficking ring for the elite. Please don't stop talking about the files. This is a massive cover-up happening right before our eyes. We cannot trust Cash Patel or the FBI anymore. All right, no one believed Daydream quite yet. I'm going to fact-check that information. You know, we just want to go off of what the facts are. We have a lot of viewers. But I appreciate you so much for letting me know, and I appreciate you for the $50. I'm going to look into that literally right now. I appreciate you so much. Please show some love to Daydream down below. I appreciate you so much. Show some love to Daydream, seriously. I'd also like to quickly thank Camp for the $10, who says, according to the color grape is a mistake, so Trump accidentally stuck his disgusting fingers into E. Jean Carroll. Makes sense if you don't think about it. Yeah, right. Ross, thank you for the $20 as well. I appreciate you so much for that love. This is a Afrikaner who thinks Mandela is a terrorist. She's lying about farm murders. She's spewing white racist evil. Well, I appreciate you for the $20, Ross. I'm actually not too familiar with what's going on in South Africa. I should be way more familiar. I've just been way too focused on domestic issues. I need to look into it more. Angelina, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Says, I bet after the Super Bowl, there will be a bunch of inebriated MAGA online making fools of themselves. And that's why Parker is going to be doing a live stream tonight. Yo, watch fucking Parker's live tonight after the Super Bowl. I bet it's going to be very interesting. Jose, thank you so much for the $60 donation over on Venmo. Thank you so much for that love, Jose. That is crazy, dude. Thank you. Jose with the $60 says, Dean, thank you. I've noticed when you, Parker, and Santana make crucial debate points and ask MAGA to react, they react with something like, quote unquote, what? I didn't hear you. It is like they are intentionally wanting to maintain ignorance. They truly are deplorable. Oh my God, Jose, we have so many people up here who truly are fucking sick. I appreciate you for the $60 donation, dude. That goes a very long way. Thank you so much, man. Lois, thank you for the $13, who says love and gratitude from Spacepunk. Thank you so much for that love, Lois/Spacepunk. Thank you. Sophie, thank you so much for the $15, who says, hey, Dean, I've been watching you for a while now, and this is the first time donating. Thank you so much for all that you do. You truly give me hope. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for that love, Sophie. I'm really happy to hear that you've been enjoying the streams. Madison, thank you for the 5. Ashley, thank you for the 5. Sarah, thank you for the 1. And it looks like we are all caught up. If you're watching, you're like, hey, I like this guy and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal down below. Let's see if we actually have anyone over on PayPal to thank. We sure do. Meisha, thank you. Sorry, James. We just have 4 more people. Meisha, thank you so much for the $12, who says all the love from Canada, Dean. Keep up the good work, Meisha. Thank you so much for the love. I really appreciate you so much. Show some love to Meisha down below. Susan, thank you so much for the $10, and I'll make sure I check that email out. Cully, thank you for the $5. Armani with a 5, and then Katharina with a 5. There we go. We're all caught up. Hi, James.
What's up?
Dude, not too much. Really enjoying my day here, shitting on the MAGA idiots trying to change some minds, get people to open up their damn eyes. How about you, dude?
I'm watching the Super Bowl preview.
Creed.
What? Who's Creed?
Why are you doing it again?
What are you talking about? I'm 56 years old. I was born in 1969. Let's have a respectful debate here.
Name a popular song from the 90s.
Should have been a cowboy.
Should have been a cowboy?
Toby Keith.
When was that released?
1993. I don't know the exact.
Toby Keith. Let me see if you really know Toby Keith. How's he doing?
He's dead. Sadly.
There you go. Okay. This is very obviously Phil.
Who's Phil?
Chat. I think that there's some plausible deniability here. We're gonna let it go on. We'll see if it's Phil. Hi. So why do you support Trump?
So I support Trump because of what he's doing with immigration and getting people out of our country.
Getting people out of our country. Well, it seems like getting people out of our country has only hurt our country. And now there's like a 30% of a recession in 2026 following some of the worst job reports that we've seen in modern American history, reaching all the way back to the Great Recession.
Where did you get that statistic from?
The Bureau of Labor Statistics, currently managed, owned, and operated by the Trump administration. So I'd say that's a pretty reliable source.
Well, it's got to get, worse before it gets better.
Says who?
Can you repeat that?
Says who?
Says common basic knowledge.
Okay, so says no one, just your own suppositions. So explain your
No.
suppositions to us. Why does it have to get worse before it gets better?
That's how life works, Dean.
No, that's not how life works. It certainly didn't have to get worse for Trump before it got better. He was born with a golden spoon in his mouth. It's clearly not how life works.
He was like in debt for millions of dollars.
Because of his 7 bankruptcies, because he's a terrible business owner.
Okay, so he had to.
Oh, he follows Creed. Oh man, let me check that out. I think Creed is getting bored. 3 following. He does follow Creed's #1 glazer. He has this post that says, "Fuck you, communist liberals." Creed, what are you doing, bro? Why are you so bored, man? Why are you so fucking bored, dude? Get out of here. Get out of here. Moving on to the next guest, man. We got that next guest loading up in here, y'all. I kind of need to go pee. I'm going to start doing some outreach to my friends. Seeing if anyone could cover me real quick. All right, let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box, folks. Only up inside of the queue of your mag. I'd really appreciate if you do your best to follow rules, please. Yo, thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat, who says, please debate Incognito Phil. It will be hilarious.
Hey, Dean. I just
gone.
wanted to say, I'm 18, but listen, I know I tried to sue you, but I'm here for you. If you need help suing that other guy.
Oh my god, it's you. Goodbye. How are you in here on 2 different accounts? Okay. Well, she had both of her 2 accounts in the queue. That's kind of crazy. Moving on to the next guest right now. Only hop in that queue of your MAGA, please. I'd also like to very quickly thank Molly. Thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Molly, thank you for the love. Molly with the 20 says, let's fucking go Patriots. Fuck Donald Trump. Ice out. Dead PDFs. Can't reoffend. Thank you. Dean! God damn it, I love that energy, Molly. Thank you so much for that love, dude. Hell yeah. Show some love to Molly down below in that comment section. As well as Kimberly, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you so much for that love, Kimberly. Show some love to Kimberly. Then Katharina, thank you for the 5. And then Biddy, that is B-I-T-T-E. Thank you for the $10 as well. He says, usually donate to Parker, but keep up the good work that you're doing. Get Trump out of office. Love from your old supporter in Sweden. Well, shout out to you in Sweden. I wish I could be in Sweden right now. Thank you for the $10.
Why are you lying about suing that guy?
And
you
then
have no standing to sue
Molly,
that guy.
thank you so much for the $10. Who says, I would like to say something witty, but your guests today have lowered my IQ. They've certainly lowered my IQ as well, Molly. Please do show some love to Molly down below in that comment section for the $10. I appreciate you.
You're fear-mongering about...
much. All right, we've debated that guy about 1 billion times. We got the next guest, Icy, loaded up in here. Danny, thank you so much for that league ball. Once again, if you're watching, you're like, hey, I want to support this guy. I want to support what we do here. You can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok. It's also in the pinned message over on YouTube, and the handle's at the top of the phone screen. What's up, Icy? Do you support Trump?
I'm in the middle.
Okay. Well, let's see if we can push you out of the middle. If Donald Trump called for the execution of his political opponents, infringed on the Constitution, and made an explicitly racist attack against the Obamas, would you still be in the middle, or would you be staunchly anti-Trump?
No, I wouldn't support that. I would be anti-Trump. What I do when I don't agree with ICE right now, because ICE is being like very fucking unused. They're violating the 4th and 14th Amendment of these illegal or these immigrants and these people, like legal citizens. They are violating these amendments with these people, but I do not support that fully. But I also do not support the fact that he's using our military to go into different countries and topple them, saying that, oh, our backyard and all that. I don't support that whatsoever, but I'm in the middle because of the economy.
So if I could convince you that he's not doing good for the economy, then you'd be anti-Trump.
Yeah, totally.
So last month in January, we had the worst January jobs report since 2009. Last year in 2025, we had the worst annualized job reports, ignoring recession, since 2003. We also had the most manufacturing bankruptcies since 2008. In the first quarter, the GDP went negative, only developed country in the world to have negative GDP growth at that time. Not to mention business investment is going down. GDP growth overall annualized is going down. Unemployment is at a 5-year high, and layoffs are at a 5-year high.
Okay. Thank you very much for telling me that. What about gas prices? Because in my state, gas prices are at an all-time low because when the Biden administration was in office, gas prices were at about $3 to $4 for diesel, $3 to $3.58 in Florida. And in my state now it's getting lower and lower.
Yeah,
What do you
my
think
state
about the
too.
gas prices?
So
Yeah.
first, I'll correct you. It's not an all-time low. It's just a modern low. Like obviously, when
hmm
our parents were growing up, they weren't paying.
Yeah, that's my
Even
fault. That's
like
my
two
fault
dollars
for
fifty cents per
mispronouncing
gallon.
that.
And we know that this isn't because of the Trump administration, predominantly because the Trump administration hasn't been focusing on gas or oil really throughout their presidency. The only thing I've seen them do
hmm
with oil is like taking the Venezuelan reserves and then selling them to other countries and then putting the money in offshore bank accounts, which really doesn't do anything for us. Now,
hmm
the reason why I would argue that gas is significantly lower is because a shift in the global order of oil production under the Biden-Harris administration. So OPEC Plus
hmm
accounts for around 50% of the global production of oil, and out of OPEC Plus, Russia accounts for around 50% of the OPEC Plus production. So in other words,
hmm
Russia accounts for around 25% of the global production of oil. When they invaded Ukraine, the United States of America, alongside a lot of countries in Europe, imposed sanctions on them and stopped buying their oil, which caused massive disruptions in the global supply chain, on top of the compounding effects of the pandemic, shutting our own refineries down, which drove the price of gasoline up so very high. In response, the Biden-Harris
I got you.
administration was like, we need to drill so much more oil in our own country to attempt to account for this deficit, to stabilize the market and make the price of gas go down. So then they approved 50% more drilling permits for oil on federal land than the Trump administration ever did. And for around a year
hmm
under their administration, the U.S. was the leading producer of oil in the world. But once American oil companies started producing so much oil and they stabilized the market, they made record high all-time profits. So they
hmm
didn't stop. They didn't stop producing an increased amount of oil once the market was stabilized. They kept on going, which then led to this reshift of the global oil production that led to a restabilization of the cost of an oil barrel from around $70 to $80 to around $50 to $65, which is why we
hmm
now see gas costing so little.
Yeah, okay. Appreciate it for the explanation. Yeah, because in my state, gas is about 282 in my state, but diesel is still high because of the fact that it's diesel and diesel's expensive, and I don't have a diesel truck. But it's still low over here in my area. But for the
It's
prices
low for
of
me too.
eggs, that yeah, for the prices of eggs though, the prices of eggs have been sustained at the same price as pre-Biden. Well, not pre-Biden, but before he came into office, Trump came into office. What do you think about that? The price of eggs?
I don't think much of it. I mean, prices have been pretty stable. The price of some things have gone up, price of other things has gone down. I think that the main issue with the market right now isn't really inflation outside of,
hmm
express goods that are really impacted by the tariffs, but more
Yeah.
so the lack of jobs, the lack of construction, and the lack of economic stimulus. I'm going to quickly
Okay.
run to the restroom. My friend Santana is going to take over for a moment. For
Yeah,
everybody
that's
watching at
that's
home,
perfectly fine.
I'll be back in like 60 seconds. Santana, I really appreciate you, man.
I got you. No worries.
Go, man.
Yeah, hi. I was just about to say, like, I hear your premise as far as, and are you in Florida?
Oh, yes, sir. I'm in
Okay, I thought I
Jacksonville.
heard you say Florida. Yeah. So when you talk about like the overall prices, do you think it's beneficial that if, the gas prices are down, but other factors within the economy are struggling, like whether we talk
Uh,
about
yeah,
unemployment spiking,
I
whether we
talk
talk
about
about
that as well. Yeah.
well, yeah, but we talk about unemployment spiking, whether we talk about the strength of the dollar dropping, we talk about all
hmm
these other factors that are overwhelmingly negative. I mean, wouldn't that be enough for you to sit here and say, like, well, yeah, I'm getting cheaper gas, but like everything else is hurting around me? That
Yeah,
would that would be a
I just
problem.
need a genuine quota of what's going on. Like, because my
hmm
prices for food, it's still high no matter what in the grocery store that I go to. I go to, well, I got Navy, but I got Navy Exchange and all that. But
What if I told you that Donald Trump has a direct correlation to the high grocery prices that you're paying?
yeah, yeah, I would honestly believe it. I just need the information on it
Yeah,
because
let
I'm
me
getting new into this economic
Let me
stuff. I'm
speed
starting to
run
study
this
into
one for
more.
you. I'm gonna speed run this one for you. So, back under Donald Trump's first administration, he started a trade war with China, and the trade
hmm
war with China was so massively negative impacting to farmers that it caused a bankruptcy spike in farmers up to 24%, and a lot of the legacy farmers end up having to sell off their farms. Well, when they sold
hmm
off their farms, they had to sell it to big farmers, right? And
Yes,
the
sir.
actual country that owns a like large majority and most of these big farms is China. And so while Donald Trump was hurting small farms, he actually helped China. And in turn, when these big farms actually took over from these small farms and they started selling to the grocery stores, they got to increase the prices. And of course, grocery stores passed on those prices to consumers because they weren't going to foot the bill. And so that's when you've seen like an uptick in the actual cost of groceries. And since then, it has continued to actually tick up. And so
Yes,
like
sir.
even that's why Kamala Harris was advocating for standardizing price gouging laws to, combat some of these things. Because not only are we talking about that impact, but we're talking about shrinkflation, greedflation, all of those types of things. But Donald Trump was a direct catalyst that actually spiked grocery prices. And that's why we're seeing higher prices today than we
Yes,
did
sir.
before.
Yeah, because I just realized because of the fact that we had the tariffs last year and the fact that it was negatively impacting us, and it was just it was like not even helping us at this point. It was just starting causing drama with China and all that. And China is our adversary in the Pacific and of course in the world sphere because of the yen and all the money that tribes from China. But at the same time, we shouldn't be starting trade wars with a big like superpower that has this type of influence around us. For example, I'm just going to say this right now. A lot of countries are turning away from us because of the fact that our president right now is...
Could I just be honest? It doesn't really sound like you are in the middle. Like, you haven't been able to describe any benefit that Donald Trump has provided to the economy. And you've actually spent a majority of the time on this live just describing all the detriments that he's serving to the country as a whole.
Yeah, because the only reason why
to me you're just looking for justification to not support Trump, and while I think that's a great thing.
Yeah,
I think like
my bad. That's my fault.
No, I was just gonna say I think that you're looking for justification, which I appreciate that, but I think like when you're in this position, like the best place to be is like listening to the live from the actual chat, because you're gonna get so much more information. You're gonna get comparisons. Dean is gonna break down so many points. So like, yeah, absolutely.
Hey, Santana, I really appreciate you so much for coming up and covering me while I was using the restroom, and I hope that you have a good night. I mean, according to your text, I'd assume that you're doing something fun for the Super Bowl. So
Yeah, I have to run over to the store and get stuff. I'm making my special subs for my wife and I for the Super Bowl. So
hell yeah, dude. I hope you have a good rest of your night.
See you, bro.
See ya. We're going to go to get the next Trump supporter loaded up in the box, folks. Only join in that queue of your MAGA. Please make sure that you're following the rules of the live. Aaron, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Says, go Pats and happy Valentine's to your girlfriend. Ashley with the $10 says, the owner of Patriots donated $1 million to Trump's inauguration. Seahawks are owned by a woman who donates to climate initiatives. Go Hawks. Dude, okay. Go Hawks, bro. And then Phoebe, thank you for the 2. Colton, thank you for the 5. And the Molly with the $10 says, I'd like to say something witty, but your guests today have lowered my IQ. Dude, they've been really dumb today. Oh, dude, look at this. Look at who we got. We have a special guest. We have a very special guest, everybody. Look at this special guest. We got Momo. We have Momo co-hosting on that mic. Let's go to get that next Trump supporter loaded up into the box while Momo is doing her thing. She always finds a way right in front of the camera. Pretty kitty. All right, let's go to get that next guest loaded up in here. Give Momo a moment to explore the table. What's up, man?
Hello, Dean. I just wanted to ask a question a while, like a couple streams. I just turned 18 a couple days ago.
Are you a Trump supporter?
No, but this is a really quick question.
I'm sorry. We're only looking to talk to Trump supporters. Moving on to the next guests here, folks. Only hop inside of that queue of your MAGA. Please do abide by our rules. If you break the rules, you're going to be automatically banned. Moving on to Davey. Hey, kitty. Come here. Come here. Oh, Momo.
Hello.
Hi, how old are you?
I'm 19.
What year were you born in?
2006.
All right, what month?
May.
All right, and are you a Trump supporter?
Yes.
All right, so why do you support Trump as president?
Well, I've seen your claims on here, and I have multiple rebuttals.
So why do you support Trump?
Well, I no longer support Trump.
Okay, that guy's really weird. Moving on to the next guest here, folks. Do give me a minute. And Momo's gone. Hi, Momo.
Hello.
Hi, how old are you?
I'm 26.
Do you support Trump?
I support Trump very much so.
Embarrassing. Okay, give me a moment here. Abigail, thank you. Thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for that love, Abigail. Let's get 200 Abigail W's down below. Abigail with the 20 says donating for the quote-unquote get pushed.
Thank you, Abigail. You did great. Thank you, Abigail. You did so good.
Real. Appreciate you for the 20. Angel, thank you for the 10 who says Trump got airtime on the Super Bowl pre-show, so I turned it off and came to your live to cleanse my eyes and ears. Thank you for your service. Well, I appreciate you for the $10, Angel. And then dating with a 2, then Lauren with a 1. Go ahead and take it away. Tell us why the hell you support the worst president of your life. Wait, is this just the same guy? Were you on earlier?
No, I'm not. No. Okay, so I support Trump because he's the best president I think that has ever existed ever. And that is my opinion. Just like you have your own opinion. And listen, dude, I'm going to be real with you. Trump, I think he should be king of America, to be real with you. And if he could become king of America, I would support that indefinitely. Trump 2050. Go MAGA.
Hear your friend? I think they're laughing at how much of a dumbass you are.
No, he loves it, dude. Don't you love it, guy? I love it. Yeah, he loves it.
Right. I have one very simple question for you.
Yes, sir. Let me hear it.
So you said Trump is the best president in American history.
In the world. In the world.
In the world.
Yes.
So being like the best president in the world and all throughout American history would require him to have at least done one thing very impressive.
Do you know what he did?
So what is the very best law that he has ever passed that cements him as the best president ever?
This is the very best law that he ever passed as a president. And it's becoming president.
He's trolling. Moving on to the next guest here, folks. Follow our rules, please. Just looking for real Trump supporters to debate. We got that next guest, Manny, loading up in the box. But Manny's actually going to get auto-kicked because he's 17 years old and it says so in his bio. Goodbye, Manny. Moving on to the next guest, Alex. We got Alex loading up into the box. Quite frankly, folks. Quite frankly. Yo, H, thank you for the $1 over on PayPal. I'm just seeing that now, man. Appreciate you. Thank you. Let me know down below in that comment section if you happen to be MAGA. I mean, it looks like we got a bunch of people in the queue that aren't actually Trump supporters that are just here to troll. So if that's you, hit that road. Moving on to the next guest, Kingsley Eagle. We got them loading up in the box. Same thing with Lara. Here we go. Hello, do you support Trump?
Yeah, hello.
Hi, Kingsley. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 36.
Sounds good. Hey, Speed, do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, let's just go ahead and do a quick 1v2. Sounds good, folks. I'm going to ask you a very simple question. Would you guys still support Trump as president if he intentionally and belligerently attacked the Constitution, trying to rewrite it in his own words, in circumvention of Congress and the Supreme Court, basically pulling straight from the dictatorial playbook, trying to become a king, where whatever he says is what goes?
Well, I don't support Trump's personality. I support the results, the economic strength.
I'm asking you guys, if he did this, would you still support him? Could I get a yes or a no?
If he did what? Can you repeat it, sir?
Sure. I'll honestly just replay the stream, VOD. Listen very closely, please.
Sure.
Hi, Kingsley. Do you support Trump?
Yes,
Question.
I do support
Would you
Trump.
guys still support Trump as president if he intentionally and belligerently attacked the Constitution, trying to rewrite it in his own words, in circumvention of Congress and the Supreme Court, basically pulling straight from the dictatorial playbook, trying to become a king, where whatever he says is what goes?
Okay, I wouldn't support anybody that does that. But, I mean, come on. Trump has never done anything like that.
Okay. What about you, Haysby?
Well, as a president, what are the results of this? What are the outcomes?
What are the outcomes? Let's say that it's something that you think is net beneficial. Because the way that he attacked the Constitution was intentionally eroding the 14th Amendment by passing an executive order in an attempt to take citizenship away from the children born to...
Using executive authority isn't the same as attacking the Constitution. Every modern
if that
president.
executive authority encroaches on the Constitution intentionally, then it absolutely is.
No, but every modern president has pushed the limits of executive power, and when courts had intervened, the system worked. Cases were by Congress and the Supreme Court. That's not dictatorship. That's more so of constitutional tension by design.
So I understand what you're describing. A good example, this would be not Donald Trump, Joe Biden trying to forgive student loan. And in his first round of student loan forgiveness, he accidentally infringed on the Constitution. But his response to that was to step back or honor the court's decision and say, I'm going to find a way that works, that is not unconstitutional. But the big differences here is that I believe that to be unintentional and non-belligerent. Meanwhile, I believe Donald Trump's attack to be both intentional and belligerent, because unlike Biden, this wasn't an accident. The 14th Amendment is clear. If you're born on American soil and you're subject to the jurisdiction thereof, then you're an American citizen. His executive order said the exact opposite. His executive order said that there can be people born on American soil that are subject to the jurisdiction thereof that are not citizens. In fact, this executive order directed agencies to take this constitutional birthright away from the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil, so then they could be lined up to a T for deportation to seek out in El Salvador, where they are then beaten and tortured. And that is what you're failing to account for. That is an intentional attack on the Constitution.
If you were trying to be a dictator, can I speak, sir?
Yeah, you could respond.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Well, honestly, right, the Constitution is clear as you claim, but it isn't. The phrase, right, subject to the jurisdiction thereof has been debated by courts, scholars, and Congress for over centuries.
No,
Trump didn't. Nope, Trump didn't erase the 14. He challenged how the clause is interpreted, right, which is exactly why some of these courts exist. So when
you're wrong.
What?
You said that
I'm wrong about what
being subject to the jurisdiction thereof means has been debated by courts for centuries now.
Intent doesn't determine constitutional.
We got a clear definition of what it means to be subject to the jurisdiction thereof from the U.S. versus Wong-Mark SCOTUS case in 1897. Chief Justice Gray said that being subject to the jurisdiction thereof is not more or less comprehensive than being within the jurisdiction thereof. And then in 1989, we got another SCOTUS ruling, Plyer v. Doe, stating that yes, undocumented immigrants are within the jurisdiction thereof, and that is exactly why they.
He didn't rewrite the Constitution. The court stopped him. That's the opposite of authoritarianism, whatever the word is. Yeah.
So the courts rejected his executive order, which only further fuels my own argument.
Yeah, but he didn't rewrite it though.
That I'm correct when I say that it was unconstitutional.
You said, but birthright citizenship was never revoked, so children weren't stripped of citizenship and lined up for deportation under the order. The deportation policy applies to undocumented adults and not U.S.-born citizens.
So are you just completely ignoring that this point furthers my argument and defeats yours? Because it just
what do you mean?
Because it rather ensures that I'm.
What
right
is your
when
point?
I'm saying that his
You're not
executive
making
order
no
was
points.
Well, you're not hearing my point. There's a difference between me not making a point and you not hearing the point because you're intentionally dense and dismissive of facts when it is conducive to a pro-Trump worldview, and that is what defines you and many others as cult members. My point is very clear. He intentionally and belligerently attacked the basis of the foundation of some of the most important amendments inside of the U.S. Constitution, including the 14th Amendment, with this executive order, and this isn't the only attack that we've seen by Trump directed towards the Constitution. In December of 2022, he also said that maybe we should just terminate the Constitution. He, on his 100-day interview, said that he doesn't know if he has to hold by the Constitution. He encroached on the First Amendment by now saying that it's illegal to criticize him in the media. He threatened the Second Amendment by directing the DOJ to try to find any way to ban any and all gun ownership for law-abiding trans-American citizens. He infringed on the 10th Amendment by illegally deploying the National Guard in Illinois insofar as the opinion of SCOTUS, which is 6'3" conservative-leaning. He also threatened the 22nd Amendment by saying that maybe he wants to run for a third term. But the reason why I focus in on the 14th Amendment is because this is an amendment that he has directly and intentionally violated, okay, with that executive order. All right, it is a fact that it is true that undocumented immigrants are in the subject thereof, meaning that it is a fact that if they have children on American soil, they're citizens. His executive order said that they were not citizens, pulling from the dictatorial playbook, as this is an attempt to illegally consolidate power from the close to 500 people serving in Congress to one man, illegally consolidate power from the 9 justices put into the Supreme Court to one man. Okay, it is not that one man's role. The president must act in subservience to the Constitution. Article 2 in the Supremacy Clause. When they pass an executive order, it ought be constitutionally, in alignment with the Constitution. And when they intentionally and belligerently attack the Constitution and attempt to change it with an executive order, they are pulling from the dictatorial playbook, and that is a fact.
All right, so you're assuming that challenging an interpretation of an amendment is the same as attacking the amendment itself. That's
The
the
president does not
foundation I
have the
disagree
ability
with.
to challenge the interpretation
Exactly,
of the
he
Supreme
does.
Court.
Exactly, but the test policy is against it. When those tests fails, the court stops them.
Well, it's not merely, well, we don't need to test it if we already know the outcome, okay? Because SCOTUS has already explicitly ruled on what it means to be subject to the jurisdiction thereof.
When an executive order does not consolidate the power unless it succeeds in overriding Congress and the courts, and this one did not.
It would not succeed, okay, in staying in effect because it was illegal, because
The power was not transferred to one man. The power was not transferred to one man, but it
But what
remained
matters
with the
is that he
Congress.
tried to transfer power to one man.
But you're asserting that the subject to the jurisdiction thereof is universally settled, which
Well, one
what
second,
it
why are you
isn't.
pivoting? Why are you pivoting? No, you just said what matters is that it wasn't consolidated to one man. What I'm saying is what
Yeah,
matters
because
is
it
that
was
he tried to
immediately
consolidate
subject
to
to
one man.
it was immediately subject to judicial review,
Yeah,
blocked
because
and never
it was
altered.
illegal. Why is this guy so fucking dense and stupid? We've gone over this a billion times.
Why are you
the
why are
fact
you,
that
why are you
courts
mad?
ruled it as
Why are you mad?
unconstitutional because I've
Why
had to
are you-
repeat
why are you
myself
mad?
5 times. I'd say
Well,
it's fair to get
dictator-
annoyed
well,
when you have to
let me
repeat
tell you
yourself
something.
5
A
times.
dictator
It is very
consolidates
clear
the power
that this
by
was an
removing
attempt
sex.
from Trump to consolidate power to one man, and the fact that the court shot it down only furthers my claim as being true. You're attempting to use that fact that the court shot it down as some evidence against my claim that he tried to consolidate power to one man, when in all reality only reaffirms that fact. And now you're going to completely ignore my argument to describe how in all reality it
testing a
only
constitutional
reaffirms.
boundary and being stopped by the courts is not dictatorship. It's separation
Listen,
of power
I've
in
also
action.
already responded to this, and you've ignored my response to this too. There's
No,
no
I did.
test
I
if it's
replied
already
to you.
been
You just
explicitly
didn't. You just didn't
adjudicated.
get it in. You just didn't get it in.
I've already responded to this. It's not a
Listen,
test
bro,
if it's
listen,
already been
listen to me,
explicitly
listen.
adjudicated. Listen to me. It's not a test if it's
When you
already
get
been.
better-
No,
when
no,
you
no.
get better at
It's not a
debating,
test.
when you get
When you
be-
get
when you
better
get
at
better at
debating,
debating,
hopefully you'll be
please
able to respond to my points. Please stop projecting. He left. Well, I guess we should have another MAGA. All right, sounds good. Moving on to the next guest, folks. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. It looks like we're going through the Trump supporters rather quickly today. Let's go to get that next Trump supporter loaded up into the live. By the way, if you still happen to be watching the live, let me know how it feels to be a loser down below in that comment section. I really appreciate it. Wonder what it's like. Hey, what's up?
Hey, Dean.
You support Trump?
Baby misses you.
Obvious troll. Moving on to the next guest here. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. We got the next guest loading up into the box right now. We have Cade joining the live. Here we go. I think that we also have a couple people to thank. Brittany, thank you so much for another $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you so much for that love, Brittany. Show some love to Brittany down below in that comment section for the $20. Brittany with a $20 says, fuck Trump and fuck ICE. Dude, fuck Trump and fuck ICE. Huge shout out to you, Brittany. You've sent in a handful of donations so far in the stream. Just know that I really appreciate you. Please show some love to Brittany down below. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate you. What's up? Do you support Trump?
I'm sorry, I was trying to press the likes. Sorry about that.
No worries. You have a good rest of your day. You have a good rest of your day. Moving on to the next guest. Hi, Marcus. How old are you?
I'm jerking off with lotion on my dick. Hey, you kicked that last guy, bro. Stop running.
Yeah, I'd really trust the guy that joins the live stream and says that they're jorking it with lotion in front of 17,000 people, including minors, to be a reputable and reliable source of information. Get the hell out of here. Moving on to our next guest right now. Luna, it is really good to see you. Thank you so much for the 24 euros over on Super Chat on YouTube. He says, MAGA shows us what main character syndrome combined with Dunning-Kruger effect looks like. Bro, day in and day out, Luna. It's literally all they do. It's so fucking embarrassing, man. I appreciate you so much for the 24 euros. Please show some love to Luna down below in that comment section. Thank you so much for the love. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 25 years old.
25?
Yes.
Yeah, what year are you born? Born in?
2000. My birthday is in February.
Then you'd be 20. Oh, wait, sorry. What day in February?
29th.
Okay, sounds good. I believe you. Yeah, the mic and the floor are yours. Tell us why the hell you still support the worst president of your life. I mean, this guy's a disaster.
I I mean, I don't necessarily support like ICE and stuff like that, but I do support his some of his immigration policies.
1 second. There's not a February 29th. Unless 1 second. One moment. Oh, she left. Moving on to the next guest, we got Jacob loading up into the box. Why would she try to lie about that, bro? Why would she try to lie about that? We got the next guest, Lauren, loaded up into the box. I was gonna say, unless like that's leap year, Feb 29th. Yeah, that is leap day. Yeah, February 29th is leap day. I mean, she left, so she was clearly lying. How do you support Trump?
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to press it.
No worries. Moving on to the next guest, folks. Moving on to the next guest. We got Gigi loading up into the box. She left, so like she was lying, okay, because she left after I told her that. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
I'm 23.
Okay.
I want to add on to something that the last previous guest was saying. And he was saying you were talking about authoritarian regimes.
Why are you doing this with your voice?
This is just how I speak.
Okay, to be determined. Why do you support Trump?
Well, I support him for multiple reasons, but I have a question for you. Why do you think that authoritarian regimes would be a bad thing necessarily?
Because authoritarian regimes oppress people. Because they don't act in the interest of the people. They act in the interest of the regime.
Yeah, wouldn't that depend on the regime?
No, not really. I mean, I think that we've only ever seen like bad authoritarian regimes throughout history. I can't think of one good, historically good authoritarian regime. Can you?
Too educated on historical regimes.
What's that?
I'm not too educated on historical regimes, but I think
Yeah, well,
that
then that's maybe why you're making such a dumb claim. Like, sure, once you start educating yourself on like on authoritarian regimes, okay, well then it becomes clear that they just cause bad outcomes, and that's because of the incentive structure. Okay, all right, it's just in accordance with human nature. Okay, when you have one unified, powerful body that is incentivized to act in their self-interest compared to the interests of those in which they represent, in acting in accordance with their own self-interest, in virtue of that fact, they're going to hurt those in which they represent via strains on resources, via oppression through the lens of condemning particular ideologies in which would be an opposition or threat to that regime, which then leads to oppression of human rights and suboptimal conditions for the constituents of the country. So.
Okay. Well, that's if you were to have an unethical regime in place, right? But hypothetically, if you were to have a regime in place where, say, you have Congress and you have these other branches of government that are operating against...
Yeah, hypothetically. So hypothetically, there is such a thing as a benevolent dictatorship, okay? But that's the thing. It's just a hypothetical.
Okay. Well, I have a question. How much money has Donald Trump brought into our economy in future, not just in total at the moment, but in future...
So we're done with that conversation?
Well, no, we can talk about it, but this is kind of going along with it, right?
Wait, so you're saying that Donald Trump is the leader of an authoritarian regime?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, then how these two things work together?
Okay, well, I'm explaining it to you. So, if he were to be a part of an authoritarian regime, I think the issue would be what the regime is doing and who runs the regime. But if you have an authoritarian regime where they're like, hey, the system is completely corrupt and they're doing things against the American people's will, so I'm going to completely ignore the system and I am going to take power to actually do better things for American people.
Well, I mean, under Biden, I didn't see American citizens getting executed in the streets by agents of the states. Under Biden, I didn't see 10 million low-income Americans being denied access to Medicaid. Under Biden, I didn't see the president evading the order of a court to feed 16 million starving American children and 20 million disabled American citizens. Under Biden, I didn't see the president asking the military to draft up a plan for an invasion of one of our allies. Under Biden, I didn't see our president launching attacks on the people in this country, saying that immigrants are infesting the blood of this country and illegally detaining them, deporting them to Sica and El Salvador, where they're being tortured. Like, obviously, these things are not acting in accordance with the best interests of the constituents of this country. And this becomes clear when we actually look at the economic outcome of these facts, such as the worst job report since 2003, the most manufacturing bankruptcies since
Is that real? Is
2007,
that true?
or the highest level of unemployment since the pandemic, or the most layoffs since the pandemic. And those things
you
are
sure
true
this
as
is
they're being
highest
reported on by the
unemployment?
Bureau of Labor Statistics, as well as the U.S. Economic Bureau of Analysis, consistently. Either if those bureaus are being led by the Biden administration or the Trump administration, they've still reported these facts. Yeah.
Well, I'm pretty sure the unemployment that was wrong. I'm pull up the unemployment rates right here.
Sorry, the Bureau of
'Cause
Labor
you're
Statistics
lying.
says that, yeah, in November of 2025, last time I looked at it, our unemployment rate was the highest in 5 years. So
Oh wow. So November 2025. When was that? Was
that was
that in
2 months
November of
ago.
2020? No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
October, November, count on your hands. November, December, January, February.
Exactly.
Do you want to count? Do you want to? Yeah,
December
so
and January, 2
wait.
months.
Are we in January or are we in February? Which one?
We just started
I think
February.
okay, so 3 months. So you'd be wrong about that.
We're 8 days into February. We'd round down to 2.
Well, I don't think that's quite how that works because
That is how
what
it
day
works.
does it come out of? November.
1 second.
Okay.
It comes out at the end of November.
So do we not have any updated unemployment rates? Because I promised you if there was an updated unemployment rate right now, it'd be actually completely lower than what Biden had.
Wait 1 second. How much do you want to bet on that claim?
I'll bet that I'm right.
How much money do you want to put on that claim?
Why are we talking about money, or is that all you care about?
Because I feel
Are you
like
a money-hungry guy?
Well, I feel like I'm taking an opportunity to make some money from a MAGA dumbass. Don't fault me, dude. Okay, all right. Don't hate the player, hate the game, right? So how much money do you want to bet on that claim?
I don't give money out to people like you. I actually spend money on my community, like food banks and food charities around my local community to help people. So
No, I mean, yeah, to help
reallocate
them when Trump is fucking them over so hard. I mean, shit, millions of them went without any SNAP assistance for 12 days at the end of the government shutdown. I'm happy that you're trying to help them because of how hard Trump was hurting them. And it actually looks like the unemployment rate has gone up at 4.4% in January of 2026. So you're wrong, quite frankly.
Is that true? Can you prove that?
Yeah, I can prove that. In fact, here is trading economics right now.
You don't have to be so snarky. You're such a snarky little guy.
I am a little bit snarky right now. You're right. So here you go. I mean, here's trading economics, dude.
This is updated. Okay. So why is that?
Why is unemployment so bad?
Why are people not working there now?
Well, I mean, it's because our economy is losing jobs and manufacturers are shutting their doors.
Okay. Well, I think we're losing jobs because we're cutting unnecessary jobs, right?
Unnecessary jobs? So American manufacturing is unnecessary? And also, those aren't being cut, they're going bankrupt. I want to clarify, they're not just being cut via this executive decision. They're going bankrupt. 2025, most bankruptcies, is since the Great Recession. That was so necessary to do for the rents in the future of the economy. Sounds great.
Well, why are they going bankrupt? And do you realize that we're going to have a lot of these? You could say AI, but there's a lot of data brokers and people who engineering and these certain jobs that are being pushed aside because we're going to have actual other things.
Wait, is this Dirk Funk?
We won't need Dirk Funk. My name is Jake.
I don't know. You sound like a very cleaned up version of Dirk Funk. That's not as hell-bent on perpetual interruption.
My name is Jake.
I don't know, man. You sound like this guy named Dirk Funk. But anyways, so the reason why we had a lot of manufacturing bankruptcies last year is because of predominantly how hard manufacturers are hurt from the mass deportation, and B, the fact that the average American is feeling significantly less confident, in spending money under the Trump administration, and purchasing is going down, which is why we also saw suboptimal GDP growth. And investment is going down. Investment in manufacturing took a massive, massive hit.
I don't think that's real.
Yeah.
Trump is already.
So why do you dispute the data that the U.S.
$18
Bureau of
trillion.
Economic? Why do you dispute the data that the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis gives us, while the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis is being operated by the Trump administration?
Well, they're coming out with their current data that they have, and that's fine. But the futuristic data that is of what Trump has been doing.
Well, you asked me why there was bankruptcies last year. Obviously, the reason why there was bankruptcies last year had a lot to do with the data from last year, not data from the future.
Yeah, It had a lot to do with the uncertainty of the American economy, right?
Yes, created by mass deportation and created by Donald
It
Trump's
was
bad
certainly
economic
we're,
policy.
we're we're living in a very uncertain time right now, and that's okay because we're in a make or break situation. Our country, the
Well,
path it was
can't
going
you
down
agree
was
that
a
we're
very
significantly
evil.
more likely to break, okay, when we're experiencing the worst job report since 2003?
People might think that that's okay because you need to have these hard situations to be able to reach these high. Life is a roller
Oh, that's
coaster.
just
The
some cult.
economy is a
That's just
roller
some. That's
coaster.
just some
You
cult
don't.
nonsense. That's some
No,
bullshit,
well,
dude.
you
So
don't
why do we
stagnate, you
need the
grow.
worst job report since 2003? Tell me why people just need to get
Because
laid off. People need to lose their jobs. Manufacturers need to go bankrupt. GDP growth needs to go down. Okay, why do we need this? Why do we need this?
well, because we are pushing out unimportant jobs that don't technically really do anything for the American economy. And yes,
Like
these
which
people.
ones? Like
This
which
is
ones? No, no, no. Tell me what
like the.
unimportant jobs are we pushing out? Tell me.
Well, I just told you, like you're talking about the data brokers, these people who are entering data. We don't need these people entering data anymore when we can have when we can have computers enter data for us. So there's things that we're going to be doing that will be a net. It'll be a net
Hey, my
positive on
friend.
our economy because we won't
Data
have to pay.
brokers are not manufacturers. We're pushing
Okay,
out
so manufacturers.
manufacturers.
Okay, so you want to talk about manufacturers, people who are building things, people who are manufacturing things, people who are building things for companies. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, manufacturing.
So is the people laying those people off the company themselves, or was that Donald Trump laying them off? Because last time I
The
checked, it would have been
companies.
the companies.
Right.
Okay, so there you go. Okay, so there you go.
What does that point prove? I'm confused.
Well, Donald Trump doesn't have direct control over these companies like you would claim because you think he's an authoritarian, but he's actually not. So if he was an authoritarian, he would have control over these companies. Listen, I'm just debunking you and exposing you in front of your fan base, but you can't quite handle it. You're doing that little snarky little laugh because you know I'm debunking you.
That was the stupidest fucking point I've ever heard anyone on this live ever make. So just to be clear, just to be clear,
how that's true.
Yeah. So just to be clear, your point is that because these manufacturers laid off their own employees, and it wasn't Donald Trump who directly and personally laid them off, it's not Trump's fault.
Well, I don't know how it would have been Trump's fault.
But the argument,
companies are responsible.
But the argument is that Trump created the conditions that led to these manufacturers laying people off.
I would completely agree.
Which is why it negatively reflects on his administration, because policy can influence companies.
So when you're an athlete or when you're someone who does certain things in your life and you go through hardships and you go through doubts, is your life always an upward trend? Are you always just getting more positive, or do you have to go through little downhills in order to reach that uptick?
I mean, my life seems to only be getting worse and worse and worse and worse talking to dumbasses like you every day.
So, you're being disingenuous. You don't want to answer the question because you know that the question completely kind of debunks your worldview.
To actually answer your question, there are many times where you have experienced interpersonal struggles where your life gets better, then it maybe gets a little bit shaky, rocky, worse, then better again. But when we're looking at this from a lens of not one individual's interpersonal struggles, but rather the growth of a company or the growth of a country
or civilization,
okay, right? We actually don't really need those bumps in the road. Like, you're basically arguing that the Trump administration is a bump in the road and it's going to be better in the future. But I just know that you've never applied the same logic to any administration ever before. This is just like your new cult-ish way to attempt to justify the fact that the Trump administration is bad for the economy by saying that it's all just a bump in the road.
No, well, I think there is a bump in the road. The bump in the road were the previous administrations and the previous people who ran this country setting up the current system, and now this system needs to be dismantled and rebuilt.
Okay, so what system is Trump dismantling when he sets the conditions for manufacturers to fire their employees?
Well, that's not specifically what I'm talking about. I'm talking about
it is.
the society.
It is, buddy.
I'm talking about the system as a whole.
Hey, I have a question.
Go ahead.
What shape is the Earth?
I think it's a sphere last time I checked.
Okay, go ahead.
About what? The Earth being a sphere?
No, about the system that Trump is dismantling that is hurting this country economically speaking. So what system is he dismantling that needs to be dismantled that is in turn hurting this country?
The quote-unquote checks and balances of this country. We have people who would be... Hold on, let me explain. You're not letting me talk. So basically, we have checks in the system set up where you could try to benefit the American people. Say you want what would you call yourself, a communist? What you communists would want is to tax these billionaires. You want to tax billionaires. You want to tax these certain things, but you have to pass that through the system and through Congress and through these people who are checking and balancing these manuscripts. But when you have a corrupt system who isn't willing to actually pass these things to help the American people, you need to rewrite that. And you need to say, okay, well, you're no longer allowed to check these things because you're not checking it in the favor of the Americans, but I actually am. So I'm going to become an authoritarian and I'm going to do what I want to do.
So communists want checks and balances. True patriots want authoritarianism.
Well, no, I mean, if you were a true American patriot, you would want checks and balances. You would want checks and balances.
Wait,
but
so
you
if you're a
need to
true American
eradicate them.
patriot, you'd be a communist because you just said that communists want these pesky checks and balances.
No. I was saying you because your specific outcome.
You think
of
I'm a
what you would
communist?
want is-
You think I'm a communist?
Well, what do you want? You want to tax billionaires?
I do want to tax billionaires, yes.
And proportionally,
Do
how
you
much
think that?
compared
Do you
to the
think
average
that?
American?
Oh, significantly more than the average American.
And why is that? When they significantly worked way harder than the average American. to get their wealth.
No. I do not think that there is a strict and linear positive correlation between somebody's overall income and hard work. Like, you understand, right? Let's just say that the average person makes $30,000 a year.
That's not true.
$36,000 a year is true.
It's like 80.
You're an idiot. No, it's not. Yeah, I think that you're
Yes,
maybe
the average-
looking.
the average
I think
household.
that you're looking at the average household. Yeah, I'm looking at the
Average
median
household.
personal income.
Okay, go on.
So I will repeat what I said because I was wrong because I said average. I meant to say median. So the median personal income is around $36,000. It may be a little bit closer to 40, maybe like $38,000 per year. Meanwhile, Elon Musk brought in like what, $300 billion the year before last, $200 billion somewhere around there.
Well, what is he doing?
So let's see. What is 300 billion divided? I can't spell. Divided by 38,000. So 300 billion
Listen,
divided
I
by
completely agree with what
38,000
you're about to say.
is close to 8 million. So do you
I
think
know what you're
that
gonna say.
Elon Musk works 8 million times harder than the average American?
Yes, and I'll tell you. I'll tell you more.
8 million? You
Well,
think that he works
proportionally,
8 million? Like, not metaphorically. We're not like using an exaggeration here. Like literally 8 million times harder.
Yeah, but literally, physically, obviously not, because he doesn't have 8 million more hours in a day than the average person. Everyone has the same amount of time in their day, and they're on average working the same amount of time, but it depends on what you're doing within that work that is having an outcome on American civilization. So basically, you take the average person who's making the average amount of money. What are they doing? What is the average job? You know, maybe you're working in your local community, you're helping a power grid locally, you're in maybe doing some type of labor work, but what is Elon Musk doing? Elon Musk is currently making a whole bunch of rocket chips, and he's trying to make the human species into an intergalactic species, not just a planetarian species, but an intergalactic species where we can conquer our so-called solar system, where we can conquer Mars, where we can conquer the moon, where we can conquer all the planets around us, all the stars around us. He wants. Well, they want to make us an intergalactic species. Why, do you think that humans?
Species, yeah.
Well,
Also, why
this
did you
is
say
real.
why
This-
did you say so-called solar system? What does that mean?
Well, it's what we would call the solar system, but obviously other species out there probably have a different name for it, right? It's what we would call the solar system.
The so-called wait. So what is there a species on the moon?
Probably not.
Probably. Is there a species on Mars?
There's most likely not another species within our solar system. It's outside of our
But
solar
we need to go
system. They're most
conquer the
likely
solar
light
system.
years away.
Would you ever
Well,
live
we-
on Uranus?
If it was sustainable, such as
Would you
Earth, then
would
of
you want
course I
other
would.
people to live on Uranus?
If it was,
Do you want a
just
bunch
as
of MAGA
reliable
guys
as
to live
planet
on Uranus with you? Hey, you could all hang out on Uranus.
Yeah, so this is a type of
Bunch of
joke I
MAGA
would make when I
patriots.
was in maybe fifth grade. I think I just learned that word when I first learned the
No,
language. I
I'm
guess
just
I was
asking you
teach
about your
it.
view. I'm just asking you about your view. It's very simple.
I think that when we are dealing with a severe climate issue, and when we are dealing with a severe
Oh, the climate
overpopulation
issue
issue,
that Trump denies. By the way, he says that human-caused climate change doesn't exist. We just don't know it yet, and the scientists are wrong about it.
I never said anything about human-caused climate change. Just the climate in general. It's an unpredictable climate, and it could severely impact life as we know it. And we also are dealing with an overpopulation issue. I mean, what happens when even you get your whole worldview checked out, and everyone is able to live their lives accordingly,
Wait,
and everyone has money, and
you just
everyone's
quoted
happy?
Elon Musk. Elon Musk is actually right about this thing. We don't have an overpopulation issue. We have an underpopulation issue. We are not
we don't.
maintaining consistent birth rates in America. Most developed countries on the
America.
face planet
In
Earth
America.
actually have their population going down because there's a very strong
not
correlation
true.
between living a higher quality of life and being better off and being better educated and being more likely to have less children.
Yeah, so Elon Musk was wrong about that thing. We're not in an underpopulation
Right, but you just said that
issue. People
Elon
are
Musk
just,
is like a genius, literally works 8 million times harder than the average American every year.
I never called him a genius. He just works a lot harder. Just because you work harder than someone doesn't make them smarter.
I think that Elon Musk should be taxed more than you. Do you agree?
Well, if it's coming out of his business and it's coming out and it's slowing down the rate of which we expand out of this planet, then I would disagree. I don't think we should tax that.
Wait, we shouldn't tax him at all?
No, we should let him have power over what he needs to do.
So we should tax you, but we shouldn't tax somebody worth $500 billion.
We can tax him, but we should tax him a very, 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 very small percent chance.
Like what?
Very small.
Like what?
Maybe I would say 0.5% of annual tax. Maybe 0.09.
Zero. Oh my God. 1 second. Gentry, thank you so much for the $100 donation over on YouTube. That is crazy. Thank you. Thank you so much for that love, Gentry. Show some love to Gentry down below in that comment section. That is Gentry. Thank you so much for the $100. Gentry with 100 says, I doubt any billionaire could handle a service job. Maybe that should be the next reality TV show, billionaires working at McDonald's. I'd love to see it. Thank you so much for the $100, Gentry. How much do you think I should pay in taxes on that $100 donation?
Well, I don't know. I'm not too. I'm not the one who's going to be making these claims on who I think.
But I mean,
people
you
should
just
be
said that
being
Elon
taxed.
Musk should
We
be paying around like 0.09%. Do you think that I should be taxed
50% of that? You should be
Wait,
taxed about
why should
50%.
I be taxed 50%, but Elon Musk should be taxed
Because
0.9%?
Because you didn't do anything for that money. Someone just sent it to you for free.
Well, the thing is that I like individuals are choosing to donate to me on their own accord, but it's because I'm on here educating. It's because I'm on here having these debates. It's because I'm on here doing the streams.
Educating people about liberal propaganda.
I'm educating people on how to be better people and how to like perceive the world with the use of critical thought conjoined with basing your beliefs on factual
you
evidence.
said that the Earth
Unlike
is-
you, who's calling me a communist because I think that billionaires should get taxed more than 0.5%. Would you actually thank Gentry for her $100 donation?
Thank you.
Good boy.
So you said the Earth population.
Manuel, 1 second. I actually have a couple other people to thank, then we'll hop back into it. Manuel, thank you so much for the $20 donation over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate that, Manuel. Manuel with the $20 says, what are your thoughts on Steve Bannon calling for ICE to surround the polls in November? Steve Bannon is a fucking crazy lunatic who should probably lose his First Amendment rights. Sorry about it. Thank you for the $20,
so that's
and I
a
mean
threat.
it. Well, no, it's a simple evaluation of like reality.
Okay.
Like Steve Bannon is vermin. He is truly poison. Ben, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. I appreciate that. Ben with the $10 says 8 million times harder. Man, if that was true, Elon would have aged backwards by now. You're talking like he wakes up at 3 a.m., punches a planet, invents a rocket with one hand, tweets with the other, then conquers Mars before lunch. Meanwhile, the rest of us just exist, right? Erica, thank you so much for the $5, who says January 2026, the U.S. had 108,000 layoffs, up 118% from January of 2024, highest since 2009, the height of the Great Recession. Challenger, Gray, and Christmas reports this information. So it actually seems like our economy is losing jobs under Trump, the president that you support, arguing that is good for the economy.
Of course. We need to lose. Well, we have more jobs than people can even fill. Even if every single American ages 18 plus who are workable and eligible to work had jobs, we would still have hundreds of thousands of open jobs. We have jobs that aren't even ever going to be placed with people. They're just being funded for no reason.
if somebody's not working a job, then that job's not being funded. And I think that we actually have more unemployed Americans than job openings.
I don't think that's a true statistic.
You don't think that's a true statistic? Okay, and what's your source?
Let's look it up.
Okay, while you're looking that up, I'm going to thank a couple people once again. Thank you for the $20, Samantha. Thank you so much for that love, Samantha. That is so fucking kind of you. I want to see 200 Samantha W. Seriously, thank you so much for the love on Venmo. Samantha with the 20 says, screw this guy. I worked for a biotech company and I was laid off last year. My job was not unnecessary. Thank you for combating the ignorance, Dean. Well, I certainly try my best, Samantha, and thank you so very much for the love. I want to see 200 Samantha W's, and I'm really sorry that you were laid off. Chi, thank you so much for the $30. Thank you so much, Chi. That is CHI. That is crazy. Thank you so much for the love, Chi. Chi with the 30 says, keep up the good work, Dean. I've learned a lot from watching your debates. Thank you. Well, thank you. And I'm really happy that you've been able to learn something from watching. Thank you so much. Chelsea, thank you for the $10. She says, thank you for educating the uneducated. I try my best. I don't know if this guy's really picking up on what I'm putting down, though. Samantha with the $5 says, thank you for all that you do. Thank you so much for that love. Therion with the $3. The answer to your question is yes. Cassidy, thank you for the $4. For Momo, it looks like we're caught up over there. Let's quickly catch up on PayPal as well. Over on PayPal, thank you so much for the $20. Marie, that is Marie. Show some love to Marie down below in that comment section. Marie with the $20 says, fuck this guy. Every donation in the next half hour, I'll donate the same amount to Chicago's Shed Aquarium to support our Earth species. Well, good on you, Marie. And thank you so much for the $20. Wait. Let's be clear on what you're saying here. Every donation in the next 30 minutes, I'll donate the same amount to Chicago's Shed Aquarium to support our Earth species. Okay. Well, I mean, just to reiterate, it looks like Marie on PayPal is saying that for every donation until now, let's see here, 2:38 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, she will match and then send to Shed Aquarium in Chicago. That's like very fucking nice of you, Marie. Wow. Holy crap. Show some love to Marie. That is like insanely kind of you, Marie. Show some love to Marie down below. That is insane. Wow. What's that?
Nothing.
Okay. Well, yeah, anyways. That's very kind of you. Shannon, thank you for the $5, who says, was laid off a month ago into Trump's presidency and now just started getting a new job. Long-term unemployment under Trump is absolutely real. And yeah, it is fucking real, dude. I'm really sorry to hear that, Shannon. Thank you for the 5. Heather, thank you so much for the $20, who says, this is for you and I'm going to match it to donate to a local charity. I hate when callers think we can't do both. Did this guy say something along those lines earlier? I'm sorry, I must have not heard it. Thank you for the $20, Heather. And then Jacoby, thank you so much for the $10. Iris, appreciate you for the 5. And then Adam, thank you for the 1. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I don't remember what we were talking about. You just went on a 10-minute tangent there, so.
Yes, he did. Yeah, I just had like 2 people send donations and say that they're going to match it and send it to charities. Did you say something about like people donating to me instead of charities earlier?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, just because it's like 2 people that did that, it just makes me think that you said something. But anyways, nonetheless, please tell us.
I probably said something, yeah.
Okay, all right. So please tell us why you support Trump. You just give us a new reason, okay? Because I feel like that line of dialogue is really far and drawn out. Wait, everyone in the chat is saying that you did.
What did I say?
That apparently like people that like donate to me could like be donating to charity instead. You understand that they could actually do both simultaneously, right?
I never said that. I never said that.
I mean,
replay the. I've never said anything about that. I said something about when she said she's going to be matching her charity. I said she's lying.
Oh, okay. I mean, we're too accused of lying. But I actually would ask, for the person that did say that you're going to match the charity, once you make that donation, please do send me a screenshot of the receipt. I'd really appreciate that. But anyways, just give us a new reason why you support Trump.
No, I think that foreign nations have out of control over economic growth in our country for far too long, and I think Trump needs to bring power
please repeat
back.
That?
I think Trump needs to bring power back to America, and that's exactly what he's doing. And he's going to be cutting off these foreign countries like China and Russia and these nuclear superpowers that are complete threats to humanity themselves. And we need to let them know that we are the big dogs in town. We control things. We do what we want, and we are not going to be tiptoeing around based on other foreign countries' policies.
So, I'm sorry. I got like the middle part of you saying that we need to like wipe out these other people out. So are you saying that you support Trump because he's gonna like get rid of Russia? I'm sorry. I'm not.
I never said that, but
okay. So what's the claim in like one sentence or less?
Well, there's a lot of reasons we could talk about. the Epstein files. We could talk about how they're blowing the lid off of that and
Oh
showing
yeah,
that
the Epstein files. I'd love to have a conversation with you about the Epstein files and the Trump's administration's terrible handling of it. Yeah.
Well, of course, no matter who became president, they would not be allowed to release the files, no matter who was
Well, they're
president.
actually legally compelled to because of the Epstein files transparency act.
Well, yeah. And who made those legalities come into place? Was it was it Congress?
Yes.
Yeah, and they don't know what is the Epstein files. The Epstein files are going to blow the lid off of the whole quote-unquote elites, the quote-unquote Illuminati, these conspiracy theories that people have been talking about for so long. The Epstein files shows the connections of the whole world and the evilness of the whole world, the most powerful people, the most powerful corporations, and what they are really doing and what they are really up to. And they were not letting the American people see that. They don't care who is in presidency. They don't care who is in control. They cannot allow that to happen because it will have a horrible restraint on Israel themselves. Israel, everyone would want to nuke Israel. Everyone would want to nuke America. People would want to see the Rockefellers hung by trees if they saw what was in those Epstein files. They will not allow them to be released no matter what.
Isn't exposing the decrepit immoral elite kind of the point?
It is. I think that's what we should be doing, but they won't let that happen. We're not the ones controlling.
So do you think that Trump is in the files?
Of course.
And you support him even though he's in the files?
I mean, he's in the files more than Jesus is in the Bible, right?
Yeah. Are you a Christian patriot?
No.
Okay.
I'm not Christian.
Okay. All right. So
I don't
why
believe
do you
in any
support Trump as
man-made
president
religion.
if he's in the files?
Because everyone's in the files, right? Technically, Obama and Joe Biden, you can look up their names. They're technically in the files. Every single person is in the files.
So Obama and Joe Biden are actually not listed in the files as with any wrongdoing whatsoever. Not even allegations. Not even allegations.
Not wrongdoing.
Okay, but like Trump is listed in the files as engaging in wrongdoing. So like obviously we'd say here that we should want the president that like didn't allegedly, grape children compared to the president that did allegedly grape children. And I have to use the word allegedly or else the stream will get
I would
taken down.
agree. I would agree.
Wait. You said that you are not a Christian. Why do you have a cross in your bio?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not a Christian. I'm an
Why do you have a
agnostic.
cross in your bio?
Because throughout my past life, I've been Christian up until probably about, I would say, month and a half ago. A month ago.
So a month ago you stopped being
I grew
Christian.
up in it.
Did you stop being Christian a month ago because you realized that like modern Christianity, the church on earth, okay, is being represented by such like terrible, like atrocious people like Trump, who claims to be a Christian, turns around grapes Eugene Carroll. Trump, who claims to be a Christian, turns around and grapes.
He never claimed to be Christian. He said, "I'm not a Christian" on stage. He said that.
Really? Could I have that clip so I could like use that in future debates?
Look up. It was during one of his rallies over the summer, and he was telling all of his Christian supporters, "I love you Christians. I love my Christians. All you Christians, go vote, go vote." And then he slipped up, and in the middle of it, he said, "I'm not Christian. I'm not Christian."
Want to
Just look up
amplify
Trump.
the value of AI?
Let's take a listen.
Introducing SAP Business Data Cloud.
Don't have to vote anymore, my beautiful Christians. I love you, Christians. I'm not Christian. I love you. Get out. You gotta get out and vote.
Wow.
In 4 years, you
Wow! I've never heard that clip before. Holy shit!
Most people haven't. A lot of people I know, they've never heard of that before. But I was watching that
Dang.
rally live on my phone.
Dang, bro, yeah. Well, maybe that's why you changed, because you heard like your cult leader say that he's not a Christian, therefore you're not a Christian.
Well, that happened over the summertime, and I was still Christian at that point. But it was actually something much.
Yeah, how about this? I want to ask you.
personal than
I want to
that.
ask you, what's one good policy that Trump has passed?
I would say the big beautiful bill,
Okay, and why do you like the big beautiful bill?
because it's basically reallocating money back into the government, back into power, where the money should be.
Wait, so then we should take money from the people and give it to the government? Why?
So they can use the money for good. I mean, what are the people using the money for?
For life, for living, for staying alive, for food, for housing, for shelter, for warmth, for electricity, for
some of
car,
these-
for internet, for phone.
We don't need everyone on the planet Earth to be alive, right?
What? What?
We technically don't need every single person just because it's human life that, well, just because it's human life, that doesn't make it valuable, right?
Are you pro-life?
No, not at all.
Okay, so you actually just think that poor people should die.
I'm not saying that. I think
That is what
the
you're saying. You're
values-
saying that poor people's lives are not valuable.
Well, it depends on what they're doing with their life. It depends on what you're doing with your
Why?
life. Well, because some people's lives they use to degrade other people. Some humans, they get brought into this planet and hello?
Okay, so if you use your life to degrade others, then your life doesn't matter.
If you use your life to negatively harm civilization, to negatively harm other people, and you see no wrongdoing in it, then your life is completely unvaluable compared to someone if they were to use their life dedicating their time and days to studying cancer research or studying certain things that actually would benefit humanity itself rather than other people who use their time to do horrible things. I think that their life is unvaluable compared to others.
Okay, so let's look at Trump's life real quick. Well, in 1978, he was sued for not renting to black people in violation of the Civil Rights Act. In the 90s, Donald Trump housed Russian mafia members in the Trump estates and turned around and called all black people lazy. In the 2000s, he parroted the birther myth of Barack Obama, saying that because he's black, he was born in Africa, therefore he's not a natural U.S.-born citizen, therefore he can't run for president. Okay, he also called for the death penalty of the now exonerated Central Park Five. In the 90s, he also hit on a 10-year-old girl, saying that he'd be dating her in 10 years, said on his own daughter, calling her a hot piece of ass. And as well as in the 90s and early 2000s, he raped E. Jean Carroll in late 1995 or early 1996 while being best friends with Epstein when Epstein was trafficking and raping children, sending Epstein letters depicting the naked bodies of children with a statement, "May every new day be another wonderful secret." And he also took advantage and sexually exploited the naked beauty pageant contestants at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA. And he also, in that same time frame of the 90s, has around 8 different allegations from various women that made tips to the FBI under penalty of perjury for one of them, okay, saying that they were raped by Trump and Epstein in that same time frame. Okay, it's also the case that he's called all Democrats evil. He said that no one could ever vote for the Democrats. He said that all undocumented immigrants are poisoning the blood of our country. They all come from mental institutions, prisons, and gangs. He's been disrespecting them like hell, giving ICE the green light to arrest them without warrants, to barge into their houses without warrants, and then to send them with no due process in violation of their constitutional rights to seek out in El Salvador, where they've been beaten and tortured. All right? I mean, like, that's just the start, too. He's degraded low-income Americans by refusing to abide by a court order to pay SNAP benefits out to them, so then they die. He's degraded low-income Americans. At one moment, he's degraded low-income Americans by taking $10 million, 10 million of them off of Medicaid, when we already have 40 through 60,000 of them die every single year via lack of access to healthcare, so they're more likely to die. He's degraded women by saying the best thing that could ever happen to them is pregnancy, and also cheated on all 3 of his wives and lying about it, and saying that the woman who he raped should be thrown in jail. He's degraded black people via the things that we've already gone over, calling them lazy, and multiple other things. I mean, it literally hasn't even been 48 hours since he went on Truth Social and posted an image of Barack and Michelle Obama superimposed onto the bodies of literal apes and gorillas. Okay, that goes back into one of the most explicit and historically dangerous racial tropes since slavery. We saw slavery cartoons, pro-segregationist rhetoric, and anti-black propaganda here in Europe and across the globe for ages depicting black people as apes, literally to degrade them, to make them closer to the beasts of the wild compared to the divinity and perfection of the white. And he also has degraded Muslims. In his first term, he said that he wanted to ban all new Muslim entry into this country. I mean, holy shit, how far do you want me to go, man? He's degraded survivors and victims by asking a CNN news reporter why she didn't have a smile on her face when she was talking about women and girls being raped. I mean, like, the list is never going to end. If you think that people who are guilty of degradation like lose their right to life, it looks like maybe Trump's on your list. The same way he's on the Epstein files and the Epstein list.
Yeah. Well, you could keep going. I would say that Trump's past life is of unethical and unmoral ways of living, and the claims of sexual assault would make his life unvaluable.
Okay, so I've changed your mind and you no longer support him.
No, of course I do. Because why would I? It's not him who is running the country. It's his administration, the people he have telling him what to do.
His administration is just as bad. Kristi Noem, absolute dumbass, thinks that ICE can violate the Constitution. Stephen Miller, absolute
when she shot her dog,
thinks
she shot her dog and said her dog was evil. That would make her, I think, an unvaluable person.
Yeah, exactly. Stephen Miller said that torture's good.
Of course, it depends on who you're torturing.
like citizens. He said that torture is better because if they didn't torture, then they just kill him. He's also a fascist. He's a complete fucking fascist.
Fascism is technically not a bad thing, depending on the way you look at it.
Define fascism.
Fascism would kind of basically be an authoritarian government regime, right?
So
Far
fascism is an ultra-authoritarian and ultra-nationalist regime.
Yeah.
So how is ultra-authoritarianism and ultra-nationalism not a bad thing?
Well, what is ultranationalism? What does that mean?
Being extremely nationalistic.
And I think that would be a good thing, right?
No, extreme nationalism is like the Nazis. Extreme nationalism is like having the state killing people, then defending it under the guise of making that state great again.
Well, it depends on who we're killing, right?
What if we're killing innocent people?
Innocent as in how so?
Innocent as in hasn't done anything to warrant death?
Well, then they shouldn't be killed. I mean, we would agree on that.
Okay, well, it seems like our states, our states,
way.
well, I mean, they're already doing it. They murdered Alex Preddy. They murdered Renee Good. They murdered Keith Porter.
And Trump himself said he felt horrible for that. It was just J.D. Vance.
Oh, I felt really horrible that this quote-unquote
administration.
gunman domestic terrorist assassin who's there to do maximum damage was murdered. Yeah.
Yeah.
Was justifiably killed in self-defense, not murdered, actually. Yeah.
Well, I think that when you have people in the streets interfering with law enforcement who are doing their jobs, they probably shouldn't be interfering with law enforcement, right? We should probably let federal authorities do whatever they need to do, right?
Yeah, but if you walk up to them and record them, it doesn't mean that they could kill you. He left. He left. Goodbye. Hey, Juan, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for that love, Juan. Let's get 200 Juan W's down below in that chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Show some love to Juan down below. Juan says for Dean, and then to keep this next part to yourself. Okay, I will keep that to myself, but thank you for the $20, Juan. Matt Scrambles, thank you for the $5. I appreciate that.
Put your bitch ass up, ugly ass nigger.
Okay, and Ben. Angie, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you so much for the love. John, thank you for the $5, who says just because you have a deep voice doesn't mean that you're an intellectual. So true. I'd also like to thank, let's see here, Christine. Thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much for that love, Christine. I want to see 200 Christine W's down below in that comment section. I really appreciate you so much. Christine says, keep speaking truth, Dean. Well, I appreciate the hell out of you. Thank you so much for supporting what we do. Same thing to Kimberly. Thank you so much for the love, Kimberly, for the $20 donation on Venmo as well. Kimberly with a 20 says, thank you for speaking truth. This is in memory of my cat Penny, who passed away recently and used to watch with me daily. Oh, well, my prayers go out to you and the family as you're struggling with the loss of Penny. I get it. We just had to put down the family dog a couple weeks ago. I get it, Kimberly. It sucks, man. And then Karen, thank you so much for the $10, who says Elon Musk has never invented or contributed intellectually to anything. He just buys other people's work and claims it. Well, I appreciate you for the $10. Juliana, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for the love, Juliana. Thank you so much. Show some love to Juliana. Then Ben, thank you for the $5. And with another $10, thank you so much, man. And it looks like we're all caught up over there for the moment being. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Okay, so first off, before you kick me, I have a blind aunt that supports Trump, and I have done everything you're doing to try to de-brainwash her, and I don't know. Every talking point you have, I don't know.
You should get her on the live, see if I could de-brainwash her.
I would love to. The fact that I don't think she's followed media since 2016, it is so hard. I can tell her like everything you're saying and say it came from someone else, and she's like, oh, that's horrible. And then if I say who said it, then she's like, oh, then never mind. So I was like, I know you're mainly, coming up with people who actively support Trump. Everything about her says she would never be a Trump supporter. I'm like, how are you MAGA? Like, this is going to be studied.
How about this,
for
bro?
years.
Next time when you're with her, just pop up in the queue. I'll take a mental note of your name.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. I was like, hi, I'm not a Trump supporter.
Yeah, you take care, Kate. Katie, I think their name was. Yeah, no, please hop back in that queue next time you're with the auntie. Okay, we'll have a chat. Let's catch up on PayPal real quick. Aubrey, thank you for the $5. Then Connie, thank you so much for the $10 as well. He says, ask Acidia if he's actually ever researched Steve Bannon. in his Hand the Biosphere travesty, the Florida METH bathtub with voter fraud, power, and child rape. Bro, Steve Bannon is evil. I actually fucking hate that guy. As well as Aaron, ERIN, thank you for the $14. I appreciate you. Quote for the scam fund. Continue to continue to keep scamming us. And Dean, thank you to those that are going to donate to our future. You deserve to only be taxed at the 0.5%. No, I don't deserve that. I need to pay my fair share. I appreciate you so much for the $15, Aaron. Show some love to Aaron down below in that chat. And then let's see here. Brandon, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. I appreciate you so much for that love, Brandon. And oh my, I just read your message, man. It's really good to hear that you're on the right side of history. And I'll check my DMs. Thank you for the $10, Brandon. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Republican and Democrat is very not important, right? The real enemy is Israel.
How old are you?
We need to all wake up. I'm 18. I'll be 19 in just a few weeks.
Okay.
February 23rd.
All right, well, before you keep on yapping, let me thank a couple other people. Danny, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for that love, Danny. Let's get 200 Danny W's. I'm just seeing that now, my friend. Thank you. Thank you. And then Ashley, thank you so much for the $50 donation on PayPal. Holy fuck, Ashley. Thank you. Thank you so much. I want to see 500 Ashley W's for the incredibly kind donation. Thank you so much. Ashley with the $50 says, thank you for all that you do, Dean. Elon Musk is set to make $3 billion more than all 1.4 million elementary school teachers combined. Am I supposed to believe that he's working harder and contributing more to society than 1.4 million teachers? Abso-fucking-lutely not, Ashley. Thank you for the $50 and the absolute truth nuke. Wow. And then let's see here. It looks like we're all caught up. I appreciate y'all for the love. If you're like, hey, I like this Dean guy and you want to support me and what we do here, so we can continue to do it 4 hours a day, 7 days a week, 4 weeks a month, 12 months. So you could find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok. You just have to copy the link and put it in another browser because TikTok doesn't let you open up Venmo or PayPal. The handle's also right there at the top of the phone screen, and it's also in the pinned message over on YouTube. I appreciate every single one of y'all so much for all the love. Someone in the comment section says, stop grifting. I'm going to make sure I grift a little bit more. I'm going to grift a little bit more. So... anyways, you're saying that the real enemy is Israel.
I think Israel runs our country, and we all really need to just really come together here.
Okay.
For a second, right?
Here's what I'm going to say.
Just come together here against Israel. Take back control of our country first.
Be quiet.
Before
1 second, let
we argue with each other.
All right, so Blake, here's what I'd say. I think that Israel is a bad enemy. I think that they're culpable for genocidal expansionism of their ethno-state. Very, very bad. But just because Israel's an enemy doesn't mean that they're the only enemy. There's also many other enemies, like Trump, but appreciate you for coming up.
Yeah.
Hi, welcome in. How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
I was born in your mom, man. Stop grifting, bro. Stop grifting. Come on, Dean. Stop grifting. Don't kick me yet. Stop grifting, okay?
I'm going to kick you.
Stop grifting. You can't grift.
I'm going to kick you very slowly while you're answering this question. How am I grifting?
You're grifting because you're just grifting, man. I just can't with the grifting, man.
Grifting because I'm grifting. Love it. All right, moving on to the next guest, folks. Only hop inside of the queue of your MAGA, please. Only hop inside of the queue of your MAGA, please. We got that next guest Kiwi loading up in the box. Here we go, folks. Yo, Christiane, I appreciate you for supporting the grift. It's Christine. Sorry, Christine. Thank you so much for the $20. It says, my name is pronounced Christine. My daughter has listened to you for quite some time now and has introduced me to you a few months ago. You have the orientation of a job. Keep on doing what you're doing. It is working in ways that you can't see. Oh, well, Christine, I appreciate you for the $20 and huge shout out to you and your daughter. I appreciate the two of y'all so much for watching the streams. As well as Luna. Thank you for these 60 euros over on YouTube Super Chat. Appreciate you so much for the love, Luna. Show some love to Luna down below. That is insane. That is like 75 USD. Thank you so much. Luna says also communism is about taxing the billionaires. It means no private ownership. It means that there'd be no billionaires. By the way, Trump's standing so strong against Putin that he hangs their photo over a pic of his grandkids. Yeah, bro, he's bent the knee and he's kissing Putin's ring for sure. And you're absolutely right about communism. That guy had no fucking clue what communism is. Hi, Kiwi. Do you support Trump?
Yes, we do.
Okay, how old are you?
30.
I mean, I believe you.
What? We love you, Dean!
Appreciate you guys. We're gonna move on to the next guest. That first person sounded over the age of 18, but quickly the voices of fetuses became apparent. Hi, do you support Trump?
My mom does. Do you want to debate her?
Is she with you right now?
Yeah, she's sitting next to me.
Yeah, I'll debate her.
She has like a lot of verses pulled up because she's really religious.
Oh, great.
Sorry, but here, just.
Oh my gosh, give me this.
Sorry, she's pulling them up.
Not my glasses.
Do you have any donors to thank that you could thank right now?
No, it's good. We'll just wait for a moment. We'll just wait for a moment.
Sorry.
Actually, I do. Hey, Ryan, thank you for the $10. He says, love the streams. Wish I could get my grandparents to realize how fucked the administration is. I get you, Ryan. Thank you so much for the $10. I really wanted to debate this person's mom, so we're gonna make this happen. We're gonna wait a minute. Thank you for the $10, Ryan. Let's get 100 Ryan W's. Thank you so much. As well as, let's see over here on Venmo. Matthew, thank you for the $5. Who says, been watching you and Parker for a week now. You have more patience than these folks than I do. Keep educating and keep it on. I appreciate you for that love, Matthew.
It's in here.
Are we ready to go?
What is this about? Even. Okay, tell him why you support Trump.
Hello.
Rev, thank you for the money again. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Well, I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
I'm good. I'm good.
You're good. So you're a Trump supporter.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I let me be clear here. I've debated a handful of parents before, and usually when I debate a parent, like the kid's kind of like in their ear. So I get it. I truly do. But I promise you, this will be a much better conversation if you just kind of leave your mother to her own devices, so we could just kind of have a transparent dialogue here. But take it away. Tell us why you support Trump. It sounds like you had some Bible verses pulled up, so feel free to wrap that in. Go ahead.
No, it just to be honest, I don't support the ELGBTQ at all, because this is not what God meant to be the marriage. Like when he created Adam and Eve. He didn't create two boys or two girls. He created Adam and Eve. This is the beginning of a family. But actually, I think this kind of ELGBTQ that make two girls and two boys, it's not the design of family that God wanted to be.
Okay, I hear you. Well, yeah, sure. God didn't create Adam and Steve, but he also didn't create Adam and Eve. Genesis 1 and 2 are, for the most part, looked at by Christian historians, with the most prolific of the likes being Origen, who's huge, as completely parabolic, not a real story of creationism, which makes sense because it couldn't be a true account of creationism, or else, I mean, it seems like the kids of Adam and Eve would have been fucking each other for generations, and it looks like, scientists can now agree that it would require a larger populace than two people to possess enough genetic diversity in order to sustain adequate population growth. So it wasn't Adam and Eve either. That's the end of the story. But here's another thing that I want to point out, because you said that it wasn't in the design of God. I think that if you are Christian, you actually have to accept that it is the design of God for people to be gay, for people to be lesbian. Can I tell you why?
Why?
Here's why. Okay. Because our sexual orientations are underpinned by our biology. They're driven by hard-coded facts along your genetic code and your neuroanatomy. Most notably for gay men, for instance. Gay men have a larger, on average, anterior commissure in their human brain than straight men. The anterior commissure is the nerve lining between the two hemispheres of your brain. Gay men also have varying traits, different traits, of the AINAH3 subsection of another part of your brain called the hypothalamus. They also have varying different levels of particular neurohormones, like the neurohormone called FSH. And on top of those differences within their neuroanatomy, they also have some subtle differences along the genetic code. Most notably, we see an association along the XQ23 chromosome in gay men that we do not see in straight men. So because our sexual orientations are hard-coded into us, and you think that God made us, made our biology, created us and molded us in our mother's wombs, and God is a perfect creator, that not only did he design people to be gay, but he did so perfectly, meaning that gay couldn't possibly be wrong.
Um, I don't agree with that. I will tell you why. For example, you said that the story of Adam and Eve, it's not a true story, as you said in the Bible. But I believe it's a true story. I will tell you why. Because everything what wrote in the Old Testament and the New Testament, it's all of them wrote by the Holy Spirit. So I cannot doubt in one thing and believe in other. When I believe in everything that the Holy Spirit said. Otherwise, if I doubt, that means I think that the Holy Spirit wasn't saying the truth. And this is not God.
Okay, so you're
As
chill
St.
with
Paul
incest,
said,
then.
as St. Paul said in the New Testament, let everyone be like a liar, but God will always be truthful. Like always will
So
say
you
the
think that
truth.
like talking snakes literally existed?
Oh, remember there is a story in the Bible. It's I know it. Sorry, because my background is Arabic, not English, but I know how to talk English good. In Balaam, I don't know if you know it. In the story of the donkey in the Old Testament, when God. Was a prophet of God, and he was going to the people of the enemies of God.
Wait, I'm sorry. This is a yes or no question. So you believe that
and the donkey
talking
was
snakes
talking.
really existed? So you believe
the donkey was talking.
So you believe in talking snakes and talking donkeys?
I think God talks through them. Because God is capable to do anything.
God was talking through the snake that
Why
made Adam
no?
and Eve.
No.
The
The
snake
devil
tempted
talks
them
through. No.
Oh.
The serpent, absolutely, the devil who talks through it.
So
But
why
I'm talking about the Old Testament.
Animals?
No.
Why doesn't Momo just come up to me and say, Dean, pray, Satan? Like, honestly, dude, I feel like that strategy would win so many people over to Satanism. But if Satan just kind of became this wolf in sheep's clothing and said, "Oh, I'm God. This is me. I'm God. Praise me. Bow down." Like through animals. Like I feel like so many people would believe it. Even Christians. I feel like if an animal started literally talking to them, saying that they were Jesus Christ, they'd fucking believe it. So why doesn't the devil exploit this more?
No, the serpent, the devil who talks through the serpent. I'm talking about the other one in the Old Testament when there was a prophet who didn't listen to God and he wanted to go to the enemies to give them advice so they can kill the people of God, Israel. The donkey talk, and actually when the donkey talk, maybe it's not God who talks through the donkey. Maybe like an angel talks through the donkey or whatever. But the Bible said the donkey talked and said, "Do you see the angel is in front of you and he has a sword?"
I'm sorry. This is all like incoherent nonsense. Can we like get back to the debate? Like
sure.
I'm sorry. I'm not here to talk about talking donkeys, dude. So I gave you an argument to demonstrate why, in accordance with Christianity, it would not be wrong to be gay. Can you please respond to that?
Can you say it again? Because my daughter was laughing. Oh my gosh.
Being gay is hard-coded into our biology. God created our biology. He's a perfect creator. Therefore, he created some people to be gay, and he did so perfectly, meaning that it couldn't be wrong.
No, I think it's wrong.
Okay, so then you're doubting God's creation.
No, I don't doubt in God's creation.
Okay, so then you reject the scientific evidence that would say that there's biological predispositions in which cause people to be gay. So why do you reject the scientific evidence and which would point towards the conclusion that there's biological predispositions that cause people to be gay?
I think God is over the science and God is over...
God's not over the science. He's the author of science.
He's okay, is the author of science, but there is a lot of stuff in science that doesn't prove stuff that God did.
Well,
I'm not gonna.
Is that there's biological predispositions for being gay. That's been proven. That's a fact. Being gay is not a choice. Do you think that being gay is a choice?
In this case, if I'm gonna put God first, I'm gonna put science second. So I'm not gonna disobey God to believe in science. I'm sorry.
1 second. Once again, from the Christian worldview, is God is not working in opposition to science. God made science. He's the author of science. Science is God's creation. But anyways, listen. Do you think that it's a choice to be gay?
No.
Okay. So if it's not a choice to be gay, then you would accept that there's external factors that make a person gay. What are those external factors? Because the science, says that those external factors are one's own biology.
This is still, stuff that the science discovered or the scientific people discovered. I will not put my face under the scientific people.
Science is just an
put my faith in God, not in them.
But
they're
listen,
still human beings, and they can make mistakes.
From the Christian
but God
worldview,
doesn't do mistakes.
From
do
the
you
Christian
see anything in the Bible?
From the Christian worldview, once again, the practice of science is nothing more than the mere examination of God's creation. We are examining God's creation, and we have unanimously and obviously determined that there are differences between the biology of straight people and the biology of gay people. The most intelligent Christians alive don't reject science. The most intelligent Christians alive say that we should explore science because science is God's creation. He is the author of it. And in fact, a lot of modern science is actually downstream of the Catholic Church. There's a bunch of Catholic Church fathers, that kind of molded the framework for modern objectivity within scientific exploration. Because a lot of Catholics in the Catholic Church thought that there was no better way to praise God's creation than to explore it as objectively as possible.
I'm sorry. I disagree with science.
Okay.
Still,
I know
there
that your
are
daughter's
human
around, and then I'm sorry that she's gonna have to hear this. But you're not a smart person if you disagree with science. And why? Does the Bible say that it's wrong to be gay?
Yeah.
Okay, where does the Bible
tell you some
say?
verses.
Where does the Bible say that it's wrong to be gay? Not to engage in gay sex, just to be gay.
Just a minute. Okay. Let me tell you, in Romans 1:26 and 27, it said, "For this reason God gave them up to dishonorable passions, men committing shameless acts with men."
You're describing gay sex. I asked you for a verse where it says it's wrong to be gay. But if you want to know the refutation, sorry. It's the fact. There we go. Oh my God. Sorry. Sometimes I have a speech impediment. Sometimes I struggle with it more than others. Okay. The fact of the matter is, when we're reading Romans, we're reading Paul's writing. And Paul wrote Romans in ancient Greek Romanian society. And in Greek Romanian society, consensual, same-gendered intercourse between two consenting, loving adults was criminalized. It didn't exist. It was criminalized. If you did it, you'd die, right? But what wasn't criminalized via the punishment of death would be prostitution. And in ancient Greek Romanian society, what we saw a lot of would be the prostitution of young boys to older men. So because of this historical context, it's more likely than the alternative that Paul was specifically saying that it was shameful for old men to prostitute out underage young boys. But keep in mind, I asked you for a verse that says that it's wrong to be gay, not that it's wrong to engage in same-gendered intercourse. So please answer my question. What verse says that it's wrong to be gay?
No, I couldn't find anything in the Bible said you cannot be a gay.
Okay, so then it's not wrong to be gay,
Okay,
right?
because no, it's wrong to be gay.
But you just
It's
said that you
wrong
couldn't
to be
find anything
gay
in the Bible that
because
said it was wrong.
I'm gonna tell you, when God make you a boy or make you a girl in your uterus of your mom, does he did a mistake? God do a mistake?
No,
he
which is
doesn't do a
exactly
mistake.
why it's not
if he
wrong to be
wants you to
gay.
be a girl, he will make you a girl.
But being
If
a
he
gay
want you
girl
to be a
doesn't change
boy,
the
you're
fact that
gonna
you're a
make
girl.
you a boy.
And being a gay boy doesn't change the fact that you're a boy. And if he wants you to be gay, then he's going to make you to be gay. And you should accept that God makes people gay, because you've already accepted that nowhere in the Bible does it say it's wrong to be gay. You've already accepted that being gay is not a choice. And you've already accepted that there is so much science out there that would indicate that being gay is caused by biological predispositions, like variances in your neuroanatomy, neurohormones, or even genetic code. But I just want to make it explicitly clear now, you are arguing that it is wrong to be gay even though it doesn't say so in the Bible, meaning that this moral conclusion that you formed is not one downstream of divinity, perfection, or God's moral code, but is rather one in which is downstream of your own biases and bigotry. So in fact, you are the one outcasting the scripture, you are the one outcasting God, and you are the one saying that you know better than God, because although God doesn't say it's wrong to be gay, I will. And that is just how quickly you become an anti-Christian heretic by engaging in this uplifting of your own bigotry and hate, placing it over the moral prescriptions of the all-loving God that you're supposed to bend the knee to the will and the whim and the moral commandment/testament of. But you instead have decided to place your own values, driven by your own prejudice, over the moral values as described in the scripture.
Dean, I respect you, and my daughter love your lectures and your debating so much. She hear you every day, but sorry if I am disagree with you about that, but with respect, يعني it's still your belief, but I don't believe in it. There is another.
Where's your
there is
belief coming
another
from?
verse.
Yeah, I just want to know why you think it's wrong to be gay.
Because God put the man inside him. There is the desire for a woman, okay, and inside the woman the desire for a man.
How do you know that God didn't put that desire only in some men and women, and in other men and women he put a desire for same-gendered intercourse?
Okay, give me a verse in the Bible that said that.
There's no verse in the Bible that says God made people gay, but we don't need a verse in the Bible to know that God made people gay, as that is naturally concluded via the fact that we know one's biology makes someone gay, and God designed their biology. Something doesn't need to be explicitly stated in the Bible in order for it to be true, all right? Like the Bible is not a description of all in which has ever existed. It is merely a description about the commandments in which you need to follow, focusing on your relationship with God. And by the way, if you are now operating on this principle, okay, that it needs to be said explicitly in the Bible in order for it to be true, then where does it state explicitly in the Bible that being gay is wrong? Oh, wait, I asked you that question 7 minutes ago, and you said, Dean, I can't find a verse in the Bible that explicitly states it's wrong to be gay. Therefore, in accordance with your argument, it is not wrong to be gay.
No. I said I didn't find a verse in the Bible that say it's wrong to be gay, but there is verses in the Bible show that God designed the woman to be with a man, and designed the man to be with a woman.
Is it wrong to be celibate? Because if you're a man that's celibate, you're not with a woman. And if you're a woman that's celibate, you're not with a man. In the same way, if you're a man that's gay, you're not with a woman. And if you're a woman that's gay, you're not with a man.
No, it's fine. But not
even
by
though
a
you're
gay.
not with a member of the opposite sex?
there is nuns and monks, you know.
Well, I mean, I think what you just described is that it's wrong to be gay because you're not with a member of the opposite sex. This was proven because you said God designed you to be with a member of the opposite sex. But now you're arguing that you don't have to be with a member of the opposite sex in order to be acting in accordance with the moral virtues as described by God. So then why is it wrong to be gay?
I meant there is some people, God designed them to be with a woman, some people or women to be with men, and some people God called them to be nuns and monks who live for God. And some people, they are just to choose in life to be single, you know?
Okay, so it's okay to choose to be
choice.
single. It's okay to... Okay, so then why is it not someone's choice to be gay? Keep in mind, it's actually not a choice because you can't choose to be gay. You just simply are gay.
Because God in human nature, he didn't put the desire in you as a man or as a man to be desired to another man.
Then who put that desire there?
The devil.
Okay, so the devil helped God in creation?
No way.
Okay, so creation is only God's?
Absolutely.
Okay, so then he created that desire.
It doesn't mean the science created that the God created.
Well, if God is the only one in which created, then God created that desire. Because if God didn't create that desire, and the devil created that desire, then both the God and the devil created.
No way. No,
Okay.
we know that
Then
God who created everything. But
if
I'm
God
telling
created
you that
everything,
scientists...
then God created the desire of same-gendered attractions.
No, he didn't.
Then who did?
I think the devil.
But you just said that the devil didn't help God in creation.
The devil didn't help God in creation.
Okay, then
yes,
the devil didn't
God
create the desire
who
of same-gendered
create
intercourse.
everything, but I will say it that scientists are human beings.
We're not
they
talking
can
about
do
scientists.
mistakes.
We're not talking about scientists. Who created that desire for same-gendered intercourse? Because if it was the devil, then the devil helped God in creation, but you said that the devil did not help God in creation, therefore it was God. But you reject that it's God, you accept that it's devil, therefore the devil helped God in creation. You reject that the devil helped God in creation, therefore it's God. But you reject that he was created by God, and you affirm that he was created by the devil, therefore the devil helped God in creation. But then you reject that the devil helped God in creation, therefore you'd accept that it's God. But you reject that it's God, and you affirm that it's the devil, and then we see how the loop continues. You've caught yourself in a circle because your argument is faulty.
Believe me, I'm not argue. I'm just, I have my belief even in Genesis in 1947, he talked about Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yeah, Sodom and Gomorrah, he does.
Yeah, the man of Sodom demands sexual relationship with the male visitors, and they were men.
Exactly.
Okay.
You just read it off perfectly. The men demanded the sexual, the sexual act.
Traditionally interpreted, as condemnation of homosexual acts.
Check this out.
So
check this out. Is it wrong for anyone to demand sexual acts of others?
Not others. The same sex.
Wait. So it's not wrong for a man to demand sex of a woman?
No. Yes. That's wrong. Yeah.
Okay, it is. So it is wrong to demand sexual relations, and you just hit the nail on the head.
No.
Because in the story of Sodom and Gomorrah, okay, what happened is that they were literally raping the other men and raping angels. Okay, and the Bible says this. You just read it. The men were demanding sex from other men. So what he's describing as wrong here isn't same-gendered intercourse, but rape.
I will tell you. In Sodom and Gomorrah, they were pleased. The people there, the men, were pleased by doing the same sex to each other as man to man.
The Bible says differently. The Bible says differently. The Holy Spirit drafted the Bible. You said it earlier. You got to believe every word. The Bible says they demanded it.
I want to tell you that the angels, when they come to Lot, they come not as angels have wings. No, they came as two men, but they were angels.
Yeah,
okay?
And then they fucking
so
raped
they saw
angels.
they are men, and they want to make sex with them.
Yeah, they
because
literally
they used to make sex
they literally
with the same
raped
sex.
them. They demanded sex. They raped the angels. Yes.
Rape. Because it says demand.
Yes, yes. Listen, they want to rape the two angels.
Yes,
okay?
which is why it was wrong. Not because it was same sex, but because it was rape.
Okay, the people in Sodom and Gomorrah, they were doing same sex together, man to man, woman to woman.
So where in Genesis 19 where in Genesis 19 does it say that they're engaging in consensual same-sex intercourse? Where in Genesis 19 does it say that?
In Genesis 19 from 4 to 7.
You just read off and it said demanded.
I want to have the Bible here to get it. Just a minute. Here you go, 19 from 4 to 7. It said, now before they lay down, the men of the city, the men of Sodom, both old and young, all the people for every quarter surrounded the house. And they called a lot and said to him, where are the men, not the angels, the men who came to you tonight? Bring them out us that we may know them carnally. You know what this means? That means they want to make sex with them.
Exactly. Bring me the men that I'm going to demand intercourse with. That's rape. Think about it this way.
Yes,
let's just put it.
I agree with you.
Okay,
yes, I agree
so then you
with
agree that Genesis 19 is describing rape.
Yes, I agree with you.
Okay, so if Genesis 19 is describing rape, then why would you assume that the issue with why God detested Sodom and Gomorrah wasn't the rape, but was rather the same-sex intercourse? And they did it not as an act of love. They did it not as an act of attraction. They did it as an act of embarrassment. They'd say, bring me them so I could embarrass them in front of everybody by raping them.
Okay. They use, Mariam, put the dog away. They use to do sex mans to mans and woman to woman. That's why.
Oh, actually, I don't hear any women described in Sodom and Gomorrah.
Okay,
so it's fine to be lesbian?
They said they only, usually the Bible. Listen. Usually the Bible talk about the number of men, but I don't know why he doesn't talk about the number of women.
Okay, so lesbianism,
even in the five
quote
fools
lesbianism, right?
and the
it's chill to be,
fish.
the lesbianism is all right. The lesbianism is chill.
Listen. Even though the five
you heard
fools
it.
and
Be a lesbian. Be a lesbian. Have sex with women. Go have as much lesbian sex as you possibly can. Go to Scissor City right now. Go ahead.
He clocked you.
What did you say? I'm sorry, Mariam. Stop talking. I'm sorry again. Sorry to say it again. What did you say?
1 second.
His girlfriend.
Sorry, I just see my girlfriend over there. Yeah, so what I said is that in Sodom and Gomorrah, it seems to not really describe anything to do with women. Therefore, apparently, all women ever should go to Scissor City.
She's just stop laughing. I want to ask you a question. Why God put fire in Sodom and Gomorrah?
Because
of the two angels?
Yes.
No.
What was it because of?
I will tell you why. Because before God shared his plan with Abraham, and he told him, I'm gonna, if I find 50 innocent people or saintly people in Sodom and Gomorrah, I'm not gonna destroy it. What this means? That means they were sinful. They were doing same sex together, man to man.
No, you can't assume if somebody is not innocent.
That's why he put the fire from heaven.
Wait, I have a question.
I
have a question. Are you innocent?
No way. No.
Therefore, you're gay.
What?
I mean, you just said that because he couldn't find 50 innocent people, that therefore they were all sinful, therefore they were all gay. I just asked you if you are innocent. You said no, therefore you were sinful, therefore you were gay.
No,
Duh.
I'm not sinful. That's why God came
Wait, so
as
you're innocent?
no one is,
innocent, therefore
like,
everyone is
perfect.
gay. We're all
That's
gay.
why
We're
God
all
came
gay.
the cross
We're
and he
all
took our sins,
we're all
so we don't
sucking
go
in.
to hell.
So
He
so we're
hold all
so,
our sins. No one is perfect.
okay. So therefore no one is innocent. Therefore everyone is sinful. Therefore everyone is gay in accordance with your logic.
Look, God is fair and he's just. Why he put fire from heaven, and he destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah? Because they were doing the same sex together.
But you have no evidence
Before
of that, because
even they think about the two angels.
Because we've already read over the verses, and they seem to be describing rape. Okay, that's probably the reason why. Just saying.
Yes, I know the rape. You're right about the angels. I know it's rape, but the men in the people in Sodom and Gomorrah, they were practicing the same sex together.
How do you know that they were practicing consensual same-sex intercourse? How do you know that?
How I know?
Yeah,
it's said in the Bible.
But we
That's
just read
why
the scripture.
God.
It said, I demand you to bring me the angel so I could rape him. That's what it said.
Yes, because they.
So where did it say in the scripture that they were engaging in consensual same-sex intercourse?
Because they look at them as strangers who didn't. Strangers that coming into the city, and they want to practice what they practice in normal life.
How do you know that?
Other
how do you know that in normal life they practice consensual same-sex intercourse?
It says
the Bible said.
No, it doesn't say that, because you said that the Bible says that. Then we read the verses, and then we agreed that it just describes rape. It does not describe some standard social practice of Sodom and Gomorrah where they were to engage in consensual same-sex intercourse. Nowhere in the Bible does it say that.
It said between the people in the city.
Where did it say that? Where does it say that? Where does it say that? Where does it say that? Where did it say that they consensually engage in same-sex intercourse? Give me the verses.
Just a minute.
Yeah, while you're looking for that, I'm going to thank a couple people here real quick. Over on Super Chat,
Okay.
Rave, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat, who says, never donated to anyone before, but holy shit, love seeing you cook these Christian buffoons who will just say something from scripture and then literally less than 10 seconds later say the exact opposite. I appreciate you so much for the $10, Rave. Thank you so much for the love. Full Band, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you so much for that love, Full Band. Full Band says, wouldn't she have to prove God exists before we should care what she thinks? I actually don't really have them prove that God exists, because I think that you could be a practicing Christian without being homophobic, which is like me kind of taking on that additional burden. But I'm okay with that, because I still like I can refute the view, even operating off of the principle that God exists. Thank you for the $20 Full Band. Let's get 200 Full Band W's. I'd also like to thank Crystal. Thank you so much for the $15 over on PayPal. Who says, love what you do. From a doc perspective, every one of your Trump listeners is voting for all of us to lose healthcare for even basic life-saving treatments. Keep educating. You're making a difference. Oh, thank you, Crystal. Show some love to Crystal in that chat. Seriously, y'all. And then Wendy, thank you for the $20, who says, you're amazing. I don't know how you're patient enough to do this as much as you do, but keep up the good work. It gives me hope for the future. Oh, thank you so much, Wendy. I actually enjoy conversations like these. Like, these are rather fun because they're easy. Thank you for the $20. Let's get 200 Wendy W's and then 100 Ellen W's for the $10, who says, hey, Dean, how are you doing today? Oh, I'm doing all right. I did just figure out, like, me and my girlfriend had plans to go to a Super Bowl party as soon as I get off, but I just got a text saying that, like, it's no longer happening, so I'm pretty sad about that, low-key. But thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Ellen. Show some love to Ellen. Let's catch up on Venmo real quick. Thank you for the $5, Cassidy, who says, I love you so much, and I love you too. Luna, thank you for the $3, who says, me and my girlies are going to go to #ScissorCity. Let's go lesbians. Fuck yeah, WLW. Then Norma, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo. Holy crap, thank you, Norma. Let's get 250. Norma W's. Norma says, my husband told me that his talking donkey told me that we should send this to you. The talking donkey is sending me money, folks. Show some love to Norma and her husband, Taylor. Thank you for the 50 cents. Ronna Lee, thank you for the 20, who says 1,500 species on this planet engage in same-sex intercourse. Only one is homophobic. Yeah, plus Christians don't think that non-humans have free will, so God made them fuck each other, I guess. Thank you for the $20, Ronna Lee. Then Shayla, thank you for the $25. She says, thank you for standing up and being a voice for those of us that are too scared scared to speak. Well, thank you for watching, and I appreciate you so much for your kind words. Seriously, Shayla. That is Sheila. Show some love to Shayla down below. And then Sierra, thank you for the 5. Katie, thank you for the 2. Then Jill, thank you for the $25. Thank you to support the grift. Thank you for supporting the grift. Show some love to Jill down below in that comment section. Same thing with Kathy for the $20, who says, thank you for attempting to educate MAGA. I wish 50 plus would have the courage to talk with you, not just the stupid 18-year-old boys. I would love to talk to some older people too, trust me. And then Jessica, thank you for the $10 for the daily cult dues. And Yeshua, thank you for the $5 as well. If you're watching and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in the bio on my TikTok account. I get 100% of all those proceeds. They go right to me. You could even attach a message and I will do my best to read it out loud. You could also just find the handle of the Venmo and the PayPal right there on the top of the phone screen on TikTok. And they're also in that pin message over on YouTube. Now, back to the guess. Were you able to find that verse?
Hello. Yes.
Hi.
So in the 18 Genesis 18 verse 20, it said, and the Lord said, because the outcry against Sodom and Gomorrah is great, and because their sin is very grave, I will go down. Okay, and because their sin is very grave. Okay. Actually, there is explanation of the Bible.
Okay, so can we clarify that in the verse that you gave me, it does not say.
Yes, it doesn't say
what sin was too great.
But the Holy Fathers, in the explanation of the Holy Bible in Genesis, they explain that the sin was that they were sin man to man and doing the same sex together.
Okay, and now what is the evidence that these Holy Fathers have? Because earlier you told me that humans were fallible and humans can make mistakes, and then you rejected the evidence of the humans that concluded that our biology causes us to be gay. Like, seemingly, you're now just basically accepting the words of other fallible humans that can make mistakes with no evidence for their claims to be true.
No, okay, I will give you another 3 verses from the New Testaments. In Romans 1:26 and 27, they said, for this reason God gave them up to dishonorable passions, men committing shameless acts with men.
I've already responded to the Romans verse.
Yeah,
And by the way, I've already responded to the Romans verse.
Okay, the First Corinthians 6 from 9 to 10, it said, do you not know that the unrighteous will not inherit the kingdom of God, neither the sexually immoral, nor men who practice homosexuality?
Yeah, the word was originally Amalekites, which traditionally translates to men engaging in sex with boys, pedophilia, like all the people in the Epstein files that Trump is protecting.
The other one, last one, 1 Timothy, chapter 1, verse from 9 to 10, it said, the law is laid down for the sexually immoral, men who practice homosexuality.
Yeah, same story before, but instead of it being Amalekites, it's now Arseniokai. Don't really know what it means. It's kind of just a word that the author of Timothy made up.
We agree together that not Timothy, not Saint Paul, not Moses, who wrote the Bible. Who wrote the Bible is the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit through these prophets and through these apostles.
So Moses didn't write the Bible. Moses is like an Old Testament figure. Moses was dead when the canon of the New Scripture was canonized at around 432 after death.
Yes, I said about the whole Old Testament and the whole New Testament.
AD.
It's wrote by the Holy Spirit that was inside the prophets and the apostles.
So wait, God was inside men?
The Holy Spirit was inside
I have a question.
the
Is
man.
God all-knowing?
What all-knowing? What this means? I'm sorry.
Like knows everything? Is God all-knowing?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
So God knows what it's like to get pegged in the ass.
I'm sorry. You
I'm
know
sorry.
my
I'm
background.
sorry. Listen.
No,
listen.
no.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna move on to the next question.
No.
Listen.
Don't make fun of me.
I'm not making fun of you.
Okay.
As long as you're not making fun of gay people, which you are. So I am making fun of you just a little bit.
I'm not
because
making
I feel
fun
like,
of the gay people.
Oh yeah, you're just saying.
I respect them. I love them. Okay, but my belief that this is doesn't please God.
So what if you're
My
a gay person that
belief-
just doesn't engage in gay sex? What then? From your view, what then?
Okay, if he's not doing a sin with someone and doing the same sex,
then it's fine.
I think with God, it's gonna be okay.
Okay, so it's actually not a sin to be gay because gay is just the attraction, not the action.
I don't think so. It's a sin. But if you practice,
Wait.
Listen.
But you just said it'd be okay with God. So if it's okay with God, then it's not a sin.
If there is attraction inside you, this
Then
is
it's not
will
a
be a
sin.
sin.
Wait, why?
It's a sin.
Why?
If you have attraction,
Why is the
to
attraction
the
a
same
sin?
sex,
Katie Murray, you're
because
coming up next.
the attraction inside you who make you do the same sex with another man.
Okay, but
Without
if it doesn't make you do that, you're just attracted to other men. Why is that a sin?
Because God didn't design anyone to be like that.
Okay, then how did they become like that?
Oh, maybe the devil deceived them with emotions and wrong thoughts about themselves, and it's happened a lot.
Okay, so it's a choice to be gay.
You know that the devil is a liar,
So is it a choice to be gay?
and he is a deceiver.
So is it a choice to be gay? Because it seems like they were deceived into making the choice of being gay. So you think it's a choice to be gay?
No.
Okay, so then they couldn't be deceived into doing something that they couldn't choose to do. I can't be deceived by the devil into having the ability to jump to the moon because I can't choose to jump to the moon. I can't be deceived by the devil into growing wings and flying to LA because I can't grow wings and fly to LA. Just like people can't be deceived by the devil into being gay because they can't choose to be gay.
So to be specific, because I don't want to take from your time, okay, because I know your time is precious. I'm talking about right now, the act of sex. It's not pleased in front of God.
All right, well, I appreciate
this
for
is
coming
my
up.
belief.
I appreciate
That's
for coming
why.
up. Huge shout out. One moment. Huge shout out to your daughter. I'm going to move on to the next guest at this point in time. I appreciate you for coming up. And to the daughter, appreciate you for giving me the time to be able to change your mom's mind. But she seems pretty stuck in her ways. Y'all have a good rest of your day. All right.
Okay, bye.
We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Hammer, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you. Thank you so much for that love. I appreciate you so much. Hammer says religious freedom was a mistake. Nah, I disagree with you. I think we could practice religious freedom while not practicing religious extremism. I think that freedom of extremism was a mistake. All right, yo, Katie Marie, you were just in that queue. Hop back in that queue because I want to bring you up here. Don't run now. I'd also like to thank, let's see here, over on PayPal, dude, Jolene, thank you so much for the $50 donation. I really appreciate you so much for that love, Jolene. Show some love to Jolene down below in that comment section. Thank you, Jolene. That is Jolene. Jolene didn't attach any message to her donation. Just sent the love right on over. I appreciate the hell out of you. Thank you so much, Jolene. Thank you so much. I want to see 500 Jolene W's. And then Katie Marie with a $1 says, this is Katie Marie. Dean, you are young and immature. Life hasn't smacked you in the face yet. You are clearly paid by somebody to promote the propaganda and narrative that you do. Please educate yourself. So Katie Marie was actually just in the queue. We were just going to bring her up here. But she actually ran, dude. She hit the road running. She said, guess what, Dean? I'm not going to talk to you. Katie Marie, hop back in that queue. We're going to bring you up right now. Don't run now. Don't be scared, Katie Marie. Don't be scared. And the non-free, thank you for the $10, who says she's leaving out the most important part, arrogance and hospitality and the oppression of the poor rather than explicitly sexual immorality. Yeah, well, I appreciate you so much for the $10 and the historical facts. Got a couple people to thank over on Venmo real quick. Chad, thank you for the $5, who says, I watch you all the time, bro. Keep up the good work. Dean for president, you got my vote. Chad, bro, you are fucking Chad. Love you so much, bro. Thank you for the $5. And then Leslie, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you, Leslie. Let's get 150 Leslie W's. Leslie says, as a mom, thank you so much for being educated. It gives me hope. I've never donated, but you deserve this. Oh, Leslie, thank you so much for your support, bro. Oh my God, you guys are being so kind today. Same thing to you, Berkeley. Thank you for the $10. Who says a person can believe in God and affirm/support the LGBTQ+ IA community because God's love isn't conditional on who you love. I could not agree more, Berkeley. And then Theron, thank you for the $1. I appreciate y'all. If you want to support me, you can find that Venmo and that PayPal in the link tree in the bio over on TikTok, pin message on YouTube, and the handles also at the top of that phone screen. Just make sure you get the handle right. There's a lot of fake Dean accounts out there that steal your money. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now. I really wish that Katie Marie didn't run. I'd love to bring her up, but she hit that road. She said, nope, can't do it. Can't debate you, Dean. Howdy. How we doing?
Excellent, thank you.
Are you a Trump supporter?
I'm going to be really honest with you. I used to be. Please forgive me. However, with the whole thing that's coming out about like Israel and the Zionists, I cannot be a Trump supporter any longer.
Excellent, thank you. Have a good rest of your day. Let's go move on to the next guest right now. Only up inside that queue. If you're MAGA, please follow rules or get banned. Let's get that next guest loaded up here right now. Good job. That's awesome. All right, moving on to the next guest as we speak. We got Kevin Knight loading up, and we'll also load in Wally. We'll load in Wally. We got Kevin and Wally loading up. What's up, Kevin? Do you support Trump? Kevin's absent. What about you, Wally? Are you a big Trump guy?
Yeah.
Well, Wally, you're not a guy at all because you're like 4.5, brother. Moving on to the next guest. I guess he'd be a guy, not a man. There we go. That's the way to word it. We got that next guest, Grace, loading up into the box. There she is. We got Grace Becker, 970. Grace Becker, 970, very quickly left. I wish that Grace would have connected because 970, I'm wondering if that is her area code because if so, she lives very close to me. Moving on to the next guest. Hello, Rap Edits. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Hello?
Hey, what's up, man? Do you support Trump?
Well, I did vote for him.
Do you still support him today?
I'm sorry?
Do you still support him today?
In some ways, but not 100%. And every time that I go through the social medias and the news and see them, I just start declining.
Okay, well, dude, that's great. I appreciate you so much for joining us. And honestly, just sounds like, maybe I'm already doing my job right by just having you watch. So that's good, dude. I hope that goes down to 0% pretty quickly here. And Derek, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. Derek didn't attach a message to that donation, just sent the love. I appreciate that, Derek. That's very kind of you, my friend. All right, Rap Edits, go ahead and take it away. Tell us all why the hell you support the worst president of your life, Mr. Delusional Diaper Don, who shit his pants, wants to invade our allies, very racist, and terrible person.
Well, I'm really on the fence about it. There's a lot of things that I don't like now that he's doing.
Okay.
But I did like a lot of stuff that he did in his first term. Going in,
Sounds good. Real quick, Grace, are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Rap Edits, I'm going to give preferential treatment to Grace here because I tried to load her up a moment ago, and it didn't work, but now she's back. So feel free to hop back in that queue, man. Appreciate you for joining us. Grace, is 970, is that your area code?
No, it's just what TikTok gave me.
Okay, because that's my area code. So I was going to see if you live close. Now, tell us, Grace, why do you support the most atrocious piece of shit as the president of the United States of America?
I'm going to be just a little specific to what you've been talking about like right now.
Okay.
I don't care. I voted for him twice. I'm 33. I don't care if he hooked up with porn stars or did any of that stuff. I don't care. If he was my boyfriend or my dad or my boss, maybe I wouldn't want to work for him. But as a president, I don't understand why that is like so hardcore for you. It doesn't matter to me. That doesn't mean he's a good guy.
Yeah.
But I don't think it should matter. I don't think it affects how he's being a president. I don't think it affects him at all, except it affects people like you. That's so hardcore, like a point.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, I feel like you're focusing on that. You're missing all the other stuff. It doesn't matter. Okay, I'm done.
I do think it matters. He cheated on all 3 of his wives, one with a porn star, then gave her illegitimate, illegal payments because he falsified them and labeled them as business expenses to attempt to keep her quiet so people would still vote for him in 2016. But when I talk about Trump's character, especially sexual misconduct, Stormy Daniels is not the first thing I go to. The first thing I go to would be him raping E. Jean Carroll, would be him sexually exploiting women and girls, would be his 30-plus allegations of child rape, SA, so on and so forth. Would be him hitting on a 10-year-old girl or sexualizing his own daughter. Do you care about those
He wasn't
things?
hitting on a 10-year-old and this is what I mean, girl, and this is what I mean. You go on these rants, like, that's not really
That was
accurate.
less than 20
the
seconds.
comment he
Don't
made
call
about
it a
his
rant.
daughter, the comment he made about his daughter, I mean, if you took things my dad have said about me out of context, it would probably sound a little creepy too.
Well, then
that
maybe your dad
also
deserves to
doesn't
be in jail
mean
alongside Trump,
he
dude.
can't
Don't
be
know
a
what to
good-
tell you.
Probably, but that doesn't mean he's a bad president. It has nothing to do with his presidency.
What? Wait,
that has
him,
nothing to do with his,
raping women
that
and
has
sexually
nothing
exploiting
to do
girls
Hold on.
has nothing to do with his presidency. Can you
No.
say that out loud?
With
say,
his-
say Trump raping women and sexually
I think
exploiting
it
girls
has
has
to do with
nothing
his
to do with his
character as a
presidency.
person.
Okay, then say it.
You're making it so.
Wait. Just say it out loud.
You're
Just say it out
magnifying
loud.
it.
Say
You're
Trump raping women and sexually
what?
exploiting girls has nothing to do with his presidency. Say it.
Trump raping women has nothing to do with him being an effective president. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. The same way you get upset about people bringing up whatever you said when you were like 12 or whatever, that doesn't make who you are. Like, get over it. It's not a big deal. Move on. Like, that doesn't mean he's not effective at his job. It doesn't mean you're not good at tricking people into donating to you. Like, it's the same thing. Like, it's not a big deal. Move on. You're still good at it. He's still good at being a president. It just shouldn't be a point, is my point. It shouldn't be your, like, go-to.
It's happened. We have reached late-stage MAGA denialism. Where we now
I'm
have-
not denying anything. What am I denying? What am I denying?
the wrongness of rape, for starters. But let me finish
I didn't
my
say it wasn't
statement.
wrong,
You
sir.
said get over it. It's not a big deal. Let me finish my statement.
That
I'll
doesn't
allow
mean
you
it's
to
right.
finish. Let me finish.
You're right. Go ahead.
We have reached late-stage MAGA denialism. This country is fucked because now we have millions of people just like you, just like this Gus, running around, hopping on podiums in front of over 25,000 people and screaming that rape isn't a big deal and it's just something that we need to get over. Listen, what we need to get over is people like you. What we need to get over is people like Trump so we could get this virus out of the mainstream so we have appropriate, responsible adults that think it's wrong to forcefully penetrate the vagina of a 13-year-old girl and not reckless assholes with no spine like you coming up onto a live saying that sexual violence is something that isn't a big deal, doesn't matter, and we all need to get over it.
You're misinterpreting what I'm saying. I'm saying as far as becoming the president. I never said it was okay. I never said anything like that. I'm just saying focusing on that and preaching that is just it's not representing him as a president. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying anything like that.
It's very relevant to his presidency, and I'll tell you why, Grace. Okay? Somebody's personal characteristics are one of the most relevant factors if they are to be president, because it is the person who creates the policy. It is the person that drafts the agenda. So when we say a person like Trump, who has no ability to experience empathy or care for others, or this general desire to want to better the well-being of others, which is proven to be true because he can rape women, proven to be true because he has sexually exploited women and girls, so on and so forth. Okay, well then we see an agenda that is exclusive of a care for others and apart and different from one in which would help the betterment of the people. Think about it this way. Maybe if Donald Trump actually cared about women and girls, okay, well, then he wouldn't have used 16 million starving American children, including girls, okay, as a fucking lever to hold over the heads of Democrats in Congress by refusing to send them food stamps during the last 12 days of the government shutdown, even after a court had ordered him to do so. Maybe if he wasn't a criminal, somebody that would like to break the law, that we wouldn't see his agenda including baseless attacks on the Constitution, like his attack on the First Amendment, Second Amendment, 10th Amendment, 14th Amendment, 22nd Amendment, or like his provisions to the ICE Code of Conduct, allowing them to arrest people without judicial warrants or infringe and run into people's houses in violation of their Fifth Amendment rights. You know what I mean? Maybe if he actually cared about minorities and he wasn't super racist, okay, that's proven to be true. It wasn't even like 72 hours ago that he's posting pictures of Barack and Michelle Obama's apes on Truth Social, then we wouldn't see this agenda that disproportionately disenfranchises marginalized communities in this country versus implicitly via like taking money away from the poor and giving it to the rich, when many marginalized communities in this country are disproportionately more likely to have a lower socioeconomic well-being, or explicitly, okay, by like saying that undocumented immigrants are poisoning the blood of this country and we just need to arrest them all without due process and send them to be tortured in El Salvador, even when they're like 5-year-old boys like Liam Ramos with his father, who was not an undocumented immigrant, okay, having a judge order them to be removed from a detainment facility where they were like eating foods with maggots in it, and 5-year-old Liam Ramos was getting sick because he was refusing to eat and throwing up. Maybe those things wouldn't be happening, okay, if he wasn't super bigoted. So this is exactly why the personable characteristics of the president matters for the presidency. The only reason why you don't think it matters is because it's Trump. But if it was Obama, you'd be fucking like screaming and shouting from the top of your lungs for 3 months the moment he decides to wear a tan fucking suit. If it was Biden, you'd be screaming and shouting from the top of your lungs, arguing, oh, this personable characteristic of being old and forgetful means that all of a sudden the world's over and World War III is about to start tomorrow unless we put the adjudicated rapist in the Oval Office. But then as soon as the adjudicated rapist is in the Oval Office, I'm going to say, I don't care if he's a rapist. I don't care if he's a pedophile. I don't care if he's a racist. I don't care if he's this or that, because at the end of the day, all that matters is his policy. But then you can't even have a conversation about that policy because that sucks too. That's what led to the very worst monthly job report in January of 2026 since 2009, or the worst annualized job report in 2025 since 2003 if we ignore recessions. It is a lose-lose scenario. As soon as you lose on the policy, you deflect back the character, saying he's a big, strong man who's going to scare other countries, and he just has a great, gallant character of an awesome leader. But then as soon as it's about the character, I don't care that he's a rapist. I don't care that he's a racist. I don't care that he defends murder. I don't care that he's best friends with a prolific child sex pest who's trafficking children to his own private fucking island, and that it's all about the policy. It's just a catch-22 that's inevitably a win-win for you from your own perspective, but a lose-lose for fucking everybody, including you, because you're a woman that directly suffers from this shit.
This is why I didn't want to talk to you, because like, Jesus, I'm not you're the one that's deflecting and going back to rape. Every time you talk to somebody, when they bring up something good about Trump, you go back to rape. So you're contradicting yourself, number one. Number two, you just said 1 billion and one things. I'm happy for you because you're very young. I hope you do really good with your platform. Have a good day.
I mean, can't be mad. All right, thanks for affirming that every single thing that I said was right, and you were left so stun-locked because somebody finally told you how it is, what's real, what's not, and how you are on the wrong side of history, undeniably so, or else you would have denied it, okay? And then you just left. I mean, fucking thank you. Thank you so much for proving me right. I really appreciate it. I hope that you have a great rest of your day, Grace. Holy crap. Well, yeah, she's gone. Sorry, man. I usually like to take the conversations a little bit slower. You know, I stopped doing the fucking slam dunk mic drop shit a couple months back when I literally couldn't get anybody, but she kind of pissed me off. All right. Well, that was really quick. Yeah, we have time for a handful of other guests. Let's go and get that next Trump supporter loaded up into the live. All right, guys. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. We got Levi loading up into the box. What's up, Levi? Do you support Trump? Oh, Levi left too. We got our next guest, Jordan, loading up into the box. Jordan Fitch. Perfect. Here we go, y'all. Okay, Jordan's not joining. Now all of a sudden, like all the Trump supporters inside of the queue are leaving. They're all leaving the queue. All right, moving on to the next guest. Who do we got? Here is... Who's next? What about this guy? This guy is Joe. We'll get Joe up in here. Hi, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Awesome. How do you?
Sorry, I'll go somewhere where there's I have the Super Bowl. I'm gonna go somewhere else.
Okay, how do you?
20.
All right, man, give me a couple seconds here just to thank some people over on Venmo and PayPal. Then I will happily pass that mic off to you. And if you want to support me on Venmo or PayPal, you could actually find them in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message over on YouTube, as well as the handles at the top of the phone screen. And if you haven't already, hit that follow button. Just do this real quick, and then we'll hop into the debate. Abigail, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for that love, Abigail, who says, Dean, I'm going to Grand Junction CO here soon. Do you have any suggestions on things to do in Grand Junction? My first suggestion would not to go to Grand Junction. It kind of sucks here. Check out Palisade and their wineries. And if you like the outside in nature, check out the National Monument. Thank you for the $20, Abigail. B, thank you for the $2. Allison, thank you for the $10, who says, can you please tell Grisha that she's disgusting? There's a special place in hell for women that deny the harms of grape. Thank you. And thank you for all that you do. Well, I appreciate you so much, Allison. Show some love to Allison. Berkeley, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for the love. Oh my God. Just telling that last guest to shut the hell up. Yeah, I agree with you. I'm so sorry that you had to hear that. Patty, thank you so much for the $25 donation on Venmo. Thank you so much, Patty. Show some love to Patty. Patty with the $25 says, I love your YouTube live debates. Keep educating your audience. Open their eyes. Well, I try my best. Thank you so much for the love, Patty. Show some love to Patty down below, folks. Show some love to Patty. And then Shauna, thank you so much for the $20. She says, thank you so much for cooking the cult. Cheers to the grift. Well, I appreciate you for the supporting the grift. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Shauna. And we're all caught up over there on Venmo. Let's catch up on PayPal. Thank you guys so much for the love. On PayPal, Jeff, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. Patricia, thank you for the $10. She says, you and Adam Craig changed my deep MAGA brother's mind. I can't thank you enough. Well, thank you for so much for showing the streams to him. You were awesome, Patricia. And huge shout out to your brother as well. Thank you for the $10. And Kathy! Oh my goodness! Kathy, thank you so much for the $100 donation on PayPal. Holy shit, Kathy. That is so fucking kind of you. That is so much money. Queen Kathy's back in the building. I want to see 1,000 big ass Kathy W's down below in that comment section. Thank you so much for the love. Kathy with 100 says, Grace is a piece of shit. She had no idea, but being a privileged piece of shit. She couldn't have said it better myself, Kathy. You know I love you. Thank you so much for the generosity. Show some love to Kathy down below in that chat. Same thing with Matthew and Tommy. Tommy, thank you so much for the $20. And Matthew, thank you so much for the $20. Matthew with the 20 says, tricky little Dean, tricking me into donating again. You've been tricked, quite frankly. Tommy with a 20 says, hey Dean, thank you so much for what you do and staying dedicated to fighting for our country. I'm going through a rough breakup, and these streams help me stay focused. You're a 1 in a million, and I hope that you create many more fighters. Oh, thank you for the love, Tommy, bro. Listen, when I started these streams, I went through a rough breakup too, and they helped me kind of lock in. It's a good distraction, man, and I'm sorry to hear that you're going through that. And then Derek, thank you for the $10, who didn't leave a message and only love. I appreciate you. Now, everybody watching on TikTok is telling me to check the reposts of this guy, so let's go ahead and check them out real quick. What is their handle? HoMe88433. HoMe88433. Let's go to their page. Take a look at the reposts.
Why does everyone say everything about the reposts of people that come here? Mm-hmm.
Oh, I mean, it looks like your only repost is saying, why is it so hard to believe that he's dead?
It is hard, and I don't believe that he is, but, you know, it's speculations.
I mean, yeah, I don't...
People are... Why are
yeah,
people
I don't really
yeah.
I don't really care about that, if I'm gonna be honest. Like, I mean, you could speculate about Epstein's, you know, death or lack thereof.
Yeah.
At one time, I guess we're here to debate Trump supporters. People are saying that he deleted them. You can't delete reposts.
How would I delete them around here?
Unless you have a second device.
I told you I was gonna go to another room.
Let me know if that's true over on Discord. But until then, go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
So, you know, I've always been, I came from a family of law enforcement, and I think that just the things that have been happening right now haven't been the whole problem of ICE, and I just support them. And I think that what they're doing is something that no other enforcement or law enforcement can do, right? That's enforce immigration laws. And I really hope that one day I can work for them too, because I care about this country, just like you care about them.
Yeah, was Alex pretty murdered?
That would be in the hands of the courts.
Okay, well, it's in our hands. We're gonna adjudicate it with the right standards. Do you think he was murdered?
Alex Preddy. So I don't have the you have, in order to find him guilty, or you know, the cop, you have to see it as a law enforcement, right? What would a law enforcement do there? Or what would an officer do there? And I don't know the milliseconds before, you know, he pew-pewed him. So I cannot come to that
Oh,
conclusion.
whoa. Okay, this is on your repost. One second. We're going to talk about that insofar as why you're wrong, but I want to show you this real quick. I didn't even see this because they have me blocked. You reposted this video. One second. Let me pull it up here.
Okay.
Double tap. Boom.
Huh?
Picture of me. Rare aesthetic. You failed college and decided to LARP as a liberal to profit off of people suffering because course selling wasn't working. Do you agree with this message?
I have personal opinions about you, but
Yeah, you agree with
those
this
are personal.
message? Is this message true?
50% of it is true.
50%? Which 50%?
Well, you didn't go to college because you almost failed high school, but I think that you do
Well,
profit
actually,
off
I
people.
did go to college.
With a 2.9 GPA.
Yeah, because I got a 1400 on the SAT.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I still respect you as a person, but
So you think that it's all true?
not all true. No.
Okay. So then what's true about this? What's true about this depiction?
I do think that you LARP, right? To profit off people. Because let me give you my personal
What do you think about
opinion.
that? What do you think about that picture behind the text?
I mean, I really don't know why you changed.
Do you know where that picture comes from?
No, but I used to watch.
That comes from April Fools 3 years ago. 3 years
So
ago
you
on
never-
April
you were-
on
you
April
were never
1st. One
Republican?
moment. 3 years ago on April 1st, I hosted a live saying that Donald Trump was the third coming of Jesus Christ, and that we know this because he released that new Bible that had the Constitution in it, and the Constitution is actually the third testament of the Bible, and now he's annulling the New Testament with a New Testament. And I guess a lot of people have decided to take a picture from April 1st. Very funny live stream, by the way, and paraded around as me being a Trump supporter in recent history.
Yeah, and
baseless
I
propaganda.
reposted it.
But you think that I'm LARPing to make money? Go into that.
Yeah, so I'll give you because I want to give you my, I guess, opinion on why I think that you do this. Well, when Charlie Kirk did get unalived, I saw you cry, and I knew you were you were hurt, right? I guess because what he does is similar to what you do.
Yeah, I was
but
hurt because I was scared for my friend's safety and scared for my safety.
Yeah, and when what's her name? What was the woman that died, or the
Renee Good.
gay woman? Renee Good, right? When she got unalived, I never saw a tear drop from you, and I was like, why not?
Have you ever seen me eat food?
Not on live.
Does that mean that I don't eat food?
No.
So just because you don't see me do something doesn't mean that I do it, right?
But what's the
it
difference?
makes sense that you didn't. Well, the difference between Renee Good and Charlie Kirk is that I was live streaming when Charlie Kirk was killed. I was not live streaming when Renee Good was killed.
Okay,
Wow.
I thought you got.
Do you just see how easily clapped that argument is? Like, this is the best propaganda against me. And that video has like
No, and another thing,
500,000
I don't-
likes. It's crazy. Like, even if you go to like my reposts on this account, there's like a post with like 300,000 likes where someone's like, oh, like I watched it when I did my makeup. And then one of the top comments is like, oh, he cried for Kirk, but not for Renee. What shitty propaganda. And it's unfortunate because it's used by like a very small group of people on the left and a lot of people on the right. It just doesn't make much sense.
And there's a lot of other things that why I think you're a bad person. It's not just because of that, but I saw a
why you think
video.
I'm a LARPing, because I haven't heard that explanation yet. I'm like, how could you expect me to not believe in what I say,
Because
considering the fact that I come at it with
I
so
was
much evidence,
told-
reason, and logic?
Yeah,
Like,
so I was
what
told
about
my-
that? Like, do I just not believe the arguments that I purport that prove that what I say to be objectively true?
I mean, that fits your agenda for sure, but you never talk about anything.
Wouldn't it be
that
my
Trump does.
agenda if I was a LARPing? Because I wouldn't genuinely believe in it. My agenda would be like, oh, like pro-Trump, I'm a Republican. Like, why would I be a pro-Trump Republican LARPing as a liberal if, while LARPing as a liberal, I'm able to prove that being a pro-Trump Republican is wrong?
Because there's more evidence of, I guess, Trump being a bad person and a good person because of his history, and that's what you target. Everything you talk about is Trump's history. You talk about him, being a rapist, molesting children,
I do
when there's
talk
no
about him being
evidence
a
of that.
rapist. I do talk about him sexually exploiting children. That is absolutely true. But I'm waiting to hear why you think that I'm LARPing to grift and make money.
I mean, did you used to sell courses, or is that true?
I used to sell website development help. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were like one of those clavicular guys. My bad.
Well, when I was like super young, I marketed help for website development as a course, and it did make a lot of people money. So, like, I mean, I understand the marketing I used when I was 16 was cringe. I mean, it wasn't. I don't think that the product that I sold was illegitimate, though. I mean, I went on to sell the same product for 5 figures. What's the issue there?
And then there was another video I saw when, someone asked you, one of your fans or someone that was debating you, if incest should be illegal, and you said no, it should be legal. Is that true?
Well, I think that incest should be illegal.
Oh, you remember that one, right?
I think that
one.
I think that incest should be illegal. What you're talking about is when I first started doing these debates, I asked people if they think that it's wrong to be gay, and then somebody came up on my stream and attempted to make an argument equivocating incest to being gay, and they were like, "Oh, so in accordance with your view, like, how do you justify this conclusion that incest is like wrong and should be illegal, but being gay is it wrong and shouldn't be illegal?" I was a very new and inexperienced debater, and they got me, so I bit the bullet instead of not biting the bullet. So, I mean, L debater when I first started, but that's never been something that I believed. I think the only person that really daydreamed about incest would probably be the president that you support that hit on his own daughter agreeing with Howard Stern, calling her a hot piece of ass. Now, I've still yet to hear the argument.
It's a comedy show. It's a comedy show.
Oh,
for sure.
Okay. So you're actually now supporting Donald Trump, like saying that his his young daughter's a hot piece of ass. So do you think that incest should be illegal?
Fuck yeah! I think people that have incest should go to Russia or.
But people that rape women should go to the Oval Office.
Is there
got it. Now, please tell me. No, give me the argument because I still haven't heard it left. Why do you think I'm LARPing for money? It honestly just sounds like you're maybe a little bit jealous about the donations that I receive.
No, it's just because I know that you're a big guy, you're a famous guy, you got famous off I guess LARPing off Charlie Kirk, but you're not going to Twitch or you're not going to.
One
Kick
second,
because,
I had movement. I had movement before I even knew Charlie Kirk. You do understand that my first 1v20 debate video on Jubilee is currently sitting as one of their top 10 most viewed videos ever with close to 20 million views, right?
So why is
that,
your number
right?
one video on TikTok?
So where's that movement coming from?
So why is it your number one most viewed video you being in a Charlie debate?
Oh, I'm confused. What do you mean, me being a fan of Charlie? No, my number one most viewed video is actually Charlie Kirk running away from me because he was scared because I'm smarter than him, or well, I was smarter than him.
Well, they had to take him down because people like you are scared of the truth.
Oh, okay. Well, then why did he run away from the debate? Oh,
because he has more important people to talk to.
Oh, exactly. So now there's some type of excuse there, right? You just excuse Charlie Kirk when he runs away from a debate with somebody that's smarter than him. And by the way, just to be clear, he didn't. He didn't have more important people to talk to on that day because the people that were going up to talk to him were a lot of his fans being like, "Oh, dude, Charlie Kirk, I love you, bro. Could I, come on, I love you." Like, come on, okay? Yeah, the people demanded, and they didn't get it. I mean, once again, I still don't really feel like you're really giving a good argument, and that proves that I'm somehow grifting for donations. But I'm actually going to thank a couple of people for supporting the grift real quick. Slumber, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo, who says, "Thank you for fighting for SA survivors. We appreciate you trying to drill it in that committing SA cancels out any goodness in somebody, and they don't accept it. It's insane." Thank you for the $10, Slumber. Thank you for supporting the grift. Lori, thank you for the $10 on Venmo as well. He says, "Thank you for what you do." Well, thank you for supporting the grift. Ben, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you for supporting that grift. Isabella with the $10 says, "Appreciate what you do." Well, I appreciate you for supporting that grift. Gracie with the $10 who says, "What you put her on was pure excellence. Excellent job, Dean." Well, thank you, Gracie. I appreciate you for supporting the grift. And then Reese and McKenna, thank you for the $5 each. Thank you for supporting the grift. Joshua, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. Thank you for supporting the grift. And then Denisha, thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal. Yo, thank you. Thank you so much for that love, Denisha. I want to see 500. Denisha W, who says, loving the LARP. Thank you so much for supporting the grift. Show some love to Denisha down below
tax on tips,
for
huh?
supporting the grift. Thank you. Thank you so much, Denisha. As well as Byron. Thank you for the $25, who says, I recently turned to be liberal after genuinely watching your lives every day since November of last year. Would like to say thank you for helping me see the light. Well, you are exactly why I do what I do. Thank you for the $25, Byron. And as always, thank you for supporting the grift. And we just got a big one here. Monique! Oh my God! Monique, thank you so much for the $100 donation over on PayPal. Monique, that is crazy. Thank you. Thank you so much for supporting the grift with the DNC Shield bot money. Monique with $100 says, I just saw the propaganda against you on TikTok, and then after watching one stream all the way through, I instantly recognized how stupid it all was. You demonstrate a consistent moral compass with such compassion for others. Oh, Monique. It is really easy to see right on through it. It's just haters like these guys that don't because they want to be able to somehow justify not listening to the guy that's telling them their president is a rapist. Thank you so much for the $100. Seriously, Monique, that is so fucking kind of you. I want to see 1,000 Monique W's down below in that chat. Thank you. Thank you so fucking much. Show some love to Monique. On God. That's crazy. As well as Aria, thank you for the $10. She says, can the guest please define what LARPing is? Oh, no way he could. Thank you. And it looks like we're all caught up. I appreciate y'all so much for supporting the grift. In fact, can you thank them for supporting the grift?
I don't think they're real donations because I can't see them. I think it's actually DNC money. It's like, I don't know, it's Carmelita from like another account or something. I do believe that.
What?
Yeah, because I mean, most of your fans, I see them come up all the times, and they're like, you know, not even old enough to vote. I don't think they even know what a frat party is.
Well, A, I think that not knowing what a frat party is probably indicative of a higher level of intelligence than a lower one. And B, the average age range of my viewership would be 18 to 24. And C, we have a lot of older viewers on these streams. And D, even if most of my viewers were younger, well, most of my viewers don't donate.
So why does most
but you said that you think that they're fake because you can't see them. So if you can't see something, you think it's fake. I have a question, sir. Can you see me?
I can hear you.
So you can hear my voice, but can you see my body?
No, I can't, but I can hear you. So
is my body fake?
Well, if I had no eyesight, I would say that. I don't know. Yeah,
well, I mean, open your eyes. Can you see my body?
Yeah, I can't see your body.
So therefore, my body is fake in accordance with your logic. Oh, but I got to come back because I got to thank another fake donor. Bethany, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo, who says, let's read it off real quick. For the grift from your 35-year-old mother of 3 fan. So Bethany is 35, mother of 3, and she sent me $10. Oh, same thing with Taylor. Thank you for the $10. She says, from a fake 32-year-old. Thank you so much for the fake $10 from a fake 32-year-old. Likely botted shield DNC money. I appreciate you so much for the love. Thank you so much for the kindness. Are you trolling? I don't feel like you are because of the demeanor that you've been presenting.
I wanted to talk to you about...
Oh, but after, I thank Caitlin so much for the $5 over on PayPal. I appreciate you so much for that.
You're not here to debate, right?
Then Belle, thank you so much for the $7 from a fake 34-year-old. Joe, thank you so much for the $20, dude. Thank you so much from a fake 45-year-old. Let's go, Joe. Thank you so much for the love. And then Caroline, thank you for the $10 from a fake 72-year-old. Oh my God. Then Sophie with a $15 from a fake vet tech. Thank you. Jonathan with a fake $5. Kathy with a $50 over on PayPal. The fake 50 from a 59-year-old Kathy. I love you. Thank you so much for the $50. The fake $50, might I add. Kyra, thank you for the $5. Michaela, thank you for the $1 from a fake 29-year-old here for the grift. Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate you so much for that kindness. Okay, I'll stop if you could say thank you. Claire, thank you for the $2 from a fake 41-year-old.
Can you stop? I know you're broke.
Well, obviously I'm not. I mean,
well, obviously you are because
you got them to thank for that, Josie. Thank you so much for the $20. I appreciate you so much for that love. Show some love to Josie down below in the comment section for the $20, ensuring that I'm not broke from a fake 61-year-old. Tracy with the $20 from a fake 55-year-old. Will with the $8 from a fake 49-year-old. Isis, thank you for the $10 from the fake software engineer. Meg with the $5 from the Antifa fake teacher, and then Bianca, thank you for the $10 from a fake 35-year-old and a fake 45-year-old fiance. Thank you so much for the love. love. Katie with the $5 for the fake money. I appreciate you, Katie. Then AE, thank you for the $20 over on YouTube super chat from me. 37-year-old fake human. Then City with the $2 from a fake person as well. And Caitlin with the $5 from a fake 41-year-old mother of two. That's totally fake. Lee, thank you for the $15 over on YouTube super chat from a fake 43-year-old. They're all so fake. They're all so fake, quite frankly. The fakest I've ever seen. Derek, thank you for the $5 who says, uh-oh, some more fake money. And Alex with a Galaxy, I appreciate you for that love. And Melody, oh my God, thank you for the $100 donation on Venmo. Oh my God, Melody with $100 says thank you for always speaking the truth.
Homie, you look like a tomato.
36-year-old. Thank you so much for the $100, Melody. That is seriously insane. Show some love to Melody in that chat. And Lily with the $5, the fake $5. Inga with the $15 for the Griff. Allison with the $10 from a fake 57-year-old in California. Ellen with the $10 from the totally fake 56-year-old. Derek with the $5 for the more fake money. Then Courtney with the $10 to piss him off some more from a fake 31-year-old mom of four. Glampire with a fake $5. Thank you so much. And then Molly with the $10 who says, this fake 68-year-old listens to Teen Debate almost every day. I appreciate you so much, Molly. And then Jason with the $5 saying that this money is so fake. And Claire with the $10 saying DNC money from a fake 39-year-old Scottish woman. I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all so much for the love. You laughed. I appreciate y'all so much, but they're still rolling in. One more here. Let's hear. Sierra, thank you for the $10 from a fake 27-year-old mortgage advisor. Appreciate you so much for all the fake money, quite frankly. And then Ben, thank you so much for the 5. All right, well, what a way to end the stream. Holy crap, I feel like this stream went in about 1 billion different directions today. Holy moly. Inga, thank you for another $15. I appreciate you. Thank you. However, at this point in time, guys, we are 38 minutes away. Mac, thank you for the $10 from a fake donation from a fake 33-year-old. And then Yvonne, thank you for the $25 from a fake 57-year-old educator. Thank you, Mac and Yvonne. And then Brian with the $5 from the fake 37-year-old male oil field monitor. Thank you so much for the fake money. We are 38 minutes away from the kickoff in the Super Bowl, folks. So I'm going to go ahead and hop off here to make sure we could get it on the TV with some snacks, maybe some chips and salsa. I appreciate y'all so much for joining up. And if you're watching the Super Bowl, have fun. 9, thank you for the Galaxy. I appreciate you. At this point in time, I'm going to go ahead and end. If you're still in the mood for debates, let me tell you, Mr. Parker, he's going to be on after the Super Bowl. And he's going to be doing some debates. I would highly recommend tuning into Parker's stream. I might even co-host with him through it. Because I have a feeling it's going to be crazy, guys. I have a feeling that his stream is going to be so crazy. Think about it. All of the drunk MAGA men and idiots and whatnot, getting, a little bit loosey-goosey at the Super Bowl party, then debating Parker afterwards. I have a feeling that his stream tonight is going to be wild. Like, probably one of his craziest yet. So I'm going to be there. You should, too. Now, I love and appreciate the hell out of all y'all. I'm going to go to an end. On your way out on TikTok, hit that follow button. I do these streams every day, 4 hours a day. Y'all already know it. Over on YouTube, drop a sub and a like on the VOD and a comment on the VOD too, so it shoots out to more people. Love you all, and I'll see you tomorrow. Peace and love, folks. Good night and goodbye.